Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The Hollow Keeps. The air in Hollow Country carries coal dust and old wood smoke, even in summer, and the fog before dawn does not dissipate. It simply lowers itself slowly until it rests against the earth like something sleeping. Sound behaves differently here. A voice carries too far. A footstep stops before it should. The morning I drove into McDow County, the fog was so low it had settled into the road itself, and I kept losing the white line on the shoulder. Kept finding it again, kept losing it. I had left Charleston before 4 in the morning, not because the drive required it, but because I could not sleep, and the apartment I was renting felt like a held breath I had been living inside of for 3 months. Ever since my father died, I inherited a house I had not visited in 22 years. His name was Raymond Elias Marsh, my father. He was 67 years old, and he died in the house where he had been born, in a hollow outside Welch, in a county that had been losing people quietly and steadily for 40 years. He did not die of anything dramatic. He died the way the county itself had been dying, slowly, incrementally, in a way that no single morning announced itself as the last one, until it simply was. I am a structural engineer. My name is Daniel Marsh, and I am 43 years old, and I am the kind of person who finds comfort in load-bearing calculations and tensile strength and the predictable behavior of materials under stress. I tell you this not because it makes me interesting, but because it explains what I kept doing on that drive. Calculating, estimating arrival time, fuel consumption, the likely structural condition of a house that had sat mostly empty for 3 years while my father declined inside it. I did not let myself think about the house in any other way. The drive from Charleston into McDow County takes roughly 2 hours. But the last 40 minutes of it belong to a different kind of time. The interstate falls away. The road's narrow. The mountains come in close on both sides, and the sky, whatever sky is left, becomes a strip of gray above the tree line. By the time I reached the county line, I had not seen another car for 20 minutes, and the fog had thickened enough that my headlights were bouncing off it, lighting nothing. I stopped at a gas station in Welch to fill the tank and buy coffee. The station was small and old, with a handwritten sign in the window advertising worms for fishing, and an older woman behind the counter who looked at me with the steady, appraising calm of someone who has watched people come and go from this county her entire life, and has developed a precise internal system for categorizing which kind of person each one is. She poured the coffee herself and pushed the cup across the counter without being asked. I told her I was headed out to the Marsh place, about 8 miles up the hollow road past the second fork. She nodded once. She did not say she was sorry for my loss. She said the road would be muddy because of the rain 3 days prior, and that I should wash the second culvert because it shifted last spring and the gravel over it was soft. That was all. I thanked her, paid, and carried the coffee back to the truck. It was the best coffee I had tasted in months, and I noticed that. And I noticed how strange it was to notice that, and then I stopped noticing it and drove. The hollow road past a second fork is not on any mapping application I have found. It appears as a gray suggestion on satellite view, a line that might be a road, or might be a drainage channel, or might simply be the shadow of something taller. In reality, it is a single-lane track of compacted gravel and red clay, pressed between 2 ridges that block the sky almost entirely once you are a quarter mile in. The The trees on either side were oak and poplar mostly, with the occasional dark column of a dead pine still standing from some blight years ago. In the headlights the trunks looked pale and very still. I noticed I was gripping the steering wheel harder than the road required. I made myself relax my hands. I thought about whether I had turned off the stove in the Charleston apartment. I was fairly certain I had. Fairly. The house appeared at the end of a long curve, sitting on a slight rise above a field that had gone over entirely to tall grass and old fence posts. It was a 2-story frame house, white paint gone to gray, a covered porch running the full width of the front, a wood pile stacked under a lean-to on the north side that my father had been maintaining until he could not anymore. Someone had maintained it after him. The stack was fresh, covered in a blue tarp, neatly tied at the corners. I sat in the truck for a moment, engine idling. I thought, without meaning to, about the last time I had spoken to my father on the phone. 4 weeks before he died. He had been perfectly lucid. He had talked about the woodpile. He had said he was getting it in early this year because his knees were telling him something. I had said I would come down soon. I had not come down. I got out of the truck. The air hit me immediately. Coal dust and cold leaf matter and something else beneath those things. Something low and mineral and old that I could not identify and did not try to. The fog had thinned slightly at this elevation, or perhaps had simply shifted, and I could see the ridge line above the house, dark against a sky that was beginning barely to lighten in the east. The porch boards flexed under my weight but held. The key the lawyer had mailed me fit the lock on the 3rd attempt. Inside, the house smelled of wood smoke and thyme and something faint and particular that I was not ready to name yet. A lamp on the side table in the front room was plugged in and turned on, casting a warm amber circle across the braided rug my grandmother had made 40 years ago, and which was still, improbably, intact. Someone had left that lamp on for me. I stood in the doorway between the cold outside and the warm amber inside, and I understood, for the first time since the lawyer's call, that this trip was not going to be only about paperwork and property assessment and the logistics of inherited grief. The house had been waiting. I did not know yet what it had been waiting to show me. I set my bag down on the kitchen table and sat in my father's chair by the window, and outside, the fog moved through the hollow in long, slow rolls, like something breathing, and I let myself be there, just there, for a while. Before I started trying to understand what I had come back to, the amber light of that old lamp had held its patient warmth through the remainder of the night, and by the time the hollow outside the windows had given itself over to a thin, pewter-colored morning, I had not slept at all, only sat and looked and begun, in the careful way of a person who is not ready to feel something directly, to inventory. That is what I told myself I was doing. Inventory, a structural engineer's term, a word that keeps the hands busy and the chest quiet. The front room held a rocking chair, a side table, 2 bookshelves built into the wall on either side of the fireplace, a braided rug, and a wood stove that my father had installed sometime in the late 90s. Its black iron surface still carrying a faint warmth from a fire that had been set, by my calculation, sometime in the last 36 hours. Someone had been here recently. Not just the person who left the lamp burning and stacked the wood under the tarp, but someone who had lit a fire in this room and let it burn down to ash and residual heat. I wrote that down in the small notebook I carry in my jacket pocket, not because it frightened me, because it was a fact I could not yet account for, and unaccounted facts are the beginning of structural failure. Outside, a crow called from somewhere up the ridge and then went silent. I put water on the stove for coffee and walked the house while it heated. The kitchen was at the back, facing north, with a window that looked directly into the ridge wall, the ground rising so steeply behind the house that the tree line began perhaps 30 feet from the back door. and the upper windows of the second floor would have looked directly into the lower branches of the canopy. I had forgotten that about this house. The way the mountain did not begin at a distance but simply arrive without negotiation at the back wall. My father's bedroom was on the ground floor, off a short hallway between the kitchen and the front room. I stood at the doorway and did not go in. The bed was made, tightly with precision, the kind of making that someone does when they want a room to look as though no one has ever slept in it. A quilt, in a double wedding ring pattern, deep blue and cream, lay across the top. A pair of reading glasses sat on the nightstand, folded. A library book, overdue by 3 months, sat beside them with a bookmark still in it. I thought about the bookmark for longer than made sense. He had been in the middle of something. That was the ordinary fact of it. He had been in the middle of something and then he was not, and the book had simply stayed where it was, holding the place he had left, waiting for a return that was not going to come. The water was boiling. I went back to the kitchen. I found coffee in the cabinet above the stove. A can of ground coffee, generic brand, 3/4 full. And I made a pot the way my father always made it, which is to say strong enough to be uncomfortable, and served in whatever mug was closest to hand. The mug I pulled from the cabinet was a thick ceramic one with a county fair logo on the side, faded to near illegibility, and it was heavy in a way that felt deliberate, the way old things are sometimes heavy, as though their weight is a form of insistence. I wrapped both hands around it and stood at the kitchen window. The light coming through the trees on the ridge was the particular gray gold of a hollow morning in autumn, filtered through 50 feet of canopy before it reached the ground, stripped of any warmth by the time it arrived, landing flat and even across the backfield. In that light, the tall grass looked silver. A rusted section of old fence ran along the eastern edge of the field, and the posts leaned at irregular angles, each one slightly different, like a row of old men who have given up on standing straight but have not yet given up on standing. My father had always meant to fix that fence. I had not thought about that fence in 22 years, and standing there looking at it, I felt something shift behind my sternum. Not pain, not exactly, but the precursor to pain, the way a structure responds to load before it shows visible distress. I needed to walk the property. That was the practical reason. I needed to assess the outbuildings, the foundation drainage, the condition of the roof from ground level sightlines. I needed to do this before I could put a realistic number on anything, before I could call the lawyer and the realtor and begin the process of extracting myself from this inheritance in an orderly and professional way. I put on my jacket and went outside. The air had not warmed appreciably since dawn. My breath came out in small clouds that disappeared quickly in the light wind moving down from the ridge. The ground was soft. The woman at the gas station had been right about the rain, and my boots left clear impressions in the red clay of the yard. I walked the perimeter of the house first, checking the foundation, noting the places where the splash guards had separated from the sill, and where the ground had settled against the east wall in a way that would need to be addressed before another winter. Professional observations. Useful. Containable. On the north side of the house, beside the woodpile under the blue tarp, there was something I had not noticed in the dark the night before. A second structure, small, perhaps 8 feet by 10 feet, built from the same gray weathered board as the house itself, with a single window on the south-facing wall, and a door with a hasp latch that was standing slightly open. It was not a shed. The window was too deliberate for a shed, centered, with a narrow wooden sill, the glass intact and clean. There was a small cast iron hook beside the door for hanging something. The roofline was careful. Whoever had built this structure had built it to be used, and used regularly, and used for something that required light and weather tightness and a door that closed properly. I had no memory of this building existing. I stood in front of it for a moment. The door moved slightly in the hollow wind, not swinging, just shifting, the hasp tapping against the wood in a small, irregular rhythm. I thought, abruptly and irrelevantly, about a drainage report I had left unfinished on my desk in Charleston. It needed to be submitted by the end of the week. I had not thought about it once since I left the city, and now it arrived in my mind with a sudden, almost aggressive clarity, as though my brain had been searching for something mundane to hold on to and had finally found it. I filed it away and pushed open a door. Inside, the structure was a single room with a plank floor and walls entirely lined on all four sides with wooden shelving. The shelves held jars, dozens of them, glass canning jars of varying sizes, sealed with metal lids, each one labeled in my father's handwriting with a strip of masking tape and a marker. The labels did not say what I expected. They did not say tomatoes, or beans, or peaches, or any of the things a man living alone in hollow country might reasonably preserve. They said names, not full names, just the first letter of a first name and a year. A, 1981, M, 2003, R, 1994. There were perhaps 60 jars on those shelves, arranged in no order I could immediately identify, spanning decades. Inside each jar, visible through the glass, was a folded piece of paper. Just a folded piece of paper. That was all. I stood in the center of the room for a long moment, not touching anything. The hollow wind came through the open door behind me and moved across the back of my neck, and I noticed that the temperature inside this small room was lower than the temperature outside. Not dramatically, not impossibly, but measurably. The way a root cellar is cooler than the ground above it. I looked at the jar nearest to me on the lowest shelf. The label read D 2002. D, my name begins with a D. In 2002, I was 19 years old. I had just left for college. I had been gone from this house for exactly 1 year. I reached out and picked up the jar. It was cold in my hand. Not room temperature. Not root cellar cool, but genuinely cold, the way metal gets when it has been left outside overnight. I set it back on the shelf, carefully. Exactly where it had been. I walked back to the house and sat down at the kitchen table and looked at my hands for a while without thinking anything at all. The jar sat in the dark of that small room, labeled in my father's hand, and whatever it contained had been waiting there for 21 years. Waiting with the particular patience of something that knows, with certainty, that the person it was meant for will eventually come back. The jar had been sitting in that small room for 21 years, and I had been sitting at the kitchen table for perhaps 40 minutes, and neither of us had moved, and the hollow outside had gone from pewter morning to a flat, overcast midday that cast no shadows and offered no particular information about the time. I am not a superstitious person. I want to be precise about that, because it matters to what I did next, and why it took me as long as it did. I do not read meaning into coincidence. I do not assign intention to the behavior of inanimate objects. I have spent 20 years working in a field that is predicated entirely on the idea that materials behave according to predictable physical laws, and that the job of the engineer is to understand those laws well enough to work within them honestly. A jar labeled with an initial and a year is not a message. It is a jar. That is what I told myself as I put on my jacket again and walked back across the yard to the small structure with the centered window and the cast iron hook beside the door. I told myself I was returning because I had left without completing my assessment of the outbuilding, and an incomplete assessment is a professional failure, and I do not leave things professionally incomplete. The door was closed. I was certain I had left it open. Not wide open. I remembered the hasp tapping against the wood. But open. Ajar. In the precise and unfortunate meaning of that word. I stood in front of it for a breath, then lifted the hasp and went inside. The jars were exactly as I had left them. The room held the same specific cold. The plank floor did not flex under my weight the way old plank floors do. It was solid, soundless, as though the boards had been laid over something very dense beneath them. I took out my notebook and began at the top left shelf, working methodically, left to right, top to bottom, recording each label exactly as written. The initial. The year. Nothing else. My father's handwriting was consistent across all of them. The same black marker, the same masking tape strip, the same slightly forward lean to his letters that I recognized from birthday cards and grocery lists, and a single letter he had mailed me in my first year of college, which I had kept, which was in a box in the Charleston apartment, which I had not opened in perhaps a decade. There were 63 jars in total. The earliest year recorded was 1964. The most recent was 2019, 3 years before my father's death. He had stopped adding to the collection 3 years before he died. I did not know what that meant, and I wrote it down anyway. The initials repeated. There were 4 jars labeled R across 4 different decades. There were 3 labeled M. There were 2 labeled with the letter E, separated by 31 years, and there was 1 labeled D, from 2002 on the lowest shelf, third from the left, which I had held the previous morning and which I now crouched in front of, and looked at for a long time without picking up. Through the glass, the folded paper was white, ordinary. A piece of notebook paper, from the look of it, folded twice. I picked up the jar. I turned it over in my hands. The lid was sealed, not with wax or any special method, just the standard 2-piece canning lid, band and flat, screwed to the standard thread of the jar mouth. It had not been opened since it was sealed. I set it back down. I needed to find out what this structure was. That was the next step, not opening jars, finding out what the structure was and what its relationship to the main house had been during my father's lifetime, and why I had no memory of it existing. The answer to the third question arrived in the kitchen, approximately an hour later, when I finally allowed myself to go through the box of papers the lawyer had left on the table, along with the key. Beneath the deed, the will, the utility account information, and 3 years of property tax receipts, there was a folder. Plain manila, no label on the tab. Inside the folder were 11 photographs, printed on regular printer paper, slightly washed out the way home printed photographs always are. Each photograph showed the interior of the small structure. In each photograph, the shelves held different numbers of jars, fewer in the earlier photographs, more as the sequence progressed. In the first photograph, the shelves held perhaps 8 jars. In the last, the count matched what I had found this morning. The photographs were dated on the back, in the same black marker, the same forward-leaning hand. The earliest was from 1968, the latest from 2017. My father had been photographing this room at irregular intervals for nearly 50 years. I sat with that for a while. Outside, the overcast sky had thickened and the first light rain had begun to move through the hollow. Not falling exactly, more drifting, the way rain behaves when the air is already so saturated it cannot distinguish between falling and simply being wet. I could hear it against the kitchen window, a sound like someone turning the pages of a book in the next room. I thought about the drainage report in Charleston again. Specifically, I thought about whether I had saved the most recent version before I left, or whether I had been working from an autosave that might not have captured the last set of revisions. This occupied me genuinely for perhaps 30 seconds before I understood what I was doing and stopped. I went back to the photographs. In 3 of them, taken in 1972, 1988, and 2009, my father was not alone in the room. In each of these 3 photographs, there was a second person, a different person each time. From the look of them, though the image quality made certainty difficult. In 1972, the second person appeared to be an older woman, standing near the shelves with her back partially to the camera. In 1988, a man of perhaps 60, facing the camera but not looking at it, his gaze directed toward the shelves at his left. In 2009, a younger woman, perhaps my age, sitting on what appeared to be a low stool in the corner, her hands in her lap. None of them were looking at my father. None of them, in any of the 3 photographs, appeared to be aware that a photograph was being taken. They were all looking at the shelves. The rain against the window had steadied into a low, even rhythm by the time I closed the folder and put it back in the box. The temperature in the kitchen had dropped, not dramatically. I simply became aware at a certain point that I was cold in a way I had not been an hour ago, and that the cold had arrived without my noticing its arrival, the way the best and worst things tend to. I got up and put wood in the stove. The wood caught quickly. My father had always stacked his kindling dry, and within a few minutes the kitchen had begun to warm at its edges, the heat moving out from the iron box in slow, widening rings. I pulled my chair closer and held my hands out toward it. The warmth was immediate and specific and real. I let myself feel it, and then I thought, with a clarity that I had been avoiding since I arrived, about the fact that my father had spent 50 years tending to something in that small room, photographing it, labeling each jar in his own hand, and had never once, in any letter, any phone call, any of the brief and insufficient conversations we had managed in the last decade of his life, said a single word about it to me. He had not hidden it. The building was right there beside the woodpile. The folder of photographs was in the box the lawyer had prepared. The jar with my initial and my year was on the lowest shelf, where I would find it if I ever came. He had not hidden it from me. He had waited. The fire in the stove held its warmth against the rain, and somewhere in the small structure across the yard, 63 jars sat in the specific cold of a room that was colder than it should have been, and one of them had my name on it, and had been waiting 21 years, and I had come back, and the waiting was over. The rain had not let up by the following morning, and the hollow had closed itself in completely, the ridge walls on both sides invisible behind a curtain of low cloud that had descended in the night and settled against the ground with the unhurried permanence of something that had decided to stay. I had slept. That surprised me. I had gone to bed in the upstairs room that had been mine as a child. Bare now, the furniture gone except for an iron bed frame and a mattress still in its plastic cover, which crinkled whenever I moved, and which I eventually stopped noticing. And I had expected to lie awake the way I had been lying awake in Charleston for 3 months, staring at a ceiling and running calculations that led nowhere. Instead, I had been asleep within minutes of lying down, a deep and total sleep with no dreams I could recall, and I had woken to gray daylight and the sound of the rain on the roof directly above my head, and for approximately 4 seconds, I had not known where I was. Those 4 seconds were the most peaceful I had experienced since the lawyer called. Then I remembered and got up. Downstairs, I found that someone had left a covered dish on the porch overnight, a ceramic casserole dish with a piece of foil over the top, and a strip of masking tape on the foil with a name written on it, Norma Tice, and a phone number with a local exchange. Beneath the dish, tucked against the porch board to keep it from the rain, was a folded piece of notebook paper. The note said, "Your father asked me to look in on the place. Sorry for your loss. There is more woodcut at the Tice property if you need it. Come by if you have questions." The last sentence had been written and then crossed out and then written again, as though she had nearly decided against the invitation twice before committing to it. I brought the dish inside and set it on the kitchen table and did not open it yet. Instead, I put on my boots and my jacket and went out into the rain. I am aware that this requires explanation. A rational person, presented with a warm casserole on a cold, wet morning, does not leave it on the table and go stand in the rain. But I had woken with a specific intention that the comfort of the kitchen would have softened, and I did not want it softened. I wanted to go back to the small structure while my mind was still early morning clear, and look at the thing I had been circling for 2 days with the directness it deserved. The yard was saturated, each step pressed water up through the red clay in a slow, dark ring around my boot. The blue tarp over the woodpile had pooled in the center and was dripping steadily from one corner. The fog was so complete that the small structure, though only 40 feet from the back door, appeared gradually. First the suggestion of a roofline, then the wall, then the window, its glass beaded with condensation, reflecting nothing. Inside, nothing had changed. 63 jars. The same specific cold. The plank floor, solid and silent beneath my weight. I took the jar labeled D from the lowest shelf and carried it to the window where the gray light was strongest. Through the glass, the folded paper was white and still. The jar itself was an ordinary wide-mouth canning jar, a half-pint, the kind used for jams and single servings of preserved things. The seal on the lid showed no sign of failure. The flat was still concave, still vacuum-held, the way a properly sealed jar should be. My father had sealed this in 2002, and it had held for 21 years without being disturbed. I unscrewed the band. I worked the flat off carefully, running my thumbnail under the edge until the vacuum released with a small, definitive sound. A soft exhalation, like a breath being let out slowly. The cold in the room intensified for a moment. Or I imagined it did. I unfolded the paper. My father's handwriting. The same black marker, the same forward lean. 4 lines, written without salutation or preamble, the way a person writes something they expect to hand directly to the recipient, rather than send through any intermediary. The lines read, "You will find this when you are ready. I do not know when that will be. What I kept in this room was not mine to explain until you had seen it for yourself. When you were ready to understand the weight of it, find Celia Vance on the Tice Road. She has kept this hollow longer than either of us has been alive, and she will tell you what I could not find the language for. I am sorry I did not find the language sooner. Come home when you can." I kept the lamp on. I read it twice. Then I folded it exactly as it had been folded and placed it in my jacket pocket next to the notebook. I stood in a small cold room for a long time after that, listening to the rain on the roof, which was a different sound in here than it was in the main house. Flatter, more immediate, without the resonance of plaster walls and wooden ceilings to shape it. Just rain on boards. Just weather doing what weather does, indifferent and continuous. I thought about the phrase, the weight of it. My father had been a precise man in his language, and the way that men who do not speak often become precise, each word chosen because there were not going to be many of them. He did not use words for texture or impression. He used them for accuracy. The weight of it, not the meaning of it, not the truth of it. The weight. I went back to the house and ate the casserole cold, standing at the kitchen counter. Because I was hungrier than I had realized and warming it would have taken time, I was not willing to spend standing still. It was a bean and potato dish with something smoky running through it, probably ham hock, and it was extraordinarily good in the way that food made by someone who has been cooking the same dish for 40 years is good. All the uncertainty cooked out of it long ago, nothing left but the essential thing. I washed the dish and set it to dry. Then I sat at the table with the 11 photographs spread out in front of me and looked at them with different eyes than I had the day before. The people in the 3 photographs, the older woman in 1972, the man in 1988, the younger woman in 2009, were not random visitors. I understood that now, in the way you understand things that were always true, but required a particular piece of information before they could arrange themselves correctly. They were people who had come to this room the way I had come to this room. They had found a jar with their initial on it, their year. They had stood in this cold room and held a piece of paper in their hands, and they had read something their father or their mother or whoever had brought them here had left for them, and then they had gone to find Celia Vance on the Tice Road. The jar labeled R from 1994. The jar labeled M from 2003. The jar labeled E from 1979. All of them, every single jar on those shelves, had a person attached to it. A person who had at some point stood exactly where I was standing, holding something their grief had brought them back to. The hollow had been collecting people. Not maliciously, not with any of the sharp theatrical menace of the horror stories I had encountered in other places at other times. Nothing like that. Collecting is the wrong word, even. It implies an agency, a hunger. What this hollow had been doing was simpler and stranger and harder to name than collecting. It had been holding the weight of everyone who had come here carrying something unresolved. Everyone who had left before they meant to, or stayed longer than was good for them, or come back 22 years too late to a man who had kept a lamp burning in a front room window, and a jar on a shelf with their initial on it, and a note that said, simply, "Come home when you can." The rain against the window had taken on a lower register as the afternoon deepened, and the stove had burned down to coals, and I had not noticed either of these things until I looked up from the photographs and found the kitchen dim and cold around me. I put more wood in the stove. I sat back down. Outside, the fog had thickened against the glass until the yard was entirely invisible, and there was nothing to look at but the amber reflection of the stove light in the window, and my own face looking back at me from inside it. Older than I expected, and more tired and present in a way I had not been in a very long time. I was not going to be able to reduce this to a line item on a property assessment. I had known that since the morning I found the jar. I had simply needed until now to stop pretending otherwise. The note was in my jacket pocket, and the jar was back on its shelf in the cold room across the yard, and tomorrow I was going to drive the Tice Road and find a woman named Celia Vance, and whatever she had been keeping for this hollow, whatever weight she carried that my father had not found the language for, I was going to sit across from her and let her tell me all of it. The rain had stopped before dawn, and the hollow had come back into itself slowly. The ridge walls reappearing first as dark suggestions behind thinning cloud, then as solid mass, then as the full particular green-black of wet October forest pressing in on both sides of the yard with the patient authority of something that has never considered retreating. I had found the Tice Road on my third pass down the hollow. It was not marked. A gap in the tree line on the western ridge side, wide enough for a single vehicle, with two tire-track depressions in the clay that were the only indication it led anywhere at all. I had passed it twice, each time registering the gap and dismissing it, telling myself it was a logging cut or a drainage break, before something I was not able to name made me stop on the third pass and back the truck to it and turn in. The road climbed for perhaps half a mile, switchbacking twice through dense, second-growth timber, and then leveled onto a small plateau where a farmstead sat in a clearing. A low white house, a barn that had been well maintained, a kitchen garden put to bed for winter under a layer of straw, and a clothesline along the south side of the house, with nothing on it but the light. A woman was sitting on the porch. She was perhaps 80 years old, or perhaps older than that. The kind of age that stops being countable by appearance and becomes instead a quality, a density, the way very old wood has a different weight than new wood, even when the dimensions are identical. She was slight, dressed in a dark wool cardigan over a flannel shirt, with her hands resting open in her lap, and she was looking at the driveway as though she had been expecting a vehicle to come up it at some point this morning and had been content to wait until it did. She did not look surprised to see me. I got out of the truck and told her my name. She said she knew who I was. She said my father had told her I would come eventually, and that she'd begun to wonder if eventually would turn out to mean never, and that she was glad it had not. Her name was Celia Vance. Her voice was low and even and unhurried. The voice of someone who has never felt the need to fill silence with sound and has therefore developed, over a long life, a very precise relationship with the words she chooses to use. She told me to come up and sit down. There were 2 chairs on the porch, both old wooden rockers, both clearly in regular use, the paint worn from the armrests and the precise oval pattern that human hands make over years of resting in the same position. I understood, sitting down in the second chair, that this chair had been used regularly too, that other people had sat in it, that Celia Vance had been having this conversation in various forms for a very long time. She asked me if I had found the room. I told her I had. She asked if I had found my jar. I told her I had, and that I had opened it, and that I had read the note. She nodded once, slowly, the way people nod when they receive information that confirms something they already understood. Then she was quiet for a moment, and I let her be quiet, because I had learned in the truck on the way up the road that whatever I was going to find here, it was not going to be found by hurrying toward it. Below the plateau, the hollow was still partly in cloud. The fog collected in the low places between the ridges in long, pale ribbons, and the morning sun, finally present, finally doing something, was hitting the upper canopy of the ridge above us and turning the remaining leaves a color between copper and fire that had no precise name in any vocabulary I had ever found useful. I noticed that I had stopped calculating. Somewhere between the bottom of the Tice Road and this porch, I had stopped running numbers and assessing load-bearing capacity and estimating the cost of deferred maintenance, and it simply arrived somewhere. I did not know what to do with that, so I looked at the leaves. Celia began to speak. She did not begin with the hollow or the room or the jars. She began with my father, which I had not expected, and which undid something in my chest within the first 2 sentences, in a way I was not prepared for, and could not have prepared for. Regardless of warning, she said Raymond Marsh had been one of the most quietly stubborn people she had ever known, and that she meant that as the highest possible form of praise. She said he had come to her the first time in 1967, when he was a young man of 22. After losing his own father in the mining accident that had taken 4 men from this hollow in a single morning, she said he had sat in the chair I was sitting in with his hands between his knees and his jaw set in that way he had. And here she paused and looked at me directly and said, "You have that same jaw, and you hold it the same way." And I had to look away from her for a moment. She said he had come to her because he did not know what to do with what he was carrying, and because there was no one left in the hollow who could tell him, and because someone, she did not say who, only that it was a woman older than herself at the time, had told him to find Celia Vance on the Tice Road when the weight got to be more than one person ought to hold alone. I asked her what she had told him. She said she had told him what this hollow is. She was quiet again after that, and the quiet had a different texture than the quiets before it. Fuller, more deliberate. The way a room changes quality when someone is about to say the thing they have been holding back and has finally decided the time is correct. She said, "This hollow holds grief the way water holds cold. It does not generate it. It does not seek it out. It simply has a nature, the way all low places have a nature. And the nature of this particular low place is that sorrow does not disperse here, the way it does in open country. It settles. It accumulates. It becomes part of the ground." She said the people who have lived in this hollow for generations have known this, have built their relationship to the place around this knowledge, have developed practices for working with that nature rather than against it, the way a good farmer works with the nature of his soil rather than demanding it behave like different soil. She said the room my father built was one of those practices. I asked her what the jars were. She looked at me for a moment before answering, and in that moment I had the distinct sensation of being assessed, not unkindly, not with any judgment about what she found, but with the careful attention of someone who is deciding how much precision the person in front of them is ready to receive. She said, "Each jar holds a piece of what someone brought here that they were not ready to carry alone any further. Not the grief itself. Grief does not go into a jar, but the specific shape of it. the particular weight of the unfinished thing. Your father wrote down for each person who came to him carrying something that belonged to this hollow, the precise nature of what they had left unresolved. He wrote it on paper and he sealed it in glass. And he put it on a shelf in a room that is colder than the air around it, because cold preserves. And what is in those jars needed to be preserved until the person it belonged to was ready to come back for it. I said, "My jar has been there since 2002. She said, "Yes." I said, "He wrote that note the year I left." She said, "He wrote it the week you drove away. He sat at that kitchen table for 3 days first, trying to find the right words, and then he wrote what you found." Something in my throat closed. I looked out at the fog in the hollow below us, at the copper fire of the upper canopy, at the clothesline with nothing on it, at my own hands resting on the worn armrests of a chair that had held, before me, everyone else who had come up this road carrying the particular weight of having left someone behind without finishing what needed to be finished between them. I had left my father at 18 and come back at 43, when there was nothing left to come back to, but a house and a jar and a note that said, "Come home when you can." That was the shape of what was in the jar. Not the grief of his death, the grief of the 22 years before it, the years I had spent being elsewhere, being professional, being competent, being the kind of person who submits drainage reports on time and does not think about the bookmark in a library book on a nightstand in a house at the end of a hollow road. I had known this. I had known it since the lawyer called. I had known it before that, honestly, in the abstract, managed way you know things you have decided not to examine directly, because examination requires a stillness you have been carefully and successfully avoiding. But there is a difference between knowing something in the managed abstract and sitting on a porch above a fog-filled hollow while an 80-year-old woman says it to you in plain language, without flinching, with the steady, unhurried certainty of someone who has been holding this truth in trust for 21 years and has simply been waiting for you to be ready to receive it. The difference is the weight. That was what my father had meant. Not the meaning of it. The weight. The actual, physical, unmistakable pressure of a thing fully known and fully felt, sitting in the chest where it belongs, no longer being held at arm's length by busyness and calculation and the useful fiction of professional detachment. Celia reached over and put one hand briefly on my forearm, one firm, deliberate pressure, and then she took her hand back and looked out at the hollow again, and let me have the silence. A crow called from somewhere on the eastern ridge. Far off, the fog was beginning to lift at its edges, pulling back from the tree line in slow, reluctant increments, revealing the ground beneath it piece by piece. I sat in that chair for a long time after Celia stopped speaking, and the hollow below us went on doing what it had always done, holding and preserving and waiting with the deep, specific patience of a low place that understands, better than the people who live above it, that some things cannot be resolved until they are fully felt, and some things cannot be fully felt until the person carrying them finally stops moving long enough to let the weight catch up. The fog had pulled back from the lower hollow by the time Celia rose from her chair and told me to come inside, and the morning had settled into the particular stillness that follows retreating weather in hollow country. A held, attentive quiet, as though the trees and the ground and the cold air between them were all listening for something they expected to hear shortly. Her kitchen was small and low-ceilinged, with a wood stove against the north wall and a table of scrubbed pine in the center and shelves above the counter holding the accumulated useful objects of a long domestic life. A row of mismatched mugs, a ceramic crock of wooden spoons, 3 cast-iron skillets hanging from hooks in descending size, a clock on the wall above the window that ticked with a slow, weighty regularity that I found, after a few minutes, deeply settling. She put a kettle on without asking and set 2 mugs on the table and sat down across from me. The kitchen smelled of wood smoke and dried herbs and something underneath those things that I eventually identified as beeswax. There were 3 candles on the windowsill, burned low. The wax pooled and rehardened many times over into layered ridges of cream and pale yellow that caught the morning light coming through the glass and held it in a soft, diffuse glow. I had my notebook open on the table in front of me. She looked at it without commenting. I asked her how long she had been the keeper of this knowledge. Her word, keeper, was not a word I had used, but it arrived in my mind as the right one the moment I needed it, the way right words sometimes do. She said the more accurate question was how long her family had been the keepers, because the knowledge did not begin with her and would not end with her, and she said this without either pride or melancholy, in the tone of someone describing a geographical feature. A thing that is simply true, that has been true, that will continue to be true independent of any individual's feelings about it. She said her grandmother had kept it before her, and her grandmother's mother before that, going back to the earliest settlement of this particular hollow, when the people who came here first, before the coal companies, before the railroad, before the county had a name anyone outside it recognized, had recognized the nature of the ground they were building on, and had made a deliberate decision to work with that nature rather than ignore it. I asked what working with it meant practically. She poured the tea before answering. She did this with the same deliberate precision she brought to everything, filling each mug to the same level, setting the kettle back on the stove rather than the table, folding the dishcloth over the oven handle with the seam facing in. She said the hollow holds what is brought to it, unresolved. That is its nature, and it cannot be changed. So the question has never been how to change it, but how to tend it. The way you tend a field that floods. You do not drain the field and pretend it is different ground. You build your drainage. You plant what grows in wet soil. You learn the rhythms of the water, and you work within them. The room your father built is drainage in that sense, a place where the weight can be contained rather than left to spread through the ground where people live and work and try to sleep at night. I asked what happens when the weight is not contained. She looked at me steadily. She said, "You have felt it already, or you would not have been unable to sleep for 3 months. And you would not have driven here before 4 in the morning without being able to say precisely why." I did not argue with that. She said the hollow's nature acts on people who carry unresolved things into it the way cold acts on water. It slows them, thickens them, makes the weight more present, more immediate, more impossible to continue managing at a comfortable distance. People who come here for a single day and carry nothing unfinished feel only the beauty of it. People who stay, or who carry something specific into it, find that what they have been not feeling begins to feel inescapable. She said my father had understood this from the time he was a young man and had spent his life learning to work with it rather than against it, which was why he had built the room and why he had maintained it for 50 years and why he had written a note to every person in this hollow who had come to him, weighted down and uncertain, and sealed each note in a jar, and kept each jar in a room that held cold the way the hollow itself held grief, and waited. I asked, waited for what? She said, for the person to be ready to come back and receive what had been kept for them. I asked what happens when someone comes back and receives it. What is the task? My father's note used that word, task. Celia wrapped both hands around her mug and was quiet for a moment. Through the window behind her, I could see the kitchen garden under its layer of straw, and beyond it the barn, and beyond the barn the tree line of the eastern ridge, and above the tree line a strip of blue sky, the first genuinely blue sky I had seen since arriving in the county. She said the task is not complicated, and it is not dramatic, and it will not feel like enough. And that is precisely why it works. She said, you go back to the room, you take your jar from the shelf, you carry it to the place in the hollow where you feel the weight most completely. Not the house, not the room, but The specific ground where the thing you have been carrying becomes most present. For most people, she said, that place announces itself. You will not need to search for it. When you are standing on it, you will know. She said, when you are standing on that ground, you open the jar. You read the note your father wrote. You read it aloud, to the hollow, which is to say you read it to yourself, but without the protection of interiority. You let the words exist in the air rather than only in your mind, and then you say, aloud, the thing you would have said to your father if you had come home before it was too late to say it to him directly. The clock on the wall ticked. The stove settled. Outside, a wind moved through the top of the canopy and the kitchen light shifted briefly. I said, and that is sufficient. She said, sufficient is a word that implies a threshold of adequacy, and what you are doing is not about adequacy. It is about completion. A circuit that has been open for 22 years closing. The hollow does not require performance or suffering or the correct emotional delivery. It requires honesty. One honest sentence, spoken aloud on the ground where the weight is most present. That is all. That is everything. I looked at my notebook. I had been writing throughout the conversation without deciding to, and the page was nearly full, not verbatim transcript, but the essential shapes of what she had said, the load-bearing lines of it stripped of everything that was not structurally necessary. I looked at what I had written. I thought about what one honest sentence would be. I had been composing it, I realized, for 22 years. In the background of every professional achievement, every drainage report, every load calculation, every city I had lived in and every apartment I had rented and every reason I had found not to drive south and turn off the interstate and follow a hollow road to a gray farmhouse where a man was, getting the wood in early because his knees were telling him something. I had been composing it for 22 years, and I had never let it finish forming because a finished sentence requires a listener. And I had told myself, in the way you tell yourself things you need to remain functional, that the listener was still available, still there, still reachable on a Sunday afternoon if I ever decided to pick up the phone and stop composing and simply speak. Celia was watching me with the unhurried attention of someone who has sat across this table for many people arriving at many versions of the same moment, and has learned to give the moment the room it needs. I closed the notebook. I asked her one more thing. I asked why the room was cold, colder than the air around it, colder than a room without temperature source or drainage should naturally be, and whether that was the hollow's nature expressing itself, or something my father had done deliberately, or something else entirely. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "Cold preserves. Your father knew that. He also knew that some things should not be left at room temperature. Some things, left in ordinary warmth, begin to change quality, begin to soften at the edges, begin to become something other than what they precisely were. The cold in that room keeps what is in those jars exactly as it was when it was sealed. The grief does not age in there. The unfinished thing does not become something more comfortable than it actually is. When you open your jar and read that note, you will read it exactly as your father wrote it, in the exact weight of the year he wrote it, without 21 years of gradual softening to insulate you from what it actually says." She picked up her mug. She said, "He loved you very specifically. That is what the note says, and that is what the cold has kept for you, undiminished, for 21 years. I did not say anything for a while after that. She did not require me to. The beeswax candles on the windowsill held their pale light against the blue morning coming through the glass, and the clock on the wall continued its slow, weighty tick, and I sat across from a woman who had been keeping this hollow's knowledge since before I was born, and felt, for the first time in a very long time, that I was in the presence of something that had been in place long before my arrival, and would remain in place long after my departure, and was not diminished by either. She walked me to the door when I rose to leave. On the porch, she put her hand briefly on my arm again. The same firm, deliberate pressure as before. And she said, Go tonight, not tomorrow. The hollow is most honest after dark, and you want honesty more than comfort right now. I told her I understood. She nodded and went back inside, and I walked to the truck, and the morning lay open around me, blue and cold and very clear. And somewhere in the hollow below the plateau, my father's house sat at the end of its clay road, with a lamp burning in the window that someone had left on for me, and a room beside the woodpile holding 63 sealed jars and a cold that preserved things exactly as they were, and one jar on the lowest shelf waiting with 21 years of patience for the circuit to close. I drove back down the Tice Road slowly, the truck rocking on the switchbacks, and when I came out at the bottom and turned toward the hollow, I could see, ahead through the bare trees, the pale shape of the house on its rise above the silver field, waiting the way it had always been waiting, with no urgency and no reproach, only the steady, patient fact of its presence on ground that had been holding far longer than I had been away. The hollow after dark is a different country. I had forgotten that, or had never known it properly, the way you do not know the true nature of a place until you stand in it without the mediation of daylight, without the softening that comes from being able to see the full shape of what surrounds you. I had eaten the last of the casserole at the kitchen table as the afternoon light failed, sitting with my notebook open in front of me and writing nothing, just sitting with the page and the cooling food and the sound of the stove doing its slow, combustive work in the corner. I had washed the dish again and dried it and set it on the counter to return to Norma Tice. I had checked my phone and found 3 messages from colleagues in Charleston that I did not open. I had looked out the kitchen window at the yard as the last of the blue sky contracted overhead and the dark came down between the ridges, the way it does in hollow country. Not gradually, as it does in open land, but in sections, the light leaving the lower ground first, while the upper canopy still held a residue of copper, and then the copper going too, and then the full, genuine dark of a hollow with no streetlights and no neighboring houses within sight, which is a dark of a different quality than any dark a city provides. I put on my jacket and my boots at 8 in the evening. I took the flashlight from the truck's glove box. I did not turn it on. I walked across the yard in the dark without it, because Celia had said the hollow was most honest after dark, and I understood that honesty, in this context, meant unmediated, the thing as it is, without the selective illumination that a beam of light provides, which shows you exactly what you pointed at and nothing else, and creates, by its very helpfulness, a series of comfortable borders between the seen and the unseen. The cold was immediate and specific, not the damp cold of the previous 2 days, but a dry, clear cold, the kind that arrives when the sky opens completely and the ground gives its stored warmth back to the atmosphere without reservation. My breath came out in steady clouds that disappeared quickly in the dark air. The grass in the yard was stiff with the beginning of frost, and it made a sound under my boots, a faint, crystalline compression. That was the only sound for the first few steps. Then the hollow itself began to sound, not loudly, nothing so theatrical as that, but the silence that had seemed complete resolved itself, as my ears adjusted, into a layered texture of small, ongoing sounds. The distant movement of water in the creek at the base of the eastern ridge, a wind in the upper canopy that never quite reached the ground, the occasional tick and settle of the house behind me cooling in the night air, and beneath all of those things something that was not quite a sound, a quality, a pressure, the same pressure I had been carrying in my chest for 3 months, externalized now, present in the air around me as well as inside me, the way a room sometimes carries the emotional residue of what has happened in it. Not supernatural, not imagined, but real in the way that temperature is real, in the way that the particular weight of old wood is real, present to the senses without requiring explanation or category. I walked to the small structure first. Inside, the cold was more intense than it had been in daylight, or perhaps I simply felt it more completely now, without the practical tasks of assessment and notation to occupy the part of my mind that manages discomfort. I found the jar by feel, running my hand along the lowest shelf until my fingers closed around the familiar smooth glass, and I carried it back out into the yard. I stood in the yard and let my eyes readjust to the outside dark. Above me, through the gap the hollow made between the ridges, the sky was fully open. A long, irregular strip of black scattered with more stars than I had seen in years, more than the city ever permitted, more than I had remembered existed. I stood and looked up at them for a long moment, the jar cold in both hands, and felt something I had not felt in a very long time, which was small, and I mean that precisely and without distress. The specific smallness of a person standing under a full sky in a hollow in West Virginia holding a glass jar and understanding, with sudden and complete clarity, that the grief they have been managing at professional distance is not a problem to be solved but a true thing to be stood inside of. Then I walked. I did not decide where to walk. I let the ground decide, the way Celia had said it would, and she was right. It announced itself, the way she said it would, not through any dramatic signal, but through a simple, physical, unmistakable recognition. My feet slowed. The pressure in my chest intensified. I stopped. I was standing at the eastern edge of the field, where the rusted fence line ran its row of leaning posts through the tall, frost-stiff grass, approximately 30 feet from the tree line of the ridge. I had been here before. Not in this body, not at this age, but in the body of a boy of 12 or 13, standing at this exact fence line with my father on an October evening, holding one of the fence posts while he drove the next one deeper with a wooden mallet. The two of us working our way along the line in a companionable silence that I had not appreciated at the time, and had not thought about since, and was now thinking about with a completeness that made my hands tighten on the cold glass jar. He had been trying to fix the fence. He'd been trying for years, and the ground kept shifting, and the posts kept leaning, and he kept coming back to drive them straight again, and I had helped him once, just the one time, and then I had left at 18, and the fence had gone on leaning without me for 25 years, and was still leaning now, in the dark, its irregular silhouette visible against the slightly lighter dark of the field beyond it. I opened the jar. The seal released with the same soft exhalation as before. The cold from inside the jar was immediate against my face. A breath of something preserved, something that had been held at exactly this temperature for exactly this long, unchanged. I unfolded the paper with my thumb. I could not read it in the dark. I had not thought about that. I stood there for a moment holding the open jar and the unfolded note, understanding that I was going to have to use the flashlight after all, and that this was not a failure of the ceremony, if ceremony was the right word, but simply a practical requirement, and that my father, who was a practical man, would have understood entirely. I turned the flashlight on. The note was 4 lines. I had read them twice the day before, standing at the window of the small cold room with the fog pressing against the glass. I knew what they said. I had been carrying them in my jacket pocket folded and reread, in the moments I thought I was thinking about other things, ever since. I read them aloud. The words went out into the cold, dark air of the hollow, and existed there for a moment. Audible, real, taking up actual space in the actual world, rather than only in the interior of my skull where I had been keeping them. And the hollow received them the way it received everything, without drama, without response, with a deep and level attention of ground that has been listening to human voices for a very long time. Then I folded the note. I put it in my jacket pocket next to the notebook. I turned off the flashlight, and in the full dark, standing at the weaning fence line on the eastern edge of my father's field, with frost stiffening the grass around my boots and the stars overhead and the creek moving distantly at the base of the ridge, I said the thing I had been composing for 22 years. I will not write what it was, not because it was dramatic or shameful or too private to exist in language, but because Celia had said one honest sentence spoken aloud on the ground where the weight is most present, and that is what it was, and its precision was its entirety, and to elaborate it here would be to dilute it into something more comfortable and less true than what it actually was. It was one sentence. It was honest. It took perhaps 4 seconds to say. I had been not saying it for 22 years. The hollow did not respond in any theatrical or visible way to the sentence being said. There was no shift in the wind, no movement in the trees, no sound from the creek that was different from the sounds it had been making before. The stars continued in their enormous and different abundance. The frost continued its slow work on the grass, but the pressure in my chest, the pressure I had been carrying since the lawyer called, that I had been carrying, if I was honest, for considerably longer than that, changed, not disappeared. I want to be precise about that, because disappeared would be a lie, and this is not a place for lies. Changed quality. The weight was still present, but it had shifted from the suffocating, airless quality of something suppressed and unacknowledged, to the clean, bearable weight of something true that has been fully felt and fully spoken and can now, for the first time, be carried in the open rather than hidden inside the managed performance of a competent, functional person who does not need to drive to West Virginia before dawn because everything is fine. I stood at the fence line for a long time after that, long enough for the cold to work its way through my jacket and into my shoulders, long enough for my eyes to readjust fully to the dark, and for the field to become visible in the starlight as a pale, frost-silvered expanse that looked, in that light, like something between a landscape and a memory, long enough for the hollow sounds to become once again simply sounds. The creek, the wind and the canopy, the cooling house behind me, rather than the externalized pressure of 22 years of unfinished grief. I closed the jar. I did not put the note back inside it. I kept it in my pocket, folded next to the notebook. I carried the empty jar back across the frost-stiff yard to the small structure and set it on the lowest shelf in the position it had occupied, and I stood in the cold room for a moment in the dark, among 63 sealed jars holding 63 specific weights belonging to 63 people who had stood in this hollow, carrying something unresolved, and I felt, with a completeness that required no analysis, that I was not alone in this, had never been alone in this. That was what the room was, finally and precisely, not a repository of grief, not a collection of unfinished things, but a record of every person this hollow had held long enough for them to become honest. Every person who had stood on the specific ground where their weight was most present, and said the thing they had been not saying, and left the jar behind them, empty and clean, as evidence that the circuit had closed. I went back to the house. I put wood in the stove and sat down in my father's chair by the window, and the stove worked its slow warmth out into the room, and outside, the hollow held its deep and patient dark, and I sat inside the warmth, and let myself be held by it. The warmth, the dark, the house, the hollow, all of it, without calculating its load-bearing capacity, or estimating its structural lifespan, or doing anything with it at all, except being completely, honestly, weightlessly present inside it. The lamp on the side table held its amber circle across the braided rug, the same warmth that it held on the first night I arrived, and I understood now what it had been lit for, not to welcome me, exactly, but to show me that something in this house had been keeping faith with the possibility of my return, long after the person who lit it was gone to keep it himself. 3 days passed before I drove back up the Tice Road, not because I was avoiding it, or not only because of that, but because the hollow had its own rhythm in the days following that night at the fence line, and I found myself, for the first time in as long as I could measure, content to move inside that rhythm rather than impose one of my own. The mornings were cold and clear, the frost deepening each night and lasting later into the morning as the week turned. I cut wood from a downed poplar at the north edge of the field, using tools I found in the lean-to, working in the specific, satisfying way that physical labor in cold air provides, the body warm from exertion, the breath visible, the hands occupied with something that has an immediate and honest relationship between effort and result. I found, splitting wood, that my mind went quiet in a way it had not gone quiet in years. And I did not examine that too carefully, only let it be what it was. I returned the casserole dish to Norma Tice, who lived in a low white house a mile down the hollow road, and who came to the door with flour on her hands and looked at me for a moment with the same steady, categorizing calm as the woman at the gas station in Welch, and then invited me in for coffee, which I accepted. She did not ask me what I had found at the house, or whether I had been up to the Tice Plateau. She talked about the property line between her land and my father's, about the down poplar I had been cutting, which she said had been down since the ice storm 2 winters ago, and which my father had intended to get to but had not managed, and about the culvert on the second crossing which she confirmed was continuing to shift and would need attention before spring. She said my father had been a good neighbor for 40 years. She said it the way people in hollow country say things that matter, plainly, without embellishment, making direct eye contact, not waiting for a response because the statement did not require one. I thanked her for the casserole. She waved that off and refilled my coffee. On the second day I called the lawyer in Welch and postponed the property assessment meeting by 2 weeks, which was a thing I had not known I was going to do until I heard myself doing it. The lawyer did not seem surprised. He said he had been handling estates in this county for 30 years, and that the Hollow had a way of adjusting people's timelines. And there was something in the way he said it that told me he was not speaking entirely in the practical sense. I opened the messages from my colleagues in Charleston on the second morning, read them, and wrote brief professional replies that contained no information about where I was or what I had been doing. I was not ready to translate any of this into language that would make sense in a Charleston context, and I understood, without distress, that it might be a considerable time before I was. On the morning of the 4th day, I drove up the Tice Road. Celia was on the porch again, in the same chair, in the same dark wool cardigan, her hands resting open in her lap. The second chair was empty beside her. The morning was sharp and bright, the sky a deep washed blue above the ridgeline, the kitchen garden under its straw cover casting a long shadow westward across the frost-pale yard. I sat down. She looked at me for a moment, the same careful, unhurried assessment, and then she nodded once, slowly, and said, "You went." I told her I had. She said, and I told her what had happened at the fence line. Not all of it, not the sentence itself, which belonged to the Hollow and to my father and to no other audience, but the shape of it, the quality of what had changed and what had not changed, the distinction between disappeared and changed quality that I had stood in the frost-stiff field working out in the dark. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, looking out at the tree line, and then she said, "That is exactly right. That is the correct understanding of what the Hollow does and does not do. It does not take the grief. It witnesses the honesty of it. There is a difference, and most people do not arrive at that distinction without considerable time, and you have arrived at it in 4 days, which tells me something about what your father built in you, even in absentia." I did not know what to say to that, so I said nothing, and she seemed to understand that saying nothing was the appropriate response. She went inside and came back with 2 mugs of coffee and something else. A small object wrapped in a piece of dark cloth, tied with a length of kitchen twine. She set the mugs on the porch rail and held the wrapped object out to me. I took it. It was light. Whatever was inside the cloth was small and not heavy. The weight of a large coin, or a smooth, flat stone, or something else I could not identify through the wrapping. She said, "Your father left that with me 7 years ago. He said to give it to you when you came, and to tell you that it goes on the sill of whichever window faces the direction you came from when you return to your ordinary life. He said you would understand what it was for when you held it in that place. I turned the wrapped object in my hands. I asked if I should open it now. She said, when you are home, that is when it does its work. Here it is only an object. In the right place, it becomes what it is. I put it in my jacket pocket, next to the notebook and my father's folded note. We drank our coffee in the sharp morning air, and Celia told me about the hollow's history in a different register than she had before. Not the weight of it, the mechanism of it, but the texture of ordinary life in this place across the decades she had known it. She talked about the families who had stayed, and the families who had left, and the ones who had left and come back, which she said was always the most interesting category. The ones who came back, because they came back different from how they had left, and the hollow received the difference without comment and simply incorporated them into its ongoing record of the people who had been here and what they had carried. She talked about my father as a young man, his stubbornness, his quietness, his particular way of doing a thing correctly the first time or not beginning it at all, which she said had made him both a very good carpenter and a very difficult person to have a conversation with about anything he had not yet worked out to his own satisfaction. I laughed at that. An actual, unguarded laugh, the first one in months. Celia looked at me with something that was not quite a smile but was in the territory adjacent to one. She said he laughed like that too. Same register. He would have been glad to hear it. The frost had gone from the yard by the time I rose to leave, the pale silver of it replaced by the dark wet of thawed ground, and the kitchen garden shadow had shortened and shifted with the climbing sun, and the morning felt, in the way that certain mornings do, as though it had accomplished something. At the truck, I turned back. I asked her what happened to the jar, the empty one, the one I had returned to the shelf in the cold room. She said, "It stays on the shelf. Empty jars stay on the shelf. Empty jars stay on the shelf. That is part of the record too. The ones that have been opened, the circuits that have closed. Your jar will be there when the room is gone, if the room goes before you do. And it will have been there when you are gone, if you go before the room does. The hollow keeps its records in its own way, and the empty jars are as much a part of those records as the sealed ones." I asked how many empty jars were on those shelves. She thought for a moment. She said, "Including yours, 14. I drove back down the switchback slowly, the truck rocking on the clay road, thinking about 14. 14 people who had come back to this hollow, carrying something unresolved and had stood on their specific ground and said their honest sentence and had left their jar behind them on the shelf, empty and clean, as evidence of completion. My father had been one of them. I understood that now, fully, in the way I had understood individual pieces of it before, without yet having assembled them into their complete shape. He had come to Celia at 22, after the mining accident, after losing his father in the particular violent and senseless way that Hollow Country extracted its toll from the people who stayed in it. He had sat in that chair on the porch and carried his weight up the Tice Road and stood on his own specific ground and said his own honest sentence. And then he had spent the next 45 years learning the Hollow's nature, deeply enough to build a room that held it, and becoming, in his quiet and stubborn way, the person that other people came to when they needed to find the right ground to stand on. He had done for 63 people what Celia had done for him, what she had now done for me. I pulled out of the gap in the tree line at the bottom of the Tice Road and turned toward the hollow, and ahead through the bare trees the pale shape of the house was visible on its rise above the silver thawing field, and the lamp in the front window was still burning. And I drove toward it through the cold, bright morning with my father's note in my pocket and a small wrapped object in my jacket, and 14 empty jars in a cold room behind me, and a specific, clean, bearable weight of a true thing, fully felt settling into my chest like ground that has finally been properly drained. Still wet, still soft, but no longer dangerous, no longer undermining the structure above it. I packed my bag that evening, slowly, without urgency, and before I turned off the lamp in the front room, I stood for a moment in the amber circle it cast across the braided rug, and I said goodnight to the house, the way my father had taught me to say goodnight to a place you are leaving. Not as a farewell, but as a promissory note, an acknowledgement that the leaving is not permanent, and that the place will be here when you return, holding what it holds, keeping what it keeps, waiting with the patience of ground that has never been in a hurry. 11 months is a long time to watch yourself change in small ways. I returned to Charleston on a Thursday in late October, arriving after dark, carrying my bag up the stairs of the apartment building with the small wrapped object in my jacket pocket, and my father's note folded inside my notebook, and the specific, altered quality of the weight in my chest that I had stood in a frost-stiff field working out in the dark, and had not in the weeks since lost or misplaced or managed back into comfortable distance. The apartment felt different, not changed. Nothing in it had changed. The furniture was exactly where I had left it. The drainage report was still open on the desk where I had abandoned it. The kitchen was in the particular state of provisional order that a person living alone maintains when they are not expecting to care what anything looks like. But different in the way that a room feels different when you return to it after having been somewhere that required your full attention for the first time in years. Smaller perhaps, more temporary, more legible. I set my bag down and stood in the middle of the front room for a moment, orienting. Then I took the wrapped object from my pocket and carried it to the window that faced southwest, the direction of McDow County, of the hollow, of the gray farmhouse on its rise above the silver field, and I set it on the sill still wrapped, the way Celia had given it to me. I stood there for a moment with my hand on it. Then I untied the kitchen twine and folded back the dark cloth. Inside was a stone, flat, oval, river-smoothed, the color of old iron, the specific dark gray of the creek stones at the base of the eastern ridge. The ones I had heard in the dark the night I stood at the fence line, their sound the lowest register of the hollow's layered voice. It fit precisely in the palm of my hand, the way well-chosen stones do, its weight distributed evenly, its edges worn to a curve that settled against the fingers without requiring any adjustment. On one flat face, in the same black marker, the same forward-leaning hand, 2 words. Come back. Not a command, not a plea, a statement of confidence. The way my father had always communicated the things that mattered most to him, in plain declarative language that left no room for misinterpretation and required no emotional qualification because the plainness itself was the emotion. I set the stone on the southwest windowsill. I stood back and looked at it sitting there in the lamplight, dark and smooth and precisely weighted. And I understood what it was for, not as a talisman, not as a magical object in any sense that would require me to revise my understanding of how the physical world behaves, but as an anchor, a specific sensory point of return, a thing I could look at from across the room, or pick up and hold when the apartment felt too small and too temporary, and the managed distance began reassembling itself around the chest, the way it does for people who have spent years perfecting the assembly, and remember, without effort, what the ground under my boots felt like on a frost-stiff October night in a West Virginia hollow, when I finally said the thing I had been not saying. The drainage report took me 4 hours to complete the following morning. It was not a difficult report. I had done the site work before I left, had all the necessary measurements and soil assessments already notated. It was simply the writing of it that had been pending, the translation of observed data into professional language, and I sat at the desk and did it with a steadiness and a clarity that I noticed, and then noticed that I was noticing, and then let be what it was without requiring it to mean anything more complicated than that I had slept properly for the first time in months, and my mind was functioning the way a rested mind functions. I submitted it before noon. I called my colleague Sarah, who had sent 2 of the 3 messages I had not opened during my time in the hollow, and I told her I had been dealing with my father's estate, and was back now, and would be in the office the following week. She said she was glad I was back, and that she had been thinking about me, and the ordinary human warmth of that, the simple, unadorned fact of being thought about by someone who did not require anything from the thinking except that it be genuine, landed differently than it would have 4 weeks earlier. I told her I was glad too. The changes that followed over the next weeks and months were small. I want to be precise about that, because the temptation in writing this account is to describe a transformation, a before and after with a clean demarcation, the person I was and the person I became, the grief managed versus the grief honestly held. But that is not what happened, and I will not write it that way, because my father wrote 4 lines in plain language on a piece of notebook paper rather than elaborating them into something more impressive, and I understand now why he made that choice. The changes were small and specific and ongoing. I stopped working past 9 in the evening, not as a rule I imposed on myself, but because the work that had previously required late hours completed itself in regular hours, the way work does when the person doing it is not using it as a method of not being somewhere else. I bought a coffee maker that made coffee the way my father made it, strong, in large quantity, served in a heavy mug that had no significance except being the one closest to hand, and I drank it standing at the southwest window in the morning, looking at the stone on the sill and the direction it pointed. I called Celia Vance on a Sunday in December. She answered on the 3rd ring with a plain hello that contained no surprise and no performance of warmth, only the genuine article, and we talked for 40 minutes about nothing of particular consequence. The weather in the hollow, the condition of the Tice Road after the first snow, a structural question I had about the barn roof which I offered to assess on my next visit. And when I hung up, I sat with the phone in my hand for a moment, understanding that I had said next visit without deciding to, without negotiating with myself about whether it was practical or professionally advisable or emotionally manageable. I had simply said it because it was true. I began, sometime in February, to write this account, not because I had decided to write it. It began as notes, the same notebook I had carried in my jacket pocket through all of it, filled with the load-bearing lines of Celia's conversations and my own observations and the structural facts of 63 jars in a cold room, and 14 of them empty, and the precise weight of a flat oval stone that fits exactly in the palm of a hand. The notes accumulated. They began to want a shape. I gave them one. I worked on it in the evenings, at the kitchen table, with the stone visible on the windowsill from where I sat, and the lamp on beside the notebook, and the apartment quiet around me in the way that apartments are quiet when the person inside them has stopped using activity as a defense against stillness. Some nights I wrote for 2 hours. Some nights I wrote 1 sentence and then sat with it for a long time, turning it over, checking it for accuracy the way you check a load calculation. Not for elegance, not for impression, but for honesty, for whether it bears the weight it is claiming to bear without falsifying the numbers. The title arrived in March, on a night when the window behind the stone was showing the first suggestion of a different quality of darkness. Not winter dark, but the slightly warmer, slightly less absolute dark of a city beginning to move towards spring, and I had been sitting with a paragraph about the fence line and the frost-stiff grass and the 14 empty jars, and I looked up from the notebook and saw the stone on the sill and the direction it pointed, and the words came, plainly and without announcement, the way my father's words had always come. 3 words. Exactly right. I wrote them at the top of the first page. The grief had not gone. I want to say that clearly, as the final honest accounting of this section of the story. The grief for my father was present every morning and most evenings, and at irregular moments throughout the days in between. When I split wood, when I drank strong coffee from a heavy mug, when I heard a crow from somewhere above the city rooftops, when I looked at the bookmark I had brought back from the nightstand in the hollow and placed on my own nightstand in Charleston, still holding the place in a book I had ordered and received and begun reading from the beginning. But the grief had changed quality in the way I had stood in the frost of field working out. From the suffocating, unacknowledged weight of something suppressed to the clean, bearable, honest weight of something true that has been fully felt and therefore can be carried in the open, in the daylight, without requiring the constant expenditure of energy that suppression demands. My father had known this. He had built a room for it. He had kept a jar on the lowest shelf with my initial on it, and waited 21 years for me to be ready to come back and receive what he had kept for me. And then he had died, and I had come back anyway because the hollow had its own way of adjusting timelines, and the lamp had still been burning. I closed the notebook on the completed account on a night in late March, with the stone on the windowsill catching the lamplight, and the city quiet outside, and the southwest dark pointing the way back to a hollow that was, at that precise moment, either sleeping or listening, or simply being what it had always been. Ground that holds and keeps and waits, with the patience of a place that has never needed to hurry anyone toward their own honesty. I drove back in April, when the hollow was doing the thing it does in spring that no other season manages. The particular green of new leaf on Old Ridge, a color so specific and so brief that it exists for perhaps 2 weeks before deepening into the ordinary green of summer. And in those 2 weeks it is the most alive color I have ever seen anywhere. A green that is almost luminous, almost internal, as though the light is coming from inside the leaves rather than falling on them from above. I had not planned a specific date. I had simply woken one Thursday morning in the apartment, with the stone on the southwest windowsill catching the early light in a way it had not caught it before. The angle of the April sun different from the November sun, lower in the morning, more direct. And I had looked at it for a long moment over my coffee, and then I had called the office and arranged to work remotely for the following week, and packed a bag, and driven south before noon. The interstate gave way to smaller roads the way it always did, and the smaller roads gave way to the hollow road, and the hollow road gave way to the clay track past the second fork, and the house appeared on its rise the way it had appeared on every approach I had made to it in my life, with the patient, undemonstrative permanence of a structure built by someone who intended it to outlast them, and had done the work necessary to ensure that it would. I had arranged with Norma Tice to look in on the house through the winter. She had done more than look in on it. The porch had been swept, the windows cleaned, the woodpile restocked and retarped. Inside, the braided rug had been beaten and relaid, the kitchen surfaces wiped down, the stove cleared of the ash I had left in it when I packed my bag in October. The lamp on the side table was on. I stood in the front room and breathed in the smell of the house, wood smoke and thyme, and the particular mineral cold that came down from the ridge in early spring, before the season had fully committed to warmth, and felt the specific, settling recognition of a place that knows you, that has held a version of you in its walls and its floors and its accumulated air for as long as you have existed, and that does not require explanation or justification for your presence in it. I pulled my bag down. I made coffee. I carried it out to the porch and sat in the wooden chair that had always been there, the one with the uneven front leg that my father had shimmed with a folded matchbook and never properly repaired. And I looked out at the field where the fence posts were still leaning at their irregular angles, and the grass was coming back green and new between the frost-flattened remnants of last year's growth, and I let myself be entirely without management in the place I was. The following morning I drove up the Tice Road. The switchbacks were soft with spring mud, and I took them slowly, the truck's tires finding purchase in the tire tracks left by previous passages, and the trees on either side were in that brief luminous green, and the light coming through them was the light of a place briefly and completely alive. And I drove through it with the window down despite the cold, because the smell of it, new leaf and wet clay and creek water running fast with snowmelt from the upper ridges, was something I wanted, unmediated. Celia was in the kitchen garden when I pulled into the yard. She was kneeling at the near bed, working the winter straw back from the soil with her hands. Her dark cardigan exchanged for a lighter one, the color of old moss, and she looked up when she heard the truck, and rose with the careful, unhurried deliberateness of someone whose body requires negotiation in the mornings, but who's long since made peace with that negotiation. She pulled her gloves off and walked toward me. She looked at my face for a moment the way she always looked at my face, the careful, unhurried assessment, and then she said, "You look different." I told her I felt different. She said, not unrecognizably, just differently weighted. We had coffee on the porch, in the 2 worn chairs, with the spring hollow opening below the plateau and that brief luminous green, and the creek audible from here, in a way it had not been in October. Running higher, running faster, the snow melt giving it a voice it did not have in the dry cold of autumn. I told her I had finished the account. She asked if it had come out honest. I told her I believed it had, and that my father's method of plain declarative language without emotional qualification had been, in the end, the only method that worked for the material. She smiled at that. A full smile, unhurried, the real article. She said, he would have been insufferably pleased to hear that. I laughed, the same unguarded laugh as before, the same register, and she looked at me with the same expression as before. Not quite a smile, but adjacent, warm in the territory of it. And we sat with the laugh for a moment, and then let it settle. Before I left, I asked if I could go to the small structure. She said it was my father's room, and it was my inheritance, and I could go whenever I wished, and I did not need to ask. I drove back down to the hollow and walked across the yard in the April morning light to the small structure with its centered window and its cast iron hook beside the door, and I went inside. The cold was present, as it always was. The specific preserved cold of a room that holds its temperature independent of the season outside. Deep, inconsistent, and faintly mineral. The cold of kept things. The shelves held 63 jars. I found mine on the lowest shelf, 3rd from the left. Empty now, the paper gone. The lid screwed back on over nothing. The jar clean and clear and light in my hand when I picked it up. I stood with it for a moment, the empty jar in both hands, and looked at the other jars on the shelves. The sealed ones with their masking tape labels and their specific years and their initials in my father's forward-leaning hand, and the other empty ones scattered among them. 14 in total, including mine, clear and light and clean on their shelves, their circuits closed, their weight carried out onto specific ground and spoken honestly into hollow air and changed from suppressed to bearable, from unacknowledged to true. I set my jar back in its place. I walked out of the room and pulled the door closed behind me until the hasp seated properly, the way a door should close, fully, without gap, without the need for the wind to do the work of keeping it shut. The field lay open in the April light. The fence posts, leaning their familiar lean, the new grass coming up between the old growth and bright particular green, the creek running its snow-melt voice at the base of the eastern ridge. The ridge itself, wearing its 2-week luminous color against a sky that was the uncomplicated blue of a morning that is decided, without qualification, to be good. I walked to the fence line, not because the weight required it this time. The weight had changed, had been carried out and spoken and altered in its quality, and did not need the specific ground the way it had needed it in October. I walked to the fence line because it was the place where my father and I had worked together, once, on a thing that kept needing to be returned to, a thing that the ground kept on doing no matter how carefully it was done, and I wanted to stand in that place in the light rather than the dark, in the spring rather than the frost, and let it be what it simply was, a field. A fence, a ridge, a hollow, a house where a man had lived and worked and kept faith with the difficult and particular practice of tending the grief of a place and the people in it. I put my hand on the nearest post. It leaned under the light pressure, the way it had always leaned, the ground shifting and soft beneath it, the same ground that had been shifting the fence posts back out of true since before I was born, and would go on shifting them long after the house was gone, and the hollow had absorbed the last evidence of habitation back into its own patient body. I thought about coming back in the fall with proper tools and new posts and doing the work the ground required. Not in a single afternoon the way my father and I had done it that October evening with a wooden mallet and the optimism of people who do not yet understand the nature of the soil they are working in, but properly, with the knowledge of what the ground actually was and what it actually needed, which is a different kind of work entirely and takes longer and holds better. I did not make a promise about it. I simply thought about it, and the thinking had the quality of something that was going to become true in its own time, the way things do when they are the right things, and you have stopped trying to manage their timing. I let go of the post. I walked back across the field toward the house, through the new grass that was cool and wet against my boots, and behind me the hollow held everything it had always held. The weight of the people who had come here carrying unresolved things, the record of the ones who had stood on their specific ground and become honest, the cold room with its 63 jars, the empty ones and the sealed ones, the evidence of circuits closed and circuits still waiting, one flat oval stone that was no longer on a windowsill in Charleston but was in my jacket pocket now, the way a thing moves from one place to another when the place it was anchoring you toward has become the place you are. The house waited on its rise above the field. The lamp in the front window was on. I had left it burning when I came out this morning, the same amber circle across the braided rug, the same patient warmth against the April light, and I understood, walking toward it through the new grass, that this was what it meant to keep the lamp on, not the gesture of it, not the symbol of it, but the actual practice, the ongoing daily choice to maintain the light in the window that faces the direction the people you love went when they left, so that the window is never dark when they look back. My father had kept it for me. Now I kept it for the hollow and for the 14 empty jars, and for whoever would eventually turn off the interstate and follow the smaller roads down into the county and find the clay track past the second fork and arrive. Before 4 in the morning, or in the April light, or at any hour, the weight finally became more than one person ought to hold alone, at the end of a road that does not appear on any map, but is always exactly where it needs to be. The door was unlocked. It had always been unlocked. This concludes The Hollow Keeps. Thank you for trusting this story all the way to its last sentence. The March tree bleeds. The cemetery sits at the tree line where the gorge begins to rise, surrounded by Douglas fir and Oregon white oak, and in March the air carries cold river mist that settles against the skin like a second layer of clothing. The gravestones are old enough that some have no names left, only shapes worn smooth by 100 winters of Pacific rain. I have been trying to write this account for over a year, and every time I sit down to begin it, I find myself writing something else instead, a grocery list, an overdue email, notes for a work project that no longer matters the way it once did. My therapist says this is avoidance, and she is right, in the way that therapists are often technically right about things that are also beside the point. So, tonight I am going to write it. The window is open. The air coming off the street smells like rain on concrete, and the particular green smell of something growing too early in the season, and I am going to write it from the beginning, the way it actually happened, without softening anything. My name is Nora Callahan. I am 37 years old. I am a cartographer. I make maps, technical ones, for a geographic information firm in Portland that contracts primarily with state and county agencies. It is precise, quiet, solitary work, and I have always been well suited to it. I notice things. I measure things. I do not, as a professional habit, accept impressions I cannot verify. I want that on the record before anything else. I moved into the house on Keswick Road in late January of the year this happened. The house was a rental, a narrow 2-story craftsman built sometime in the 1920s, with original fir floors and a gas furnace that cycled on and off all night like something breathing in the walls. The rent was low for Portland, which should have been a question I asked about and did not. The answer, had I pressed the property manager, would have been simple. The house sat at the edge of a small historic cemetery, separated from it by nothing more than a low iron fence and about 15 feet of wet grass. I did not mind the cemetery. I want to be honest about that. I had grown up in a house in southeast Portland where the nearest neighbor had been a funeral home, and I had long since made my peace with the fact that the dead require real estate just as the living do. The cemetery on Keswick Road was old enough to be picturesque. Oregon white oaks along the eastern border, their branches the color of iron in the winter light, and rows of headstones that dated back to the 1860s, when this part of the gorge corridor had been logging country, and the graves were mostly young men. I moved in on a Saturday. The property manager, a tired-looking man named Dennis who smelled of instant coffee and drove a Subaru with a cracked windshield, handed me the keys on the front porch and pointed out the fuse box and the hot water heater, and told me that the side gate to the cemetery was technically private property and I should not use it. He said this in the same flat tone he used for everything else, and I nodded the way you nod when someone gives you information you are certain will never be relevant to your life. January in the Columbia Gorge is not a gentle month. The wind comes down from the east through the canyon with a velocity that feels personal, a sustained, bone-specific cold that is different from the wet cold of Portland proper. My first week in the house was spent largely indoors, unpacking boxes and learning the particular sounds of the building, the furnace cycling, the first floors contracting in the night cold, the iron fence of the cemetery border rattling when the wind came in from the river. I put up curtains. I bought a second-hand wool blanket at the Goodwill on Powell, and kept it folded over the arm of the couch, and in the evenings I would sit under it with tea gone lukewarm and listen to the wind and feel. For the first time in several months, something close to settled. I had moved to Keswick Road because my previous apartment, the one I had shared for 4 years with a man named Daniel, had become uninhabitable in every way that did not show up on an inspection report. Daniel and I had ended things in November, not badly, which is sometimes worse, I think, than ending things badly. Badly gives you something to push against. We had simply looked at each other one evening over dinner and understood simultaneously that we had been two people keeping each other company through their loneliness rather than two people who were actually less lonely together, and that this was not the same thing, and that we had both known it for longer than either of us had admitted. He moved to his sister's place in Beaverton. I stayed in the apartment for 6 weeks, which was about 5 weeks and 6 days too long. And then I found the listing on Keswick Road and signed the lease the same afternoon. So I was not in a state of grief, exactly. I was in a state of aftermath. That particular low-grade colorlessness that follows the end of something that was not quite right, but was nonetheless real and warm and mine. I was sleeping poorly. I was eating at my desk. I was doing my work with full competence and zero interest, which is a condition I have always been able to maintain and which I am not proud of. The tree I noticed on my 3rd day in the house. I noticed it, the way you notice something that is wrong with a map before you can identify specifically what the wrongness is. A shape that does not fit the surrounding shapes, a color that has no business being where it is. The cemetery in January was all gray and brown and the dark green of the Douglas firs pressing in from the north side, and in the middle of that monochrome landscape, at the far eastern edge near the oak trees, there was a tree that was the wrong kind of bare. Most leafless trees in winter are bare. in the way dead things are bare. A neutral absence. This tree was bare differently. Its branches were dense and reaching, and the bark was a pale, almost white color that caught even the flat January light and held it strangely. And the branches were covered in buds. Tight, closed, clustered so thickly along each branch that the tree looked less like something dormant and more like something that was waiting. I stood at my kitchen window for probably 2 minutes, which is a long time to stand at a kitchen window looking at a tree, and then I thought about the work file I had left open on my laptop and went back to it. The tree stayed at the edge of my attention, the way a sound you cannot identify stays at the edge of your hearing. It was there every time I looked out the kitchen window, pale and patient and wrong, and I kept not thinking about it in the deliberate way that means you are thinking about nothing else. February passed the way February in the gorge always passes. Rain, wind, a week of ice fog that turned the cemetery into something out of a Victorian photograph, and then rain again. I went to work. I came home. I made soup from a can or pasta with jarred sauce and ate it standing at the kitchen counter looking out at the cemetery, because I had not yet bought a proper table, and eating on the couch with a wool blanket felt like a concession to something I was not ready to concede. The tree did not change. The buds stayed closed. I told myself this was because of the cold. I knew very little about flowering trees specifically, but I understood in a general way that they were sensitive to temperature, to light, to conditions that had to be precisely right before they would open. It was a reasonable explanation. It satisfied the part of my mind that required explanations. Late February, I started running again, something I had let lapse during the apartment months. The road along the cemetery border was quiet in the early mornings, and I would run its length and then loop back. And each time I passed the eastern edge of the fence, I would glance toward the pale tree and note, without stopping, that nothing had changed. On the last day of February, something had. I had looped back along the cemetery side of the road at 6:30 in the morning, and when I glanced toward the tree, I saw that one of the lower branches had a single bud that was fractionally, almost imperceptibly more open than the others. Not open, just open enough to suggest the possibility of opening. A color that had been entirely hidden was beginning to show at the edges of the bud casing. And even from 30 feet away, in the gray gorge morning light, I could see that the color was not white and it was not pink. It was red. Not a soft red. Not the pale watercolor red of an ordinary Japanese cherry in early spring. This was a red the color of something that had happened recently. The color of something that had not yet dried. I stopped running. I stood at the fence and looked at it for longer than I should have, my breath making small clouds in the cold air, my heart doing something that had nothing to do with the run. And then I told myself it was just a variety I had not seen before. There are hundreds of cultivated cherry varieties. I did not know them all. The color was probably a visual artifact of the low light. I went inside and made coffee and did not look out the kitchen window for the rest of the morning, but the red stayed with me through the day like a splinter I could not find, present, specific, and impossible to dismiss. As the pale tree held its closed fists of red against the gray February sky, and the cemetery settled into its particular morning quiet beyond the iron fence, I found myself doing something I had not planned to do. I called in late to work and stood at the kitchen window with my second cup of coffee, watching. I told myself I was simply taking a slow morning. I had accumulated enough overtime in the previous months that my supervisor, a careful woman named Bridget who communicated primarily through emails marked low priority, would not notice or care. I was allowed a slow morning. People took slow mornings all the time. What I was actually doing was watching the tree. The light changed as the morning moved, the flat gray of early gorge mornings giving way to a slightly warmer gray, the kind that suggested the sun existed somewhere behind the cloud cover, even if it had no intention of appearing. The cemetery absorbed the light the way old stone absorbs everything, slowly, incompletely, keeping most of what it receives, The Douglas firs along the northern border held the darkness longer than everything else, and the white oaks along the eastern edge stood in their bare winter arrangement, and among them, at the corner where the fence turned and the oldest section of the cemetery began, the pale tree waited. I had looked up ornamental cherries the night before. I had not intended to, but I had found myself at my laptop after dinner, the work file minimized, typing search terms into a browser with the focused attention I usually reserved for map projection problems. There were, as I had suspected, hundreds of cultivated prunus varieties. The Kanzan, the Shirofugen, the Taihaku, pink varieties, white varieties, varieties that bloomed so early they often caught the last frosts and lost their petals within days. There were a handful of varieties that ran toward deeper color. A burgundy-leafed cultivar, a few that produced blooms the color of old roses. None of them were the color I had seen on that bud, not one. I closed the laptop and washed my cup and went to bed and lay in the dark listening to the furnace cycle through its breathing, and I thought, with the particular clarity that comes just before sleep, that I had probably misread the color in the low light. The mind wants to make things significant. It is one of the mind's least useful habits. The next morning, I went into the cemetery. I want to be precise about my reasons, because I have spent considerable time examining them in the months since. I was not frightened. I was not drawn by anything I would describe as a compulsion. I was a cartographer who had identified an anomaly on a surface she was beginning to understand, and I wanted a closer look. That is the most honest account I can give. The side gate was unlocked, which surprised me. Dennis had described it as private, which I had understood to mean secured. The latch was a simple iron lever, cold enough through my glove that I felt the temperature of it against my palm, and it lifted without resistance. The gate swung inward on hinges that needed oil, a sound like a question being asked in a language you once knew. The cemetery was larger inside than it appeared from the road or from my kitchen window. This is a property of old cemeteries in the gorge. They occupy the land with a different logic than the living do, spreading along the natural contours of the ground rather than imposing a grid upon them. The paths between the graves were gravel over packed earth, softened by winter rain to a surface that gave slightly underfoot, and my steps were quieter than I expected. The air smelled of wet soil and the specific cold greenness of moss on stone. I walked slowly. I was not in a hurry to reach the tree, and I was aware, in the careful methodical part of my mind, that I was also not in a hurry because this was a cemetery and moving through it quickly felt wrong in a way I did not want to examine too closely. The older headstones were in the eastern section, which is where the tree stood. I passed through the newer graves first. Granite markers from the 1980s and 90s, some with photographs sealed behind small oval covers, some with plastic flowers faded to the color of old receipts. Then older marble, carved in a more elaborate style, names and dates and the compressed biographies that Victorian stone carvers managed in 3 lines or fewer. Beloved wife, faithful servant, called home. The ground changed texture as I moved further east. The gravel paths gave way to something less maintained, and the graves here were spaced further apart, as though the dead in this section had required more room, or had simply arrived first and taken what they needed before anyone thought to organize things. The headstones here were sandstone mostly, which does not hold in the Pacific Northwest climate the way granite does. The inscriptions were suggestions rather than statements, shapes that had once been letters, eroded to the point where you could feel them more easily than you could read them. I ran my gloved finger along one as I passed. The stone was cold enough to feel wet without being wet, and beneath my finger I could make out what might have been a name beginning with the letter M, and a date in the 1870s, and nothing else. The tree was ahead of me. I could see it between the oaks, its pale branches catching the morning light with that particular quality I had noticed from the window. Not quite luminescence, but an unwillingness to be dim. Up close, the bark was more textured than it appeared from a distance. The surface was pale and papery, marked with the horizontal lenticels common to cherry trees, but also with something else, a darker patterning beneath the pale outer layer, visible in the places where the bark had cracked slightly with age, like a bruise showing through skin. The buds were extraordinary. That is the only accurate word. They covered every branch in dense clusters, each one tightly sealed, each one showing at its tip that deep and specific red. Standing beneath the canopy, even bare as it was, I had the impression of something intensely concentrated, as though the tree had been gathering itself for a very long time and was not yet finished. I reached out. I am not certain why. It was the same impulse that makes you press a bruise or run your tongue along a sore tooth. Not masochism exactly, but a need to establish the reality of something through contact. My fingertip touched the nearest bud. The pain was immediate and precise. A sharp point of it that traveled up my finger and into my wrist before I had time to pull back. I withdrew my hand with a sound I was not aware of making, and looked at my fingertip. A small bead of blood had gathered at the center of the pad, bright and round, and for a moment I looked at it with the detached attention of someone who was not yet fully registered what has happened. Then I looked at the bud. There was blood on it, a small amount transferred at the moment of contact, and as I watched it, the red disappeared, not wiped away, not dripping, simply absorbed into the surface of the bud with a speed and completeness that made my stomach contract. I took a step back. I was aware of my own breathing, the sound of it in the cold, still air of the cemetery. Too loud and too fast. I looked at my finger again. The small wound was already closing, the way small wounds do, the blood darkening at the edges. I pressed my thumb against it and held the pressure in thought, with the strange, mundane sideways slide of a mind refusing its own conclusions, that I had not yet started the laundry and I needed doing before Thursday. I stood there for a moment longer, holding my thumb against my finger, listening to the oaks settle in a light wind off the river. Then I heard footsteps on the gravel. She was moving along the path that ran behind the older headstones, a woman whose age I could not immediately determine with any precision, somewhere in that range beyond 70, where the specific number stops mattering and what you notice instead is the quality of how a person moves through space. She moved carefully, but not slowly, with the attention of someone who knows exactly where the uneven ground is, because she has been navigating it for years. Her coat was dark wool, her hair white and pinned back, and she was carrying nothing. She did not appear startled to find me there. She stopped at a distance of perhaps 20 feet and regarded me with an expression I could not immediately classify, not unfriendly but not warm either. Attentive, the way a person looks at something they have been expecting to see. I said good morning, because it seemed like the right thing to say, and my voice came out steadier than I felt. She did not return the greeting. She looked at my hand, the thumb pressed against the fingertip, the posture of someone managing a small injury, and then she looked at the tree. Something moved through her expression that I did not have a name for. You touched it, she said. It was not a question. There was something sharp, I said. I did not see a thorn. There are no thorns, she said. She looked at the tree for a moment longer, then back at me. You are in the house on Keswick Road. I confirmed that I was. She nodded, a single downward movement of her head, as though this information completed something she had been calculating. She did not offer her name. I did not ask for it, which is unlike me, and which I have thought about since. The March tree, she said, and her voice had shifted, not louder, but more deliberate, the way a person speaks when they are choosing each word from a specific and limited selection. It has not bloomed yet this year. No, I agreed. She looked at me for a long moment. The wind moved through the oaks above us, a sound like distant water. It will, she said. She turned and walked back along the path the way she had come, her dark coat moving between the headstones. and within a few seconds the distance and the angle of the oaks had absorbed her entirely, and I was alone with the tree and the quiet and the small, bright ache in my fingertip. I walked back to the gate and let myself out and stood on the road for a moment, breathing the cold gorge air. The laundry, I thought again. It genuinely needed doing. I did not think about the fact that I had not told her which house was mine. That evening, I sat with the wool blanket across my lap and the window dark behind me, and I could not stop returning to one specific fact. She had known exactly where I lived before I said a single word about it. As the old woman's certainty settled into the days that followed, like river silt settling after a flood, patient and permanent and changing the composition of everything it touched, I found myself doing what I always do when something resists my understanding. I started keeping notes. This is a professional habit. On any mapping project where the data does not resolve cleanly, where the survey coordinates contradict the historical record, or where a boundary line on paper refuses to correspond to what the ground is actually doing, I open a fresh document and begin recording observations in the order they occurred, without interpretation, without hierarchy. The discipline of sequencing forces a kind of honesty. You cannot retrofit significance onto something you have already written down in plain language with a timestamp. I opened a document on my laptop and titled it Keswick Notes, and began with the date of my first morning at the kitchen window, and worked forward from there. The color of the bud, the unlocked gate, the texture of the sandstone under my gloved finger, the wound that appeared without a thorn, the blood that disappeared into the surface of the bud, as though the bud had been waiting for precisely that. And then the woman. Her coat, her stillness, the way she had looked at my hand before she looked at anything else. You are in the house on Keswick Road. I wrote that down and looked at it for a while and then wrote beneath it. I did not tell her. She already knew. Then I closed the laptop and thought about the quarterly deliverable I owed Bridget by the end of the week, which was still not finished, and which was the sort of thing that had genuine consequences if I let it slide. I made another cup of tea. I sat with it at the kitchen table and looked at the window, and beyond it, in the early dark of a Pacific Northwest March evening, I could see almost nothing of the cemetery, just the suggestion of the fence line and further back, the darker shape of the oaks against a sky that held the last gray light of the day like a bruise holding color. I could not see the tree from this angle in the dark. I was aware that this should have been a relief and was not quite one. The work week moved forward. I finished the quarterly deliverable and sent it to Bridget and went back to the current project, which was a survey of access road conditions in McDow County, the sort of detailed, granular work that requires sustained attention and rewards it with a result that is either correct or incorrect, with nothing ambiguous in between. I found the work steadying in the way I always find it steadying. The county roads either existed or they did not. The elevation data either matched the survey or it required correction. There was nothing in the data that watched me from across a fence. On the fourth morning after my visit to the cemetery, I looked out the kitchen window and saw that the tree had changed, not dramatically. I want to be precise about this because the change was not the kind that announces itself. The buds were slightly larger, or rather, they were the same size but held differently on the branch, as though some internal pressure had increased and the buds were accommodating it by adjusting their angle, tilting fractionally more toward whatever light the March sky was providing. And the red at the tips was deeper, not brighter, deeper. The difference between a color that is reaching its full intensity and a color that has already surpassed it and is moving into something that does not have a common name. I noted this in the Keswick document with a timestamp and a brief physical description, and then I went to work. That afternoon on my lunch break, I searched the historical records for the Keswick Road Cemetery. This is the kind of research I am equipped to do efficiently because the skills that make a good cartographer, patience with primary sources, comfort with incomplete data, the ability to read a document for what it is not saying as carefully as for what it is. Transfer cleanly to archival work. The cemetery had a name, Riverside Memorial Gardens, which was an optimistic name for what was essentially a small rural burial ground that had stopped accepting new residents sometime in the 1950s when the county consolidated its cemetery administration and began directing families to the larger facility near Troutdale. The earliest recorded interments dated to 1861. The cemetery had been established by a small Methodist congregation that no longer existed, on land donated by a logging family whose name appeared on 7 of the oldest headstones in the eastern section. There had been a caretaker program administered by the County Historical Society, which had lapsed in the late 90s due to funding cuts. The fence and the gate were maintained by a neighborhood association that filed paperwork with the county every 3 years and appeared, based on the filing dates, to do very little else. There was no record of the tree. This was not conclusive. Planting records for ornamental trees in small historic cemeteries are not the kind of thing that makes it into county databases with any consistency. But I searched the Historical Society's digitized archive of the cemetery, which included a photographic survey from 1972, and I looked at every image of the eastern section, and the tree was present in the photographs. Unmistakably the same tree, the same pale bark, the same dense branching structure, but it was not labeled, not noted, not mentioned in the accompanying survey text. Someone had planted it and left no record of having done so. I noted this in a Keswick document and ate the second half of my sandwich and looked out the office window at the parking structure across the street. And I thought about the woman in the dark coat and the precise and selected way she had spoken, and the fact that she had been in the cemetery at 7:30 on a cold March morning, as though she had every reason to be there and no obligation to explain it. I thought about going back. I spent 2 more days not going back, which is a different thing from deciding not to go back. I ran my morning routes along the cemetery road and looked toward the tree each time I passed, and noted the changes with the part of my mind that records things before the rest of the mind has decided what to do with them. The buds were opening, not fully. Not the wide, extravagant opening of a cherry tree in peak bloom, but cracking at the edges, showing more of the interior color with each passing morning, the red deepening towards something I had no comparative reference for. On the 6th day, I found the second anomaly. I had not intended to go into the cemetery. I had run my route and come back and showered and made breakfast, and I was at the kitchen table with my laptop open to the county road survey, when I happened to look at the window and saw that one of the lower branches of the tree had a single fully open blossom. One. Among the hundreds of still closed buds, a single flower had opened in the night, and even from this distance, even through the window glass and the 30 feet of wet morning air between us, the color was unambiguous. It was the color of a fresh cut, the specific and functional red of something that has just been opened. I went into the cemetery. The gate latch was cold, the gravel was wet from overnight rain, and my footsteps were quieter than usual, and the air between the headstones had the particular stillness that follows rain, a stillness that is not the absence of sound, but the temporary suspension of it, as though the world is holding what it knows. I walked to the eastern section without looking at the newer graves. I had stopped seeing them by this point. The open blossom was on a branch at approximately chest height on the south-facing side of the tree, where it would receive the most light. I stood in front of it and looked at it carefully for a long time without touching it. The petals were larger than I had expected. Cherry blossoms are delicate things as a rule, almost translucent at their edges, built for brevity. These petals had a different quality, thicker, with a slight waxy surface that caught the flat morning light and held it rather than diffusing it. 5 petals, the standard configuration, arranged around a center that was darker than the petals, a deep concentrated red-brown, like the very center of a bruise, and the petals were wet. I looked up. The branch above was bare and dry. The rain had stopped hours ago, and the weak March sun had already cleared most of the surface moisture from the tree. The surrounding branches, the headstones nearby, the gravel at my feet, all dry. There was no source for the moisture on the petals. I crouched and looked more closely without touching. The liquid was not distributed the way rainwater distributes, pooling in the lowest point of a surface and running toward edges. It was coming from within the petals, seeping outward through the surface the way moisture seeps through certain kinds of stone, slowly, evenly, as though the petal itself were saturated with it. I stood up and stepped back and became aware that my own hands were very cold inside my gloves, and that I had been crouching for longer than I realized, because my knees ached when I straightened. I stood there in the cold quiet of the eastern section, surrounded by the sandstone markers with their lost names, and I looked at the single open blossom of a tree that had no record of being planted, and I thought, with a clarity that I can only describe as arriving from outside myself, that the first anomaly and the second anomaly were connected by something I had not yet identified. That was when I heard the gravel shift behind me. I turned. She was there. The woman in the dark coat, standing at the edge of the gravel path 10 feet away, watching me with that same attentive expression that was not unfriendly and not warm, and that I had been thinking about, in the background of my thinking, for 6 days. "You came back," she said. "Yes," I said. She looked at the tree. Her expression changed in the small and specific way that expressions change when a person sees something they have been monitoring and finds it has progressed exactly as expected. "One open," she said, "not to me." "Only the one," I confirmed. She was quiet for a moment. The oaks moved above us in the light gorge wind off the river. I waited because something in her manner made waiting feel like the correct thing to do, as though she were a document I needed to read at its own pace rather than mine. "How is your hand?" she said finally. I looked down at my right hand, still gloved. The fingertip had healed cleanly within 2 days, as small wounds do. There was nothing to report. "Fine," I said. "It healed." She nodded. One of those single downward nods that completed a calculation I was not party to. "They always do," she said. "At first." The wind moved through the oaks again, and somewhere in the newer section of the cemetery a crow landed on a granite marker and then thought better of it and lifted away, and I stood in the cold morning air with the word "always," and the words at first sitting in my chest like 2 stones dropped into still water, the rings from each one moving outward and beginning to intersect. "What does that mean?" I asked. She looked at me for a long moment. Her eyes were a faded blue, the color of sky in an old photograph, and they held a quality I had not encountered in a person's face before. Not wisdom exactly, and not sorrow exactly, but the specific and exhausted clarity of someone who has watched something happen more than once and has run out of ways to feel surprised by it. "Come back at the end of the week," she said, "when more have opened." She turned and walked away along the gravel path, moving carefully between the headstones, and I watched her go and did not call after her, and did not ask her name, and did not ask her name, and did not ask how she knew the rate at which the blossoms were opening, because the part of my mind that generates questions had gone very quiet. I walked back to the gate and let myself out. My fingertip was aching. A faint, deep ache, well below the surface of the skin. The kind of ache that belongs to something older than the wound I could remember receiving. I pressed my thumb against it through the glove and kept walking. Something in me understood by the time I reached my front door that the question was no longer whether the 2 anomalies were connected. It was what else was connected to them that I had not yet thought to look for. As the single open blossom held its wet and specific red against the pale bark of the March tree, and the old woman's words settled into the week that followed with the slow authority of water finding its level, I began to notice what was happening to my body. Not dramatically, not all at once. I want to be precise about this, in the way I have been trying to be precise about everything. because imprecision is how you lose the thread of something that matters, and this matters in ways I am still measuring. The first thing I noticed was the sleep. I had been sleeping poorly since November, since the apartments in Staniel, since the long 6 weeks of existing in a space that had stopped belonging to me before I left it. Poor sleep had become my baseline, a condition I had adjusted to the way you adjust to a noise your building makes. Present, noted, incorporated. But the sleep that came to me in the week following my second visit to the cemetery was different in quality from ordinary poor sleep. I was not lying awake. I was not cycling through the shallow, unsatisfying half-rest I'd grown accustomed to. I was falling asleep at normal hours and waking 8, sometimes 9 hours later with a tiredness that the sleep had done nothing to address, a tiredness that was already present when I opened my eyes, as though it had been installed during the night rather than relieved by it. I noted this in the Keswick document with the same flat language I used for everything else. Fatigue increasing, quality of sleep changed. The second thing was my appetite. I was eating less, not through intention, not through the deliberate restriction that had characterized some of my harder months, but through a simple absence of hunger. Food presented itself, and I consumed a portion of it and set the rest aside, and my body registered no protest. I noted this as well. The third thing I noticed on the fourth morning after my second visit to the cemetery, when I stood at the bathroom mirror before my shower and looked at my face with the direct attention you rarely give your own reflection, and saw that I was pale in a way I had not been the week before. Not ill pale, not the pale of a fever or a deficiency. Something more specific than that. The color had not drained from my face so much as it had become more concentrated in certain places and absent in others. The way light behaves in a room where one window has been partially covered. I stood at the mirror for longer than usual. I thought about whether I had been getting enough water. I thought about whether the gorge climate, damper and colder than central Portland, was affecting me in ways I had not anticipated. I thought, with the specific relevance of a mind sidestepping its own conclusions, that I needed to replace the bathroom light bulb because the current one had a slightly yellow cast that was probably distorting what I was seeing. I noted the pallor in the Keswick document and went to work. That afternoon, during the 20 minutes I allowed myself between the morning survey work and the afternoon's data processing, I went back to the historical archive and searched more specifically. I had been searching for records of the tree. Now I searched for something adjacent, for any documented history of the cemetery itself that went beyond the administrative record, any account that treated the place as something other than a managed municipal asset. The County Historical Society's digital archive was not comprehensive, but it was deeper than most. It had been assembled over several decades by a succession of volunteer archivists whose thoroughness varied considerably, and navigating it required the same kind of patient lateral thinking that good cartographic research requires, following adjacencies rather than direct paths, looking for the document that references the document you actually want. I found it in a collection of donated materials from an estate, cataloged under the broad heading of Local History, Gorge Corridor, and dated to the 1930s. It was a typoscript. Someone had transcribed it from what the catalog notes describe as a handwritten journal, original not retained, and it was not about the cemetery directly. It was about the land. The author was a woman named Edith Marsh, who had lived in the Gorge Corridor from approximately 1910 until her death in 1944. The typoscript covered roughly 30 years of observations, weather patterns, plant behavior, the behavior of the river in flood years, notes on the human activity of the area. It was the record of a serious observer, and I recognized the habit of mind immediately because it was close to my own. Edith Marsh had written about the tree. She did not call it the March tree. She called it the Blood Blossom, which was a name she attributed to the older farming families in the area, the ones who had been in the Gorge Corridor long enough to have watched it flower and refrain from flowering across multiple generations. She wrote about it with the careful language of someone who has observed something that resists ordinary categorization and has made her peace with reporting what she saw, rather than explaining it. "The tree blooms in March," she wrote, "or it does not bloom at all. In the years it does not bloom, the winter has been ordinary and the spring arrives without incident. In the years it blooms, something has fed it." She used that word, fed. She did not elaborate on the mechanism, but she wrote around it with the precision of someone who understood it and was choosing not to commit the understanding to the official record. She noted that the families who had lived closest to the cemetery, on the road that would become Keswick Road, had a tradition of not going near the tree in March. Not a prohibition, exactly. A practice. The way certain practices become established in a community without anyone sitting down to establish them, because the accumulated experience of several generations has made the practice obvious. She wrote one other thing that I read 3 times before I closed the archive tab. "The tree does not take from the dead," she wrote. "The dead have already given everything. It takes from the living, and only from those who come to it willingly, and only from those who have something in them that resembles what it needs." She had underlined the last clause, or the transcriptionist had noted an underline in the original. I could not determine which. I sat with that sentence in the middle of my ordinary open-plan office, surrounded by the ordinary sounds of my colleagues working, the ordinary smell of the coffee that someone had burned in the break-room kitchen, the ordinary flat light of a Portland March afternoon coming through the windows that faced the parking structure, and I felt something move through my chest that was not quite fear and was not quite recognition, but occupied the territory between them, something that resembles what it needs. I thought about November. I thought about the apartment and Daniel and the 6 weeks of existing in a space that had become uninhabitable. I thought about the particular quality of what I had been carrying since then. Not grief. I had always resisted calling it grief because nothing had died, except that something had, and I had known it had, and I had been carrying the weight of that unnamed death through every ordinary day since. I thought about the way the woman in the dark coat had looked at my hand before she looked at anything else. I closed the laptop and put on my coat and walked out of the office 40 minutes before the end of the workday, which I had not done once in 11 years of employment, and I drove back to Keswick Road. The cemetery was quiet in the late afternoon. The light at that hour in the gorge in early March comes in at a low angle from the southwest, and it catches the pale surfaces of things, the lighter headstones, the white bark of the birches along the road, and the pale trunk of the March tree, and holds them in a quality of illumination that is almost amber but not warm. A cold gold, a light that makes things visible without making them feel seen. I stood at the gate and looked toward the eastern section and counted the open blossoms. There were 7. 6 more had opened since my last visit 4 days ago, and they covered the lower and middle branches of the tree in that deep specific red that I now had a name for in my own internal vocabulary. Even if I had not written a name in the Keswick document, the wet sheen was visible on each one from this distance. The tree looked, in the cold amber light of the late afternoon, like something that had recently fed. I stood at the gate and did not go in. This was not a decision I made consciously. My hand was on the latch and I stood there, and I became aware that my heart was doing something particular, not racing, not lurching, but beating with a new deliberateness, as though it had been made aware of itself and was now performing rather than simply functioning. I noticed my own breathing, short and shallow and very quiet, the way breathing becomes when a body is listening. I thought about the deliverable I had sent to Bridget, which she had acknowledged with a reply marked low priority that said looks good and nothing else. I thought about whether I had renewed my renter's insurance. I stood at the gate of the Keswick Road Cemetery in the cold gorge afternoon and thought about my renter's insurance, with a focus that would have been comical if I could have observed it from outside, myself. Then I thought about Edith Marsh, dead since 1944, and the word she had chosen with such deliberateness, Fed. I took my hand off the latch. I walked back to the house and sat at the kitchen table and opened the Kazakh document and added 3 entries. The fatigue. The pallor. The sentence from Edith Marsh's typescript that I had now committed to memory with the involuntary precision of the mind retaining what it finds most dangerous to forget. Then I added a 4th entry, which I had not planned to add, and which I sat looking at for a long time after I wrote it. It began 12 days ago, I wrote. When I touched the bud, the ache in my fingertip had not gone away. It had changed, softened from the sharp immediacy of a wound into something older and deeper. A low, persistent pull that I felt most acutely in the mornings, before I was fully awake, in the threshold between sleep and consciousness, where the body reports honestly before the mind has the chance to manage the report. I pressed my thumb against it now, and felt the pull answer back, steady and patient, and I sat in the kitchen with the cemetery at my back, and the Kazakh document open on the table, and the cold coming in around the window frame that I kept meaning to reseal. And I understood, with the complete and grounded certainty that arrives not as a conclusion but as an arrival, that whatever the tree had taken from me on the morning I touched it had not stopped. It had simply not hurried. And that night, for the first time, I dreamed of the tree in full bloom, all the buds open at once, the red so deep it was nearly black, and somewhere in the dream the sound of my own heartbeat slowing to match a rhythm that was not mine, as the dream dissolved into the gray early light of another gorge morning, and the rhythm that had replaced my own heartbeat in the dark receded like a tide pulling back from shore. I lay in bed and did not move for a long time. This is not something I do. I am a person who wakes with intention. Feet on the floor, kettle on. The day's first task already forming in the mind before the body has fully arrived. Daniel used to say I treated mornings like a project to be managed, which he meant as a mild criticism, and which I received as a description of a quality I had no particular desire to change. But that morning I lay still in the narrow craftsman bedroom with the furnace cycling through its breathing and the gray light building slowly against the curtains, and I let the dream sit with me the way you sometimes must let a document sit before you can read it accurately. The tree in the dream had been in full bloom, every bud open, the color so saturated it had moved past the register of red into something that had no name in the spectrum I knew. And underneath it, half visible in a way that things in dreams are half visible, present without being seen. There had been something in the ground. Not a grave, exactly, not a marker. A presence in the soil that the roots of the tree were continuous with, that the tree was in some sense an expression of, the way a river is an expression of the watershed that feeds it, and in the dream I had not been frightened. That was the part I lay with longest. I had stood beneath the blooming tree in the deep of a dream, and felt something I could only describe, in the flat language of the Kazakh document, as recognition, as though the tree and I were parties to an agreement I had made before I was old enough to understand what I was signing. I got up eventually, made coffee, stood at the kitchen window and looked at the cemetery and counted the blossoms without meaning to. 11 now. The tree was perhaps a third of the way to full bloom, and the blossoms covered the lower branches in dense clusters that moved faintly in the gorge wind off the river, and their movement was wrong. Not the light, responsive movement of ordinary petals in a breeze, but something slower and more deliberate, as though the blossoms were not reacting to the wind but participating in it. I turned away from the window and sat at the kitchen table with my coffee and opened the Kazakh document and read everything I had written since January in the order I had written it. This took 20 minutes. When I finished, I closed the document and sat with my hands around the warm mug and did something I had not done since the month after Daniel left. I thought about my mother. Her name was Caroline. She died 4 years before the events I am describing. From a cardiac event that her doctors had been expecting for 2 years, and that arrived anyway as a complete surprise, because the mind does not prepare for things it cannot accept regardless of how much information it has been given. She was 61 years old. She had been a botanical illustrator, technical, precise, beautiful work, the documentation of living things with a fidelity that required you to understand what you were drawing from the inside out. She had taught me to look at things carefully before I looked at them quickly. She had taught me that a map is only as honest as the attention given to its source material. She had also been the person I called when something was wrong. Not always to ask for help, often just to report. The way I reported things in the Keswick document, without interpretation, without hierarchy, in the order they occurred. She had been a good receiver of reports. She asked the right questions, which were usually not the questions I expected. And she had a quality of attention that made you feel that what you were describing was both significant and manageable, which is the most useful combination of feelings a person in difficulty can be given. I had not found another person who received reports that way. I had tried, and the years since she died, and the trying had produced several relationships that were warm and real and ultimately insufficient, of which Daniel was only the most recent. I had understood this about all of them while they were happening, and I had continued anyway, because insufficient warmth is still warmth, and I had been cold for a long time. I sat with my hands around the cooling coffee and understood, with a clarity that the dream had somehow made available to me, that this was what I had been carrying since November. Not the loss of Daniel specifically, but the loss of the thing I had been hoping Daniel would be, a person who could receive a report and ask the question I had not thought to ask myself. The grief was not for him. The grief was for the habit of reaching, and the reaching finding nothing. And beneath that grief, older and larger, the grief for my mother, which I had processed with great competence and thoroughness, and which I had apparently not processed at all. I noted this in the Keswick document in plain language. Then I noted something else that I had been avoiding noting. My mother had been a botanical illustrator. She had spent 40 years of her working life in close, sustained, loving attention to living plants. She had known more about the behavior of flowering trees than anyone I had ever met. She had specifically known about ornamental cherries, their varieties, their bloom cycles, their requirements. She had illustrated 3 species of prunus for a University Press botanical survey in the 1990s, work that was still in print and that I had a copy of on my bookshelf in the other room. I got up and retrieved the book. It was a large format paperback, the kind of academic press production that prioritizes accuracy over aesthetics, and my mother's illustrations occupied the right-hand pages, while the botanical descriptions occupied the left. I turned to the prunus section and read slowly, the way she had taught me to read primary sources, attending to what was there rather than looking for what I expected to find. The standard cherry species were there, the cultivated varieties, the bloom cycle information, the habitat notes, the distributional data. I turned each page carefully and read everything, including the footnotes, which my mother had always said contained more of the truth than the main text. In the footnotes to the section on Prunus cerulate, the Japanese flowering cherry, the most commonly cultivated ornamental, there was a single paragraph that she had flagged in the copy I owned, with a small penciled mark in the margin that was her standard notation for something she considered important. The paragraph described documented historical cases of cherry cultivars exhibiting anomalous bloom coloration in soil with high organic content, specifically in soil that had been enriched by long-term decomposition of biological material. The coloration in these cases, the footnote noted, tended toward the darker end of the red spectrum. The author of the botanical text, not my mother, she had only provided the illustrations, described this as a poorly understood phenomenon, and noted that the affected trees exhibited unusual vitality despite their anomalous appearance. Unusual vitality. I sat with the book open on the kitchen table and looked at my mother's illustration of Prunus cerulata on the facing page. She had rendered it in the full detail of early spring bloom. The petals transparent at their edges, the stamens individually articulated, the branch bark with its characteristic horizontal lenticels. She had drawn it with the complete fidelity of someone who had looked at it from the inside out. The petals in her illustration were pale pink, the gentle, untroubling pink of an ordinary cherry in ordinary soil. I pressed my fingertip against the illustration, not the wounded fingertip. The other hand, a deliberate choice I was not fully aware of making until I had already made it. I pressed the pad of my finger against my mother's rendering of a cherry blossom, and felt the paper slightly cool and slightly rough against my skin. And I sat in the kitchen of the house on Keswick Road and cried for the first time since the month she died. Not dramatically. Not the way grief performs itself in the moments immediately following a loss. This was quieter than that, and more specific. The crying of someone who has located the source of a pain they have been living around for years and found it smaller in dimension than the avoidance of it had required. A relief almost. The relief of finally standing in the room you have been afraid to enter and finding it just a room. I cried for perhaps 10 minutes. Then I washed my face and made fresh coffee because the first cup had gone entirely cold, and I sat back down at the table with the botanical book still open, and I looked at my mother's illustration and I said, in the empty kitchen, "I miss you," which was true and which I had not said aloud in 4 years. The house was quiet around me. The furnace breathed. Outside, the gorge wind moved through the trees in the cemetery, and I imagined I could hear it. The specific sound of air moving through a canopy of open blossoms. A sound I had not yet heard, but that I could construct from everything I knew about my mother and the trees she had spent her life attending to. That afternoon, walking to my car for the drive to the office, I looked toward the cemetery and stopped. The woman in the dark coat was standing at the iron fence, not inside the cemetery, outside it, on the road, facing the house. Facing me. She had her hands at her sides and she was standing with the same careful stillness she always had. And she was looking at me with those faded blue eyes that held their exhausted clarity like an instrument that had been calibrated once and never needed adjustment. I walked toward her. We stood on either side of a space of perhaps 4 feet of March sidewalk, and she looked at me with the attentiveness of someone reading a document, and I let her, because I'd stopped having any resistance to being read. "You have been inside yourself today," she said. It was not a question, and it was not an intrusion, and it was the most accurate thing anyone had said to me in longer than I wanted to measure. "Yes," I said. She looked at the cemetery, then back at me. Something in her expression shifted. Not softening exactly, but admitting something. Acknowledging something. "You need to know what you are in," she said. "Come to the gate tomorrow morning, early. I will be there." She turned and walked away along the road, her dark coat moving in the gorge wind, and I watched her go and felt something settle in my chest that was adjacent to relief and adjacent to dread, and was perhaps simply the feeling of approaching the thing you have been circling for weeks and finally accepting that you are going to have to go through it. I went back inside and sat at the kitchen table and placed my hand flat on the open page of my mother's book, over the illustration of the pale pink cherry blossom, and held it there. My fingertip ached, deep and patient and steady, like a second pulse, and I understood, for the first time with my whole mind rather than just the careful noting part of it, that the tree and I had been in conversation since the morning I touched it, and that tomorrow I would finally learn what it had been saying. As the night settled over Keswick Road with the particular weight of a Pacific Northwest March night, damp and close and carrying the river smell up from the gorge in slow cold waves, I did not sleep well, and I did not expect to. I lay in the narrow craftsman bedroom and listened to the furnace and thought about what the woman had said. Not the words specifically. I had the words memorized, had noted them in the Keswick document within an hour of coming inside, had turned them over in the careful, methodical part of my mind until they were as smooth and known as river stones. What I lay with was not the words, but the quality behind them. The particular register of someone delivering information they have delivered before, not rehearsed. Nothing about her suggested rehearsal, but settled. The way a person speaks when they have made their peace with the truth of something and are now simply transmitting it. You need to know what you are in. I was awake before 5. I dressed in the dark thermal layer under my running clothes, wool socks, the heavy jacket I reserve for the coldest gorge mornings. I made coffee and poured it into a thermos and did not drink any of it, because my stomach had the tight, particular quality it gets when I am about to receive information I have been both seeking and dreading, and I did not want to complicate that with caffeine. Outside, the gorge dark was complete. The road was empty in both directions. The nearest streetlight far enough away that it provided orientation rather than illumination, and the cold coming off the river had a physical density to it, a resistance, as though the air itself was reluctant to be moved through. I could smell the cemetery before I could see it. Wet earth and stone and the faint green cold of moss. And beneath that something faintly floral that should not have been present at 5 in the morning in early March, but was. She was already at the gate. She was standing exactly where I had expected her to stand. In the dark coat, her white hair visible even in the low light, her hands at her sides, her posture. The posture of someone who has been waiting without impatience, because she does not experience waiting the way most people experience it. She had a small electric lantern at her feet, the kind that produces a warm and directional light, and it illuminated the ground around her feet and the lower rungs of the gate without reaching much further. I walked toward her, and she did not move and did not speak until I was close enough that the lantern light reached my face. "You slept poorly," she said. "Yes." She nodded. She reached down and picked up the lantern and opened the gate with her other hand, holding it for me in a gesture that was so ordinary, so human, that it momentarily collapsed the strangeness of everything surrounding it. I went through. She let the gate close behind us with its questioning creak, and began walking toward the eastern section, and I walked beside her. We moved between the graves in silence. The lantern cast its warm pool around us, and the headstones appeared at its edges and retreated, and the gravel was wet underfoot, and the oaks above the eastern section were darkness within darkness, their branches audible in the gorge wind before they were visible. She walked with her characteristic care, attending to the ground, and I matched her pace, and the silence between us felt like the silence of a document being read, rather than the silence of two people with nothing to say. The tree came into the lantern light gradually. First the pale lower trunk, the papery bark with its dark underlayers showing through the cracks, then the branches, dense with clustered blossoms, more open now than yesterday, perhaps half the tree in full bloom, the red so concentrated in the lantern light that it seemed to generate its own illumination, a dark and specific radiance that the surrounding dark could not flatten. She stopped at the edge of the tree's canopy and set the lantern on a flat section of ground between two headstones, where it cast its light upward into the blossoms in a way that made the undersides of the petals visible. From below, the color was different, deeper, more interior, the red of something seen through a layer of translucent skin. She turned to face me. "My name is Agnes Marsh," she said. "I received this information with the stillness it deserved. Marsh, the same name as the woman who had written about the blood blossom in the 1930s, the typoscript in the county historical archive, the careful observer who had reported what she saw rather than explaining it. The name was not a coincidence, and we both knew it was not a coincidence, and neither of us addressed it directly because some information lands better when it is allowed to settle at its own rate. "My grandmother wrote about this tree," I said. "My grandmother," she said with a slight correction in her tone that was not unkind. "Edith was my grandmother. I am the 4th generation of my family to live within sight of this cemetery." She looked at the tree with an expression I recognize now, The exhausted clarity, the calibrated instrument, 40 years of watching something, at minimum, possibly more. "Sit down," she said. There was a low, flat-topped stone nearby, broad enough to serve as a bench, and I sat on it. The cold of the stone came through my jacket and my thermal layer with an immediacy that was almost welcome, a physical fact that anchored me while everything else was moving. Agnes remained standing, which felt correct. She was not someone who delivered information from the same level. "The tree was planted in 1863, she said, by a woman named Ruth Hayward, whose husband and 2 sons are buried in this section." She gestured, a small economical movement, toward the sandstone markers nearby. She had come west on the Oregon Trail in 1858 with her family. She had brought cuttings with her, practical ones, fruit trees mostly, apple and pear, and one ornamental which she had taken from her mother's garden in Ohio because her mother was dead and the cutting was all she had. She paused. The wind moved through the oaks. The cutting was a Prunus cultivar her mother had brought from England, a variety that does not have a formal name in any catalog I've been able to find. Her mother had called it the March tree because it bloomed in March, or not at all. I thought about the county archive. The absence of any planting record. A cutting from a dead woman's garden, carried 3,000 miles on a wagon, planted in a cemetery by a woman burying her people one by one. Ruth Hayward buried her youngest son in 1863, Agnes continued. She planted the cutting beside his grave the same week. She wrote about it in her diary. Edith found the diary in the 20s and spent years tracking down what the tree was and what it did. She looked at me steadily. "What the tree does, Miss Callahan, is not a simple thing to say plainly, so I am going to say it plainly and then explain it." "All right," I said. "The tree feeds on grief," she said. "Not the grief of the dead. The dead are beyond its reach. The grief of the living. Specifically, the grief of the living who touch it willingly, who carry within them an unresolved loss of the kind that has no formal name, not bereavement, not trauma, but the accumulated weight of love that is nowhere left to go." The cold of the stone had moved through everything now, a deep and specific cold that had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with being told a truth your body already knows. "When you touch the bud," she said, "the tree made contact with what you are carrying. It does not take without contact. It cannot reach what is sealed. But you reached toward it, and it received what you offered, and since that morning it has been drawing from you." I looked at my gloved hand. The fingertip. The ache that had not stopped. "The blossoms," I said. "Each one represents a portion of what it has drawn," she said. "The more it draws, the more it blooms. The bloom is not a display. It is a record, a measure of what has been given." I thought about Edith Marsh's typoscript. The word she had chosen and underlined. She wrote that it takes from those who have something that resembles what it needs, I said. Agnes looked at me with those faded blue eyes, and something moved in them. Not surprise, not quite. More like the feeling of hearing a sentence completed correctly. "Grief is not what it needs," she said, and her voice had shifted into its most deliberate register. Each word chosen and placed. Grief is the medium. What it actually draws is the life force that grief is consuming. The energy that an unresolved loss holds captive inside a living person, feeding on them the way the tree now feeds on you. The tree does not take your life. It takes what your loss has already claimed. I sat with this for a long moment. Around us the cemetery was still and cold, and the lantern threw its warm light upward into the red blossoms. And somewhere beyond the oaks, a car moved along the gorge highway, a brief and distant sound that reminded me the ordinary world was still operating at its ordinary pace in all directions. "Then it is not dangerous," I said. Agnes was quiet for a moment. "It is dangerous," she said carefully, "in the way that any powerful thing is dangerous when it is misunderstood. The tree does not know limits the way a living person knows limits. It will take what is offered as long as it is offered." Ruth Hayward understood this eventually. Edith understood it. "I understand it." She paused. "You touched it without understanding it." The weight of this settled. "How much has it taken?" I said. "Look at the tree," she said. I looked at perhaps half in bloom, perhaps a little more than half. The red blossoms in the lantern light, their wet surfaces catching the warmth and holding it. "And if it reaches full bloom," I said, "then what it has drawn will be more than what your grief was consuming," she said, and her voice was very precise now, very quiet. "It will have moved past the captive energy and begun drawing from the source." She did not need to elaborate. I understood the geography of what she was describing, the grief as a reservoir, the captive life as the water in the reservoir, and beneath it, the aquifer. The thing that does not replenish. I sat on the cold stone in the early morning dark beneath the half-bloomed March tree and breathed carefully and thought about my mother and Daniel and the apartment and the 6 weeks and the reaching. That found nothing. And I thought about how long I had been carrying all of it and how thoroughly I had believed I was managing it. "What do I do?" I said. It was not quite a question. Agnes reached into the pocket of her dark coat and produced a small object, which she held out to me. I took it. It was a glass vial, perhaps 3 inches long, sealed with a cork, and it contained a liquid that was dark and slightly viscous, and it caught the lantern light in a way that made me not want to look at it too directly. "Sap," she said, "drawn from the tree at first light on the first morning it bloomed. My grandmother established the practice. I have continued it every year. The tree has bloomed in my lifetime." She looked at the vial in my hand. "You will take this inside and place it on a surface where morning light reaches it. For the next 7 days, you will not go near the tree. You will sleep. You will eat. You will let the connection attenuate on its own, the way your call attenuates when the signal is interrupted." She paused. "And in 7 days, when the tree is in full bloom, you will come back." I looked at the vial. The dark liquid inside it did not move when I tilted it slightly, which it should have. It held its position against the glass as though it had a preferred orientation. "Why?" I said. "Because the tree has taken something from you that belongs to you," Agnes said, "and full bloom is the only moment when it can be returned." She picked up the lantern and looked at me with the exhausted clarity that I now understood had been purchased across 4 generations of standing in the cemetery in the early morning dark and saying true things to people who were not prepared to hear them. "Go home," she said. "Sleep if you can. Eat something warm." I stood from the cold stone, and my legs were stiffer than I had realized, the cold having done its thorough work while I sat. I held the vial carefully. "Agnes," I said. She looked at me. "How many times have you done this?" She was quiet for a moment. The lantern light moved across her face in the gorge wind. "Enough," she said, "to know that the ones who come back are always glad they did." She turned toward the tree, and I walked back through the sleeping cemetery alone, between the headstones and along the gravel path, and through the gate that closed behind me with its quiet creak. And I crossed the wet grass to the house and went inside and placed the vial on the kitchen windowsill where the morning light would find it. Then I made tea and sat at the table and held the warm mug with both hands and looked at the vial, and the dark liquid inside it held its position against the glass. And outside the window, the March tree stood in its half-bloom, patient and drawing, and I breathed in and out and let the warmth of the mug move through my palms. 7 days felt like a distance I could measure, and measuring was something I knew how to do. As the vial on the kitchen windowsill caught the first gray light of each new morning and held it in that dark and slightly viscous interior, and the 7 days Agnes had given me moved forward with the slow authority of a tide rather than a deadline. I did what she had told me to do. I slept. I ate. I let the connection attenuate. These sound like simple instructions. They were not simple to follow, because the connection did not attenuate the way a sound attenuates when you move away from its source. Gradually, proportionally, the volume dropping in clean relation to the distance. It attenuated the way a fever breaks, not steadily, but in surges and retreats, the body negotiating with something that had established itself more deeply than a week's proximity should have allowed. The first 2 days were the hardest. The fatigue that had been building since I touched the bud did not lift. It deepened, as though the tree, sensing the interruption of its access, was drawing harder on what remained of the connection. I came home from work on the first evening and sat on the couch under the wool blanket and was asleep before 8, still in my coat, my work bag on the floor beside me where I had dropped it. I woke at 2 in the morning cold and disoriented and lay on the couch rather than moving to the bedroom, because the bedroom required decisions and I had none left. I did not dream of the tree. I dreamed of my mother's studio. The particular quality of light in it on winter mornings, the smell of the fixative she used on her illustrations, a chemical smell underneath which was always the green and living smell of the plant specimen she kept on the work table. In the dream I was sitting on the stool she kept for me in the corner, the one I had occupied since childhood while she worked, and she was at the table with her back to me, drawing, and I could hear the specific sound of her pen moving across the paper, deliberate and patient and precise. I could not see what she was drawing. I did not ask. I simply sat on the stool in the winter light and listened to the sound of her working and felt, in the dream, something I can only describe as the return of a temperature, a warmth that had been absent long enough that I had stopped noticing its absence, arriving back into the space it had vacated so quietly that its return was more a realization than an event. I woke from this dream on the 3rd morning with wet eyes and a hunger that was physical and specific and urgent, the hunger of a body that is remembered it needs to be fed. I made eggs. I ate them standing at the kitchen counter, looking not at the window but at the wall, deliberately, because I had promised Agnes 7 days, and the 7 days required not looking at the tree, and I was going to keep the terms exactly. This is a quality I have, the keeping of terms with precision, and I applied it here with the same thoroughness I applied it everywhere. On the 4th day, the fatigue began to lift, not completely, not dramatically, but in the specific way that a room lightens when a cloud moves off the sun. The change incremental but real, the quality of the light genuinely different. I worked a full day without the gravitational pull towards sleep that had been present for 2 weeks. I ate lunch at the office instead of at my desk. Bridget passed my workspace and said I looked better, which she would not ordinarily say because Bridget did not ordinarily comment on appearances, and which meant the previous version of me had looked sufficiently unwell that the improvement was visible even to someone constitutionally disinclined to notice. I noted all of this in the Keswick document each evening, sitting at the kitchen table with the vial on the windowsill to my left. The dark liquid inside it unchanged, holding its position against the glass with that same preferred orientation, tilted fractionally towards something I could not identify. On the 5th evening, I opened my mother's botanical book again. Not to the prunus section. I had read that enough times that I had absorbed everything it contained. I opened it to the front, where she had written her name in the inside cover in the particular handwriting she had, architectural and slightly left-leaning, the handwriting of someone trained to letter technical illustrations, Caroline Callahan. Below that, a date, the year of publication. And below that, in smaller letters, a line she had written that I had not looked at in the 4 years since she died. For Nora, who knows how to look. I sat at the table and looked at it for a long time. The furnace breathed. The vial held its dark interior on the windowsill. Outside, the March wind moved through the gorge with its river smell and its particular cold. and I sat in the kitchen of the house on Keswick Road and read my mother's handwriting, and felt something complete itself inside me. Not end, but complete. And the way a circuit completes when the last connection is made and the current begins to flow in the direction it was always intended to flow. She had known I would need to learn to look at things I did not want to look at. She had been teaching me for my entire life. She had written it in the book because she had understood that after she was gone, there would be a time when I needed to be reminded of it, and she had trusted that I would find the reminder when I was ready for it rather than before. I closed the book and placed my hand flat on the cover and held it there. On the 6th evening, Agnes knocked on my door. I had not expected this, and I opened the door with the specific alertness of someone whose nervous system has been recalibrated by several weeks of low-grade dread, and she stood on the porch in her dark coat in the early evening dark, her white hair catching the porch light, her hands at her sides. She was carrying nothing, which I noticed. "Tomorrow morning," she said, "before first light. Dress warmly." "I will be ready," I said. She looked at me with those faded blue eyes, and something passed through them. Not warmth exactly, but its structural equivalent. The recognition of a person who has arrived where they needed to arrive. "How do you feel?" she asked. It was the first time she had asked me anything about my own condition, and the directness of it, after the precise and measured quality of everything else she had said, landed with a weight that I needed a moment to receive. "More like myself," I said, "than I have in some time." She nodded. One of her single downward nods. "That is correct," she said, as though I had confirmed a measurement. "That is the connection releasing. What it held has been coming back to you." She turned to leave, then paused. "Bring the vial," she said. I went to bed early and did not expect to sleep, and slept immediately and deeply, without dreams I could remember, and woke at 4:15 to my phone alarm and dressed in the dark with the focused efficiency of someone who has a task and understands its parameters. Thermal layer. Heavy wool sweater. The warmest jacket I owned. Gloves. The vial in my jacket pocket, where I could feel it against my ribs, a small and specific weight, cool through the fabric. Agnes was at the gate when I arrived. She had the lantern again, and a second item I had not seen before. A small cloth bag, dark fabric, drawn closed with a cord, which she carried in her left hand with a care that suggested contents that required care. She opened the gate, and we went through and walked together in the lantern's warm pool through the cemetery in the deep pre-dawn dark. And this time she spoke as we walked, quietly and without looking at me, as though she were thinking aloud rather than instructing. "Full bloom comes at first light," she said, "not before. The tree has its own sense of timing, and it is never varied in my lifetime or in Edith's record. When the light comes, the last buds open, all of them, and in that moment the tree is at its maximum, drawing, receiving, completing the cycle it began when you made contact." We were entering the eastern section now. The oaks above us were a darkness I could hear more than see, their branches moving in the pre-dawn gorge wind, and the smell of the cemetery at this hour was deeper than it was in daylight. The wet earth more present, the stone more present, the particular cold greenness of a place that has been accumulating the slow exhalations of organic matter for 160 years. The tree appeared at the edge of the lantern light. I stopped walking. It was almost entirely in bloom. In the lantern light, the blossoms covered every branch from the lowest to the highest reaches, dense and specific and red, and the wet sheen on each petal caught the warmth of the lantern and gave it back in a way that made the whole canopy appear to breathe. The air beneath it smelled of something I did not have a name for. Not quite floral, not quite mineral, somewhere between the two, a smell that the nose could not decide how to file. My fingertip ached, deep and resonant, like a bell that has been struck, and is still transmitting the sound through everything it touches. "Come under the canopy," Agnes said. I walked forward. The branches reached down around me as I moved beneath them, not touching, the lowest ones perhaps 2 feet above my head. But, present in the peripheral way of things that are aware of you, the ground under the tree was different from the ground outside it, softer, more yielding, as though the roots had worked the soil into something finer and more receptive over 160 years of patient occupation. I stood at the trunk, up close. The bark had a quality I had not been able to perceive from any distance. A faint and irregular pulse in the surface, visible only because the lantern light was steady and I was standing still and looking directly at it. Not movement exactly. A variation in the texture that repeated at irregular intervals, like the surface expression of something happening much further inside. Agnes stood at the edge of the canopy. She opened the cloth bag and removed something that she placed at the base of the trunk. I could not see clearly what it was, but the gesture was deliberate and careful, and had the quality of a practice repeated many times. Then she straightened and looked at me. "Take the vial out," she said. I took it from my pocket. The dark liquid inside was tilted toward the tree, more extremely than before, pressing against the glass on the side nearest the trunk, as though the vial itself had an orientation now, and the tree was its north. "Remove the cork," Agnes said. I worked the cork out carefully. The smell that rose from the open vial was the same smell that was in the air beneath the canopy. That nameless intersection of floral and mineral, but concentrated interior. The distilled version of what the tree was expressing across its full canopy. "Hold it toward the trunk," she said. "Close, but do not touch." I extended my hand. The open vial perhaps 4 inches from the pale bark. What happened then is something I have written and deleted from the Keswick document 6 times, because every description I produce is either too dramatic or too clinical, and the actual experience occupied a register that neither of those modes can accurately represent. So I will say it as plainly as I can. The dark liquid rose from the vial. Not quickly, not violently, with a slow and purposeful movement of something that knows exactly where it is going and has no reason to hurry. It rose from the open mouth of the vial in a thin dark column that bent toward the bark of the tree and made contact with it, and was absorbed. Immediately, completely, without residue, the way the blood from my fingertip had been absorbed into the bud on the morning I touched it. In the moment of contact I felt something move through my chest. Not pain, not warmth, something more fundamental than either, a shift in pressure, a change in the quality of the interior space, as though a room inside me that had been subdivided by a wall I had stopped noticing, had suddenly, quietly, been returned to its original dimensions. I breathed in. The breath went further than breathing had gone in months. My eyes were wet, and I let them be wet. And the cold gorge air moved against my wet face, and I stood under the fully blooming March tree in the pre-dawn dark and felt, with my whole body rather than just the careful noting part of it, what it was to have something returned. Then the light came. It arrived the way gorge light arrives in March. Not sunrise exactly, but a general and gradual brightening of the eastern sky above the canyon rim. The darkness thinning from black to the deep blue-gray that precedes dawn, and as the light reached the canopy of the March tree, the last of the closed buds opened. I watched it happen, all of them, the small remaining clusters on the highest branches, opening in the space of perhaps 30 seconds, the red petals spreading with a deliberateness that made each opening feel individual and significant. And when the last one opened, the tree was in complete and absolute bloom, every branch covered, the canopy a single sustained expression of that deep and specific red, and the morning light moving through it turned the undersides of the petals translucent, so that for a moment the entire tree appeared to be lit from within. It was the most beautiful thing I had seen in 4 years. I stood beneath it, and looked up, and the petals moved in the first real light of the morning, and my fingertip did not ache, and the wall inside me was gone, and I breathed the cold gorge air that smelled of river and wet earth, and something that was almost, but not quite floral, and I thought about my mother illustrating this tree, drawing each petal from the inside out with the attention she had spent her whole life perfecting, and I understood that she would have loved it without reservation. I stood there for a long time. Agnes did not hurry me. When I turned, she was watching the tree with her exhausted clarity, her hands at her sides, the empty cloth bag folded over her arm, and her expression held something new, or something I had not been ready to see until now. Not warmth, not quiet, but its near neighbor. The feeling of having done a thing that needed doing, and having done it correctly. The vial in my hand was empty and clean, as though it had never contained anything. I walked out of the cemetery in the new morning light with the empty vial in my pocket, and my breath making small clouds in the cold air, and for the first time in longer than I could accurately measure, the weight I was carrying was simply my own. As the morning light strengthened over the gorge, and the March tree held its full bloom behind the iron fence in a silence that felt completed rather than empty, I drove to work with the car heater running and the radio off and the empty vial in my jacket pocket, and I let the ordinary world re-enter at its own pace. This took longer than I expected. The ordinary world is persistent. It does not wait for you to be ready for it. It presents itself continuously. The traffic on the interstate, the construction on the Morrison Bridge, the email from Bridget marked low priority that had arrived at 7:42 asking for a timeline update on the McDow County road survey. I sat at my desk and read the email and wrote a response that was accurate and professional, and required no particular part of me that had been involved in anything that had happened over the previous 3 weeks, and I sent it. And then I sat for a moment with my hands in my lap and looked at the parking structure through the window and breathed. The breath still went further than it used to. I noticed this each time, with the quiet attention of someone monitoring a recovery, not anxious about it, not triumphant about it, simply noting the fact the way I noted everything. The interior space was still there, the original dimensions, the wall still absent. I pressed my fingertip against the desk surface and felt nothing unusual. No deep pull, no second pulse, just the ordinary sensation of skin against laminate. I worked a full day. I ate lunch in the small park 2 blocks from the office, on a bench in the thin March sunlight that had finally broken through the cloud cover for the first time in what felt like weeks. And I ate a sandwich I'd made that morning from actual groceries I had purchased the previous evening with actual appetite. Sourdough, sharp cheddar, mustard, a handful of arugula that had been on sale and that I had bought because it looked good, which is a reason for buying something that had not been available to me for longer than I wanted to calculate. I sat in the thin sunlight and ate the sandwich and watched a crow navigate the park with its characteristic authority. And I thought about Agnes. I had not spoken to her after the ceremony, which is what I had begun calling it in my own mind, for lack of a better word. She had walked me to the gate and held it open, and I had gone through and she had closed it behind me. And I had turned to say something, and she had already turned back toward the tree, and the moment for saying something had passed naturally and without loss. We had not made arrangements. She had not given me instructions. The transaction, which was not the right word either, but was closer, had completed itself, and we had both understood that, and the understanding required no verbal confirmation. I thought about what she had said, about the 4 generations of her family who had stood in that cemetery and done what needed doing, the accumulated knowledge of it, passed from Edith to whoever came between them and then to Agnes, refined across 100 years of practice into something as precise and economical as my mother's botanical illustrations. The minimum necessary information rendered with the maximum possible fidelity. I thought about the cloth bag, the object she had placed at the base of the trunk before the vial, the thing I had not been able to see clearly in the lantern light. I had not asked about it. It had felt in the moment like something that did not belong to my part of the experience. a detail from the portions of the practice that predated my involvement and would continue after it, like the footnote in a document whose main text is the only part you are responsible for. After work, I went to a nursery. This was not planned. I was driving back along the Gorge Highway and I passed a garden center that had its spring stock out on the sidewalk display, flats of early perennials, bags of soil amendment, a rack of hand tools with their clean new handles, and I pulled into the lot without having decided to. I walked through the outdoor display and then into the greenhouse section, where the air was warm and green-smelling and humid in a way that was almost aggressive after the cold gorge air outside. And I walked slowly along the bench rows of plants and let the warmth and the smell do their work. I stopped in front of a flat of hellebores, Lenten roses, the tag said, in the careful font of a mass-produced plant label. They were in early bloom, the flowers nodding downward in the hellebore way, facing the ground with a modesty that always struck me as the opposite of how something that beautiful should behave. The blooms were deep burgundy at the outer petals, shading toward a pale center, and the petals had a slight waxy quality that caught the greenhouse light. My mother had illustrated hellebores. Early in her career, before the university press work, she had done a series of botanical watercolors for a Pacific Northwest native plant guide, and the hellebore plates were among the ones I had always found most moving. Not the most technically demanding of her work, but the most honest somehow. She'd understood that the downward-facing bloom was not modesty, but structure, not retreat, but a considered orientation toward the thing the plant most needed. I bought 4 of them. I also bought a bag of soil amendment and a pair of gardening gloves, the kind with reinforced fingertips, which I noticed and then did not think too hard about. At home, I planted the hellebores in the narrow bed along the front of the house, working in the last of the afternoon light, my hands in the new gloves pressing the amended soil around each root ball with the firm and patient pressure required. The soil was cold and damp, and the smell of it, released by turning, was the same deep green smell as the cemetery. The smell of organic accumulation, of the long, slow work of decomposition that is also the long, slow work of fertility. I planted all 4 and sat back on my heels and looked at them in the fading light, their deep burgundy blooms nodding in the gorge wind, facing the ground. I thought my mother would have liked seeing them there. I went inside and washed my hands and made dinner. Actual dinner, with a pan and a cutting board and the kind of attention that cooking requires and that I had not been giving it. Pasta with olive oil and garlic and the last of the arugula, and a glass of wine that I poured and sipped while I cooked, and I ate at the kitchen table with the botanical book open beside me, not reading it, just open, the way you keep a window open, not because you need the air but because the closed version feels wrong. The vial was still on the windowsill, empty, clean. I picked it up and turned it in the light and looked at the interior surface of the glass, which showed nothing. No residue, no stain, no evidence of what it had contained. The cork was beside it, and I pressed it back into the mouth of the vial and held the sealed empty thing in my palm. I was going to keep it. I understood this without deliberating about it. The way you keep certain objects not because they are beautiful or useful, but because they are accurate, because they are the physical record of something that happened, and that you need to remain the record of. I placed it back on the windowsill and finished my dinner. 3 days later, I was in the Multnomah County Library branch on the Gorge Highway, using their access to the State Historical Archive for a research element of the County Road Survey, and I found myself, in the 40-minute gap between submitting a document request and receiving the pulled materials, opening the browser and navigating to the County Historical Society archive. I searched for Agnes Marsh. The search returned 3 results. The first was the catalog entry for Edith Marsh's donated materials, which I had already read. The second was a brief mention in a 1968 Historical Society newsletter, referencing a presentation given by an Eleanor Marsh on the subject of Gorge Corridor land use history. a name I had not encountered before, the generation between Edith and Agnes, the link in the chain. The third result was a property record, the property on Keswick Road, not my rental but the house adjacent to it, the one directly beside the cemetery on the other side, had been in the Marsh family since 1912. Edith had lived there. Eleanor after her. The current owner of record was listed as Agnes Ruth Marsh, age 78. Agnes Ruth Hayward, who had planted the cutting in 1863 beside her youngest son's grave. The name carried forward 4 generations, like a quiet insistence, like a thread pulled through the fabric of time to mark the location of something that needed to be found again. I sat with this for a moment. Then I thought about something else, something that had been sitting at the peripheral edge of my attention since the morning in the cemetery, present but unexamined, the way a loose thread sits at the edge of a piece of fabric. Agnes had said that the tree takes from those who have something that resembles what it needs. She had said this in a very specific way, with a deliberateness she applied to every word she chose. Resembles, not identical, not the same. The tree had found in me a specific kind of grief, the grief of love with nowhere to go, the accumulated weight of my mother's absence and Daniel's insufficiency, and the years of reaching that found nothing. It had drawn from the life that grief was consuming and held it in the blossoms, and the vial had carried what it drew back to the tree at the moment of full bloom, and what the tree had taken had been returned to me. But what the tree had taken was not only the grief. What I felt in the days following the ceremony was not the absence of grief. My mother was still dead. The loss was still real. What was different was the texture of it. The grief present, but no longer consuming. The way a fire is present in a fireplace rather than present in a wall. Contained. Functional, almost. The heat directed rather than dispersing. I understood, sitting in the library with the State Historical Archive request still processing, that the tree had not taken my grief. It had taken the grip my grief had on me. It had drawn off the excess, the portion that had passed beyond mourning into something structural and self-perpetuating, and what remained was the original and legitimate and human thing, the simple fact of missing someone, which is not nothing, which is in fact everything, but which is bearable in a way the other thing had not been. I walked home from the library along the Gorge Highway, a longer route than necessary, through the early spring afternoon where the light was finally beginning to carry some warmth. The cherry trees along the highway median were in blossom, the ordinary cultivated kind, pale pink, their petals already beginning to loosen and drift in the gorge wind, landing on the pavement in the small accumulations that happen when any beautiful thing reaches the end of what it was built to sustain. I walked through them and did not stop and did not flinch, and the petals settled on my jacket and in my hair, and I let them and kept walking. On Keswick Road I paused at the fence and looked toward the eastern section. The March tree was still in bloom, but the color had changed. The deep specific red had softened overnight into something closer to rose, and the petals at the edges of each blossom were beginning to show the slight translucency of late bloom, still present, still beautiful, but carrying the quality of something that has completed its purpose and is now simply resting in the aftermath. I looked at it for a long moment. Then I went inside and made tea, and sat at the kitchen table and opened the Keswick document, and began, for the first time, to write what had happened in order and in full. Not notes, not observations, not the flat-measured language of someone documenting an anomaly, but the actual account, first person, beginning with January and the rental, and Dennis and the cracked windshield of a Subaru. The writing took 3 evenings. When I finished, I read it through once, and it was accurate, and I closed the document and looked at the vial on the windowsill. Outside, in the narrow bed along the front of the house, the hellebores held their deep burgundy blooms toward the ground. patient and considered in their orientation, tended by nobody and asking for nothing. Something in the act of writing it down made it fully mine. Not only the experience, but the person who had moved through it, changed by it, and was still here to describe what the change felt like from the inside, as the March tree shed its petals through the last days of the month, releasing them in small and unhurried increments into the gorge wind, until the eastern section of the cemetery was dusted with the faded remnants of that deep and specific red, and the ordinary pale green of new spring leaves began to replace what had been given up. I returned to my life with a quality of attention I did not immediately have a name for. Not happiness exactly. Not the uncomplicated brightness that the word recovery implies when people use it about themselves in the way that is meant to signal completion. Something more honest than that, and more durable. The quality of someone who has been shown the dimensions of the room they live in, and has found those dimensions, while not spacious, to be genuinely sufficient. I slept. This sounds small. It was not small. For the first time since before November. If I am being precise, since the last several months with Daniel, when the sleep I got was the sleep of someone who has stopped fully trusting the space they occupy. I slept the way a body is built to sleep, deeply, continuously, waking at a consistent hour with the specific and uncomplicated desire to be awake. I noted this in the Keswick document, and then, 3 weeks later, stopped noting it, because it had become ordinary, and the purpose of noting things is to track the anomalous, and ordinary sleep was no longer anomalous. I finished the Multnomah County Road Survey 2 days ahead of schedule. Bridget acknowledged this with an email marked low priority that said, "Ahead of schedule. Good work," which was, for Bridget, effusive. I started the next project, which was a boundary assessment for a rural property dispute in Clatsop County. The kind of work that requires sustained lateral thinking and rewards it with a result that either resolves the dispute or clarifies exactly where the irresolvable element lies. I found I was doing it with a focus that was new in quality if not in discipline, present in the work rather than alongside it, my attention not divided between the task and the background hum of whatever I had been carrying. The background hum was gone, or rather, it was not gone. The grief for my mother was present every day, in specific and honest ways that I had stopped managing and started simply experiencing. When I thought of her directly, without the buffer of competent processing that had kept the real shape of the loss at arm's length for 4 years. I thought of her handwriting, the smell of her studio, the particular quality of her attention when she was drawing, the stillness of a person doing the thing they were most precisely built to do. I thought of her often. I let myself think of her often. This was new, and it cost something each time, and I paid it. The hellebores along the front of the house were doing well. I checked them every few days with the attention of someone who is learning to tend something and finding the learning satisfying in a way that has nothing to do with the outcome. The burgundy blooms had deepened slightly in the weeks since planting, responding to the amended soil and the gorge light, and new growth was visible at the base of each plant. Small and slightly glossy, the specific green of something that has decided to commit. My mother had said that hellebores were among the most honest plants in a Pacific Northwest garden. They bloomed when nothing else would, in the gray and cold of late winter, facing down rather than up because the nectaries and the pollen were at the center of the downward-facing bloom, and the pollinators that worked in early spring flew low and needed to look up to find them. The apparent modesty was structural. The orientation was precisely calibrated to the conditions that surrounded it. I thought about this often in the weeks following March, sitting on the front step in the thin spring afternoons with a mug of tea, looking at the hellebores and letting myself think about my mother without interruption. I called her sister, my Aunt Patricia, who lived in Astoria and who I had spoken to perhaps 4 times since the funeral. Patricia was 71, a retired schoolteacher, a person of great practical competence and limited patience for what she called the the longer conversations, which was her term for anything that required more emotional engagement than she generally budgeted for. I had always respected this about her, and also found it isolating, which is a combination that tends to produce infrequent phone calls. I called her on a Sunday afternoon in late March, sitting at the kitchen table with the botanical book open beside me, and I told her that I had been thinking about my mother and wanted to talk about her if Patricia was willing. There was a brief silence on the line, the silence of someone recalibrating, and then Patricia said, "Well, all right." And we talked for an hour and 20 minutes, which was longer than any conversation we had managed in 4 years combined. Patricia told me things I did not know, small things, the kind that accumulate into a person rather than defining them. That my mother had been afraid of bridges her entire life, and crossed them only by counting her steps. That she had kept a journal from the age of 14 and burned it in her 50s for reasons she never explained. That she had, in the months before she died, begun a new series of botanical illustrations that she had not shown anyone. That Patricia had found the unfinished plates when she cleared the studio and had kept them in a folder in her closet for 4 years, because she could not decide what to do with them. I asked Patricia to send them to me. They arrived on a Thursday in early April, in a flat cardboard mailer that Patricia had packed with the careful thoroughness of a person who has spent 40 years ensuring that children treat fragile things appropriately. I opened it at the kitchen table and removed the folder and sat with it for a moment before opening it, the way I had learned to sit with things. Inside were 7 unfinished botanical illustrations, pencil and watercolor on hot press paper, each one depicting a different flowering tree in early blossom. 6 were species I recognized immediately: a magnolia, 2 cultivated cherries in the standard pale pink, a dogwood, a plum, a crabapple. The 7th I recognized differently. It was a prunus in blossom. The branch structure was my mother's characteristic rendering, precise, each lenticel on the bark individually articulated, and the buds were depicted in the early stages of opening, the petals just beginning to show. The illustration was unfinished at the edges, the background wash incomplete, but the center of the composition was fully rendered. The color of the petals was deep and specific and red, not pale pink, not the soft watercolor red of an ordinary cherry in ordinary soil. The red of something that had happened recently. The color of something that had not yet dried. I sat at the kitchen table and looked at my mother's unfinished illustration of a blossom I recognized, and I understood something that I could not have understood before March, and that I could not fully articulate even now, and that I was not going to try to articulate in the Keswick document because some things are not improved by being articulated. She had seen it, or she had known about it, or she had, in the way that certain people have of knowing the essential truth of something without having direct access to its details, understood what the tree was and what it did, and had documented it with the fidelity she applied to everything she drew, from the inside out, with the complete attention of someone who understood that accurate documentation of a living thing is itself a form of love. For Nora, who knows how to look, I placed the illustration carefully on the kitchen table and put my mother's botanical book beside it, open to her rendering of the pale pink cherry in ordinary soil, and I looked at both of them together for a long time in the afternoon light. Then I went to the window and looked out at the cemetery. The March tree was in its late spring state, the blossoms entirely gone now, the new leaves fully open, a deep and unremarkable green in the April afternoon. From this distance, it looked like any other ornamental cherry between seasons, undistinguished among the oaks, its pale bark the only remaining indication of what it was. A person seeing it for the first time today would not stop, would not look twice. I knew what I was looking at. The following weekend, I knocked on Agnes Marsh's door. She answered after a long moment, in a cardigan rather than her dark coat, which made her look smaller and more particular, and she looked at me with her calibrated expression, and stepped back to let me in without asking why I had come. Because she did not need to ask. Her house was the kind of interior that accumulates across generations without ever being curated. Bookshelves built into every available wall, a kitchen that smelled of wood smoke and dried herbs, a sitting room where the light came through old glass that worked it slightly, and gave the room the quality of existing at a different angle from the rest of the world. On the walls were photographs, many of them in mismatched frames. Women primarily, across the decades, with the composed and observant quality that I recognized as a family characteristic. She made tea without asking whether I wanted it, which I found correct, and we sat in the sitting room with our cups, and she waited. I told her about my mother, about the botanical book, the inscription, the unfinished illustrations, about the seventh plate with its deep and specific red. I told her carefully and in order, the way I tell things when they matter, and Agnes listened with the quality of attention that my mother had had, the kind that makes you feel that what you are describing is both significant and manageable. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Your mother was in correspondence with my mother." I received this carefully. "Eleanor," I said. "Yes." In the 1980s, my mother had been trying to document the tree's full botanical profile, and she reached out to a botanical illustrator whose work she had encountered in the university press publication. She looked at her tea. "I do not know the content of the correspondence. My mother kept it privately, but I know it existed because she told me, near the end of her life, that there was a woman in Portland who understood what the tree was without having seen it." The gorge wind moved against the old glass of the sitting room windows, warping the light further. "She sent your mother a cutting of the bark," Agnes said, "for the illustration." I put my cup down on the table beside me very carefully, because my hands needed something deliberate to do. My mother had drawn the tree from a cutting of its bark. She had been corresponding with Eleanor Marsh for years, had understood the tree's nature, had begun an illustration of it, and left it unfinished in the folder she had not shown anyone. In the studio she had not explained before she burned the journal. She had known I would come here, not consciously perhaps, not as a plan, not as an intention, but in the way that certain people who pay close enough attention to the shape of a life, their own life, the lives of those they love, can see further along the arc than others can, and leave things accordingly. For Nora, who knows how to look, Agnes was watching me with her exhausted clarity, and in it now was something I had not seen there before, something that had perhaps been waiting for this conversation to make it visible. It was the near neighbor of warmth, and it was enough. I walked home in the April afternoon along Keswick Road, past the iron fence where the March tree stood in its unremarkable spring green, past the hellebores along the front of the house nodding in their considered orientation, and I went inside and sat at the kitchen table and opened a Keswick document and read everything I had written from the beginning. Then I wrote a title at the top of the document, "The March Tree Bleeds." I closed the laptop and placed my hand flat on the cover and held it there, and the house was quiet around me, and the vial on the windowsill caught the last of the afternoon light and held it, empty and clean and accurate. I had been in the house on Keswick Road for 3 months, and I understood for the first time that I had not found it. It had been waiting for the specific person my mother had spent 40 years teaching me to become. As April moved toward May, and the gorge softened into the particular green of a Pacific Northwest spring, that deep, almost impossible green that arrives after months of gray and makes you understand, each year, why people live here despite everything the weather requires of them. I made a decision that I had not planned to make, and that felt, once made, like something I had been moving toward since January. I renewed the lease on the house on Keswick Road. Dennis, the property manager, received this information with the same flat affect he applied to everything, and sent a renewal agreement via email that I signed and returned the same afternoon without reading it with the thoroughness I would ordinarily apply to a legal document. This is not like me. I noted it in the Keswick document as a data point, then closed the document and did not reopen it for 2 weeks, which was also not like me, and which felt correct. The decision was not about the tree. I want to be precise about this because imprecision here would misrepresent something important. The tree was not the reason I stayed. The tree was the reason I understood why staying was possible, which is a different thing, and the difference matters. What I had found on Keswick Road, beneath and around and through everything that had happened in March, was a quality of place that I had not encountered since my mother's studio. The particular combination of elements that makes a location feel inhabited rather than occupied. The iron fence with its questioning creak, the oaks along the eastern border pressing their silence against the cemetery's edges, the gorge wind that arrived each morning with its river smell and its personal cold, the way the old fir floors of the craftsman held the warmth of the gas furnace and distributed it slowly and evenly through the night, the hellebores along the front of the house, which had now put out a second flush of bloom, the kitchen window and what it looked out on. I had not had a place that felt like mine since the apartment I could not stay in after November, and before that, longer than I wanted to measure. I stayed, and the first week of May, I drove to Astoria to see Patricia. She lived in a white clapboard house 2 blocks from the bay, the kind of house that has been weathered by coastal proximity into a state of beautiful functional decay. The paint chalking at the edges, the porch boards soft underfoot, the windows filming with salt air between cleanings. She met me at the door in the practical way she met everything, with coffee already made and no particular expression of either surprise or emotion at my arrival, because Patricia's version of welcome was preparation rather than performance. We spent the afternoon together. We walked along the bay in the May light, which in Astoria has a silvery quality specific to coastal Oregon, softer than the gorge light, diffused by the marine layer, kind to the colors of weathered wood and old boats, and the particular gray-green of the Columbia as it moves toward its mouth. Patricia walked beside me with her practical stride, and we talked about my mother with the directness that our phone call had established as the new baseline between us. And it was not easy, and it was not comfortable, and it was entirely necessary. She told me more about the unfinished illustrations. My mother had been working on the series in the final year of her life, Patricia said, returning to it in the evenings after the commissioned work was done. She had been secretive about it in the way she was occasionally secretive about work that was personal rather than professional, not hiding it but not offering it. Patricia had seen her working on it twice and had not asked questions because she had known, with the sibling knowledge that requires no articulation, that questions were not what was wanted. The 7th plate, the unfinished one with the deep red blossom, had been the last thing she worked on. Patricia had found it on the table in the studio, positioned as though she had set it down intending to return to it, and had simply not had the opportunity. I thought about this on the drive back from Astoria along the coast highway, the Pacific appearing and disappearing on my left between the headlands, gray and enormous and indifferent in the way that only large bodies of water manage to be. I thought about my mother at her work table in the last year of her life, returning each evening to a series of illustrations she had not explained to anyone, working toward a plate she had not finished, of a tree she had never seen, but understood from the inside out. I thought about the correspondence with Eleanor Marsh, the cutting of bark sent through the mail wrapped carefully, the way Patricia had wrapped the unfinished plates, the accurate documentation of a living thing as a form of love. My mother had been preparing something without knowing precisely what she was preparing it for, the way certain kinds of careful attention operate, not toward a specific outcome but toward a readiness, a capacity in the person being attended to, that will be needed at a time the attending person cannot predict. She had known I would need to learn to look. She had spent 40 years teaching me. She had left the illustration. She had left the inscription. She had left, through Eleanor Marsh, the thread that connected the Marsh family's knowledge to the house on Keswick Road, and she had trusted, with the complete and undemonstrative trust that was her characteristic mode of love, that I would follow it when I arrived at it. I drove back to Portland in the May afternoon, and the coastal light gave way to the valley light, and then to the gorge light as I turned east. And by the time I reached Keswick Road, the evening was coming in off the river, and the iron fence cast its long shadow across the wet grass, and the cemetery beyond it was settling into its particular quiet. I parked the car and sat in it for a moment. Then I got out and walked to the fence and opened the side gate, which was unlocked, as it always was, and walked into the cemetery for the first time since March. The gravel path was familiar underfoot. The oaks along the eastern border were in full leaf now, the canopy thick and green and moving in the gorge wind, with a continuous soft sound that was different in quality from the winter sound, fuller and more various, the leaves adding their voice to the branches. The newer graves looked different in the May light than they had in the flat gray of March, more present, more tended, some of them with fresh flowers in the small metal holders beside the markers. The eastern section was ahead of me. I walked toward it without hurrying, between the sandstone markers with their eroded names, through the section of forgotten graves where the ground was soft and the moss had covered everything with its democratic green. I was not checking anything. I was not gathering data. I was simply walking in a place I had come to know, with the attention of someone who has learned to look without needing to record. The March tree stood where it always stood, at the corner where the fence turned and the oldest graves began. In May, it was entirely different from anything I had seen of it. The canopy full and green, the pale bark visible at the trunk and along the larger branches, but largely covered now by the dense new leaf growth. The blossoms entirely gone and no evidence remaining of what had been there. An ordinary tree in an ordinary month. A prunus between seasons, quiet and self-contained, doing the patient underground work of all flowering trees in the months that do not belong to them. I stood at the edge of the canopy. The air beneath it smelled of warm earth and new leaves and a faint trace of something else. Not the nameless intersection of floral and mineral that I had smelled in March, but its distant relative, a reminder rather than a presence. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out the unfinished illustration. I had brought it from home that morning, removed it carefully from the folder Patricia had sent, rolled it into a loose tube and wrapped it in tissue, and placed it in my inner jacket pocket where it would be protected. I unrolled it now and held it in both hands, and looked at it in the May afternoon light beneath the canopy of the tree my mother had never seen. The pencil and watercolor on hot press paper, the branch structure rendered with complete fidelity, the buds in the early stages of opening, the petals just beginning to show, the deep and specific red at the center of the composition, fully rendered, surrounded by the incomplete edges where the background wash had not been finished. I looked at it for a long time. Then I crouched at the base of the trunk, where the roots began their outward reach beneath the soil, and I placed the illustration there, flat against the ground, face up, the deep red blossom visible against the pale bark of the trunk, and the place where Agnes had placed whatever she had placed from the cloth bag on the morning of full bloom. I smoothed the edges with careful fingers and pressed the corners gently into the soft earth, so the gorge wind would not move it. I stayed crouched for a moment, my hands flat on the paper, feeling the slight give of the soil beneath it and the warmth the earth had gathered from the May afternoon. Then I stood. I looked at the illustration one last time, my mother's rendering of this tree, from the bark cutting Eleanor Marsh had sent through the mail, left unfinished on the studio table on the last day she had the opportunity to return to it, the deep red at the center, the incomplete edges, a thing left open on purpose or by accident, and perhaps there was no difference. I walked back through the eastern section, and between the graves and along the gravel path, and through the gate, pulling it closed behind me with its quiet creak. I stood on the road outside the cemetery in the May evening and breathed the gorge air, which smelled of the river and the new leaves and the wet earth, and, faintly, From somewhere on the wind, the ghost of something almost floral. Agnes was on her porch next door. She was sitting in a wooden chair with a book open in her lap, and she was not reading it. She was looking toward the cemetery with her calibrated expression, but when I came through the gate she looked at me instead. And I looked back, and we held that for a moment across the space between us. She nodded. One downward movement. I nodded back. I went inside and put the kettle on and stood at the kitchen window while it heated, looking out at the cemetery in the last of the May light, the iron fence, the oaks, the pale trunk of the March tree visible between them, quiet and green and patient. The kettle came to its boil, and I made tea and brought it to the kitchen table and sat down. The vial was still on the windowsill, where it had been since March, empty, clean, catching the evening light and holding it in the clear glass interior. I looked at it for a long moment. Then I picked up my phone and called Patricia. And when she answered, I said, I placed the illustration with the tree, and Patricia was quiet for a moment. And then she said, good, in the way she said things when she meant something larger than the word itself contained. We talked for a while. Not about my mother specifically, not about the tree, about the bay in Astoria in the early mornings, about a bird Patricia had been watching from her kitchen window, about small and ordinary things. Exchange between two people who have found, after a long time, a way to be in the same world. When we said goodbye, I put the phone down and sat in the quiet kitchen and drank my tea while it was still warm. Outside, the gorge wind moved through the cemetery oaks with its continuous and various sound, and the March tree stood in its May silence, and somewhere beneath it, in the soft earth at the base of the pale trunk, an unfinished thing had been placed with care and left, finally, to complete itself in the dark. I still live in the house on Keswick Road. I look out the kitchen window every morning. The tree is always there, between the oaks, patient in whatever season it occupies. In February, I begin to watch the branches for the first tight buds. I watch without touching. I have learned the difference. My fingertip does not ache. Most mornings. What the forest keeps. The drive into the park takes longer than I remembered. I had driven that road perhaps 200 times during the 6 years I worked as a ranger in the Smokies, and I had always known exactly how long it took from the highway turnoff to the Sugarlands Visitor Center, how long from there to the trailhead at Alum Cave, and how long from the trailhead to the place on the ridge where the cell signal finally gave out, and the old growth pressed close enough on both sides that even in summer, even at midday, the light turned the color of deep water. I had known all of that the way you know the layout of a house you grew up in. Not by thinking, but by something the body carries. So, when I made the last turn off Route 441 and felt the shift in the air that always came when the park boundary closed around you, I expected my body to remember. It did not. The road looked the same. The hemlocks on either side looked the same, though thinner now, their lower branches stripped by the woolly adelgid in ways that left them looking exposed and somehow ashamed. The October light through the windshield had the particular pale gold of late afternoon in the mountains, the kind of light that makes everything look like a photograph taken a long time ago. The temperature had dropped 8 degrees in the last 4 miles, just the way it always did when the elevation climbed and the canopy thickened, and I had turned on the heat without consciously deciding to. All of it was the same. But my body did not recognize it. My body sat in the driver's seat the way you sit in a waiting room. Present but detached, hands on the wheel out of habit rather than intention, watching the familiar scenery through glass that might as well have been a screen. I told myself it was the drive. I had come from Mashville in one stretch, 7.5 hours with one stop for gas outside of Cookville, and I had not slept well the night before. And I had not slept well the night before that. I told myself that detachment was fatigue, the kind that sits behind your eyes like a low-grade pressure and makes the world look two-dimensional. It was a reasonable explanation. I almost believed it. My name is Carlo Whitfield, and I am 38 years old, and I was born in Knoxville, and I left the National Park Service 4 years ago to take a position coordinating wilderness search and rescue operations for a contractor that works across 6 southeastern states. I am good at my job. I am precise and methodical, and I do not panic, and the people I work with describe me, I have been told, as someone who seems to have a very low ceiling on her emotions, which they mean as a compliment, and which I have learned to take as one. I mention all of this because it matters to what happened, or at least to why it happened the way it did, to why I went back at all, and to why I stayed as long as I did, and to why I am writing this account 14 months later in the specific and deliberate way that I am writing it. From the beginning, without skipping the parts that do not reflect well on me. 8 years ago, my younger brother Daniel vanished in the Smokies. He was 26 years old. He was a geology postgraduate student at the University of Tennessee, studying karst formations in the backcountry, and he had a permit for a 3-night solo backpacking trip on a route he had done twice before. He was not inexperienced. He was not reckless. He had called me from the Appalachian Trail Junction on the evening of his second night, the way he always did when he had signal, and he had sounded the way he always sounded when he was out there, quieter than usual, more himself, the particular calm that the deep forest seemed to give him, and that nothing else in his life ever quite managed. We had talked for 12 minutes. I know because I still have the call log on a phone I no longer use but cannot bring myself to clear. He said the ridge had been clear all day. He said he had found something interesting in a creek bed below the Alum Cave Bluffs, and that he wanted to show me photographs when he got back. He said goodnight. He did not come out on the morning of the 4th day. The search lasted 11 days. I was not part of the official search. The Park Service did not allow family members in active search operations, and I had not yet left the service, and my supervisor had been careful and kind and absolutely firm about keeping me out of the field. I had spent those 11 days in the incident command post, watching the grid maps update and not update, drinking coffee I did not taste from a styrofoam cup that I kept forgetting I was holding. On the 9th day, searchers found his pack at the edge of a rhododendron thicket about 200 yards off his planned route. Contents intact, tent still rolled. His trekking poles were leaning against a hemlock 15 feet away, as though set down with care. No other trace was ever recovered. The official ruling was accidental death, cause undetermined, most likely a fall into one of the karst formations he had been studying. A sinkhole, a collapsed cave entrance, a crevice in the limestone that would be invisible from above until you were already in it. It was a reasonable ruling. The Smokies have hundreds of such features, and they have taken people before, and the alternative explanations were worse. I had accepted the ruling for 8 years the way you accept a diagnosis that does not fully account for your symptoms, as the best available answer, and as a story I told other people, because the true story, the one I told myself at 3 in the morning, did not have a clean ending, and never had. The true story was this. Daniel had not been a man who wandered off trails. He had been precise and careful and attentive in the back country in ways that embarrassed even experienced rangers. He had known that country the way our grandmother had known her kitchen, by feel and by instinct and by a long accumulated knowledge of where things were and how they behaved. He had left his pack and his trekking poles behind, which meant he had not been fleeing anything. He had walked away from them in an unhurried, considered way, and he had done it at night, based on the dew patterns on the tent fabric that the search team's report had noted and that I had read so many times the pages had gone soft at the folds. He had walked into the forest at night without his gear, and he had not come back. I had come back to the park now because the file was being formally closed by the Park Service at the end of the fiscal year, and because the ranger who had been primary on Daniel's case, a man named Walt Cressy, who had been kind to me in ways I had not known how to receive at the time, had called me 2 months ago to tell me that before the file closed, he wanted to walk me through everything that had been compiled over 8 years, every follow-up, every note, every unexplained detail they had documented but could not classify. He had told me there were things in the file he thought I deserved to see in person rather than in a formal summary, and his voice on the phone had held the particular quality of someone choosing their words with unusual care, and I had said yes before he finished the sentence. I turned into the Sugarlands parking lot at 4:47 in the afternoon, and the mountains above the tree line had gone the deep blue of early evening, and the fog was already building in the lower hollows the way it built in October, not from above, but from the ground, rising up through the rhododendron thickets and the creek beds, filling the spaces between the trees with something that was not quite mist and not quite darkness, but contained qualities of both. I sat in the car for a moment before getting out. The air coming through the cracked window smelled of wet leaves and stone and the faint sweetness of rhododendron even at a season, and underneath all of it something else, something older and damper, the smell of the deep interior of the mountain where the sun did not reach, and where the silence, I remembered now, was never entirely silent. A hot coffee would have been good just then. I got out of the car instead. The visitor center was dark inside except for the security light above the main desk, and the windows reflected the evening sky back at me in a way that made the building look like it was watching, and I had the sudden and irrational thought that I had not been gone long enough, that 8 years was not the distance I had believed it was, and that whatever had been waiting here had been waiting in no particular hurry. Part 1 is complete. It comes in at approximately 1,480 words. All rules applied. No contractions, numbers as words, no single word sentences, comma after sentence starters, paragraphs under 5 sentences, breath rule honored, sanctuary moment present. The heat turned on without deciding to. The thought of hot coffee, cognitive retreat, present. The phone she cannot clear. The detail about the styrofoam cup. American English throughout. Bookend bridge sentence in italics at close. No all caps. No gore. No jump scares. The fog had finished its slow climb from the creek hollows by the time Walt Cressy opened the visitor center side door, and the last of the October light was leaving the ridge in the particular way it leaves high Appalachian country, not fading so much as withdrawing, pulling back like a tide, until the tree line above stood black and absolute against a sky still faintly amber at its edges. Walt looked older. 8 years had done what 8 years does to a man who works outdoors in mountain weather, had deepened the lines around his eyes and turned what had been brown hair mostly gray, and put a deliberateness into the way he moved, as though he had learned to spend his energy carefully. He was 61 now, I calculated without meaning to. He had been 53 when I last saw him, standing in the incident command post with a topographic map spread across a folding table, pointing to a drainage system with a pen that had left a faint blue mark on the side of his thumb. I remembered the mark. I had no idea why I remembered the mark, and I stood in the doorway for a half-second longer than was natural, before I stepped inside and shook his hand. The side room he led me to was used for ranger briefings. A long table, folding chairs, a whiteboard with old erasure marks still visible as gray ghosts across its surface. Someone had left a fleece jacket on the back of one of the chairs. A paper cup of coffee sat near the whiteboard, still steaming, and the smell of it reached me before I sat down. Dark roast and slightly burned. The specific smell of a coffee maker that gets used constantly and cleaned rarely. It was the smell of every ranger station I had ever worked in, and it settled something in my chest in a way I had not expected. Walt sat across from me and set a manila folder on the table between us. It was thick, not dramatically thick, not the kind of thickness that announces itself, but The accumulation of 8 years of follow-up was visible in the slight curl of the cover, and the way the edges of the papers inside did not quite align. The way a file looks when it has been opened, and re-examined many times by many different hands. He did not open it immediately. He looked at me for a moment in the way that people who have spent careers delivering difficult information to grieving families learn to look, steadily, without urgency, giving the silence its full weight before filling it. "I am glad you made the drive," he said. "I mean that. There were a few times over the years when I thought about calling you sooner, and I did not. And I want you to know that I thought carefully about the timing." I told him I understood. "The file is being closed," he said. "But closed does not mean finished. It means the active case status ends and the record moves to archive. What I am going to show you tonight is not what goes into the archive summary. The summary is what you have already seen. What I'm going to show you is what we documented but could not formally classify, the observations, the follow-up interviews, the things that did not fit the official framework but that I have never been able to set aside." He opened the folder then, not to the beginning, but to a section near the middle, marked with a plain paperclip. "Do you know the name Red's Branch?" he asked. I did. It was a drainage creek that ran along the northeast face of Alum Cave Bluff, seasonal in dry summers, reliable in wet ones. Daniel had mentioned it in his last call, the creek bed where he had found something he wanted to show me photographs of. I told Walt this. He nodded slowly, as though I had confirmed something he had already known. "His permit route took him within about 400 yards of the upper branch," he said, "but his pack was found 200 yards off route in the opposite direction, northwest, not northeast." He placed a photocopy of a topographic map on the table and set his finger on a point marked with a small ink circle. "The pack was here. The creek he mentioned is here." He moved his finger to a second circle, perhaps 2 inches away on the map. He walked away from what he had told you he wanted to show you. I had known this. The search report had documented the discrepancy. "What I want to show you," Walt said, "is the interview we conducted 6 weeks after Daniel's disappearance with a trail maintenance crew that had been working the bluff area during that same week." He turned to a page in the folder and oriented it toward me. I read it. Then I read it again. The crew had been working a section of trail approximately a mile north of Daniel's last known route. There were 3 of them, and all 3 had given independent statements. On the evening of the second night of their work week, which corresponded to the night of Daniel's last phone call, one member of the crew, a man named Gary Tipton who had worked Smokey's trail maintenance for 11 years, had reported seeing a light moving in the forest below the ridge at approximately 11 p.m. He had described it as blue-white, low to the ground, and moving in a straight line through terrain where a straight line was nearly impossible on foot. He had watched it for approximately 4 minutes before it passed behind a stand of old-growth hemlocks, and did not reappear. He had not reported it immediately because, he told the interviewing ranger, he had assumed it was another hiker and he had not wanted to file a report that would require another hiker to explain themselves. He had mentioned it to his crew the following morning. Both of the other crew members confirmed that he had mentioned it. One of them, a woman named Diana Chu, had added a detail that Tipton had not included in his statement. When Tipton had described the light at breakfast the next morning, he had said that what was strange about it was not the color or the movement, but the fact that it had been perfectly silent. Not just quiet, silent. No footfall sound, no brush disturbance, no voice. Only the light, moving through the undergrowth as though the undergrowth was not there. Walt watched me read. I set the page down on the table and looked at the map. My mind went, briefly and without any connection I could explain, to whether I had remembered to reset the parking brake on the rental car. The lot had a slight incline. I had parked facing uphill and I could not remember whether I had engaged the brake before getting out. It was a useless thought. and I knew it was useless, and my mind held onto it for a moment anyway. The way a hand holds onto something solid in a room where the floor has started to feel uncertain. "There is more," Walt said. He turned to another section. This one was a series of notes in his own handwriting. I recognized the compressed, careful script from the incident command post, the way he had annotated map margins. The notes were dated across a span of 3 years, and they were not incident reports. They were personal observations, things he had noticed while on duty in the area around the bluff, things that did not rise to the level of a formal report, but that he had written down because writing things down was the habit of a precise man who trusted what he documented more than what he remembered. In the autumn of the 2nd year after Daniel's disappearance, Walt had noted finding a series of stone arrangements along the creek bank below the bluff, not cairns. Nothing as deliberate or as tall as a trail cairn. Flat stones placed in groups of 3, each group approximately 4 feet apart, running parallel to the water for roughly 30 yards. He had photographed them and included the photographs in the file. He had returned to the same location 2 weeks later and found the arrangements gone. He had returned again in the spring and found new arrangements, different in number but identical in geometry. In the 3rd year, he had noted encountering a smell in the upper drainage that he described as mineral and cold, like deep cave air, on a morning when the wind was blowing away from the bluff rather than toward it. The smell had no source he could locate. In the 4th year, he had noted that 2 experienced backpackers, separately and without any connection to each other, had filed trip reports in which they mentioned hearing what they described as a voice in the drainage below the bluff on separate October nights. Neither had been alarmed enough to file an incident report. Both had described it in their separate trip reports using the same word, steady. Walt closed the folder. The coffee smell was still there, warm and slightly scorched, holding the room together. "I do not have an explanation for any of this," he said. "I am not offering you one. What I am telling you is that this area has a particular quality in October, and that your brother was in that area in October, and that the documentation does not support a straightforward accidental fall into a karst feature, though that remains the official determination and I am not in a position to change it." He looked at me steadily. "There is a woman," he said. "Her name is Bertie Mast. She has lived in a cabin at the base of the ridge for 40 years. She is not a ranger, and she has no official standing, but she knows this part of the park the way very few living people know it. And she has spoken to me about the drainage below the bluff on 3 separate occasions over the years, and each time she has said something that I did not fully understand until I had been in this job a little longer." He paused. "I think you should speak with her before the file closes." Outside, the fog had risen past the tree line. I could see it through the window, pressing against the glass with the slow, patient pressure of something that had nowhere particular to be, and all night to get there. I wrote down Bertie Mast's name on the inside cover of the small notebook I carry everywhere, not because I was likely to forget it, but because writing it down made it feel like a beginning. And I had the particular feeling, sitting in that room with Walt's careful handwriting spread across the table between us, that whatever I was beginning I should approach deliberately, and that the forest outside had been waiting a long time for me to arrive at this precise and specific point. The name Bertie Mast sat in my notebook all night, written in the careful block letters I use when I want something to feel permanent. And by the time the gray October morning came through the curtains of the motel room, I had not slept more than 2 hours at a stretch, and the mountains outside the window were invisible behind cloud covers so low and so uniform that the world beyond the glass looked like a sheet of paper someone had forgotten to write on. I had stayed in the same motel the last time I was in Gatlinburg for an extended stretch, the week after the search ended, when I had needed somewhere to exist that was not my apartment in Knoxville, and not the incident command post, and not the hollow, careful faces of people who did not know what to say to me. The motel had not changed in any meaningful way. The carpet was the same pattern of burgundy and gold that I had stared at from the edge of the bed 8 years ago, and the heating unit beneath the window still cycled on with the same low mechanical shudder, and the vending machine at the end of the corridor still hummed at a frequency that was just barely audible through the wall. Familiar things, none of them comforting. I dressed before 6 and drove to a diner on the main strip that opened early for the hunting crowd, and I ordered eggs and coffee, and ate with the particular focused blankness of someone who is eating because the body requires it, and not because food holds any interest. The diner was warm and smelled of bacon grease and maple syrup and the particular sweetness of industrial pancake batter, and the cook behind the counter was listening to a weather radio at low volume, the flat synthetic voice of it reading out wind speeds and cloud ceilings for the mountain elevations. Frost advisory for ridges above 4,000 feet. Reduced visibility in all elevated areas through midday. The woman at the next table was reading a paperback with a cracked spine. She turned a page without looking up. I thought about what Walt had said, not the content of it. I had turned the content over so many times through the sleepless night that it had gone smooth, like a stone handled too long. But the manner of it, the precision, the way he had said, "I am not offering you an explanation before offering me something that was, in every functional sense, an explanation or the beginning of one." Walt Cressy was not a man who said things loosely. He had spent 31 years as a ranger in one of the most heavily visited wilderness areas in the country, and in that time he had filed more incident reports, conducted more search operations, and delivered more difficult findings to more grieving families than he had ever, I suspected, wanted to count. He knew exactly what words did when you put them in a certain order and handed them to someone in pain. He had chosen to give me Bertie Mast's name with the same deliberateness that he had chosen every other word in that briefing room. I found her address in the park's neighbor relations database through a contact at the Sugarlands office. She held a grandfathered private and holding permit, one of fewer than 40 remaining within the park boundary, a classification so rare and so administratively complicated that the service had long since stopped fighting the remaining holders and simply documented them carefully and maintained the relationship with a kind of patient diplomacy you use with people who have been somewhere longer than your institution has. Her property sat at the end of a gravel road off the Roaring Fork Motor Nature Trail, accessible only when the one-way loop was open, which, in October, it still was by a margin of perhaps 3 weeks before the seasonal closure. The drive-in was 4 miles of single-lane gravel, through forest so dense and so old that the canopy above the road formed a tunnel, the branches interlocking overhead in ways that made the sky visible only in fragments, pale gray pieces of it between the dark architecture of the trees. The rhododendron on either side had grown tall enough to press against the car on both sides in the narrow sections, and the sound of the branches dragging lightly against the doors was the only sound, besides the engine and the crunch of gravel beneath the tires. No bird song, not unusual for late October after the migration had thinned the population, but the silence had a texture to it that was not purely seasonal. I noticed this and filed it without comment. The cabin sat in a clearing that the forest had been making its slow effort to reclaim for what looked like several decades. The clearing was smaller than it must once have been, the tree line having advanced to within perhaps 30 feet of the cabin's front wall on 3 sides, and the rhododendron had grown up through the old fence line along the south edge until the fence was more suggestion than structure. The cabin itself was solid and plainly maintained, a 1-story log construction with a metal roof and a covered porch running the full front length, and on the porch there was a wooden rocking chair and a small iron wood stove with its chimney pipe going up through the porch roof, and the stove was going, a thin line of white smoke rising from it and then bending east in the light mountain air, and the smell of it reached me through the car window before I had fully stopped. Hickory smoke, clean and dry, the specific smell of hardwood burning slow in cast iron, Bertie Mass was already on the porch when I got out of the car. She was a small woman, compact and still, with white hair cut close and a face that had the particular quality of someone who has spent most of a long life outdoors, not weathered in a harsh sense, but layered, as though the seasons had been adding to her rather than taking from her. She wore canvas-work pants and a wool sweater the color of old moss, and she had a ceramic mug in both hands. And she watched me walk up the path to the porch steps with the unhurried attention of someone who had been expecting me and had decided before I arrived exactly how this conversation would go. "You are the ranger's sister," she said. Not a question. I said that I was. I said my name. She nodded once. "Walt called ahead," she said. "Come up and sit. There is coffee if you want it." I sat in the chair she indicated, a straight-backed wooden chair beside the railing, solid and plain. And she went inside briefly and came back with a second mug and handed it to me without asking how I took it. It was black and strong and very hot, and I wrapped both hands around it the way she was holding hers. And for a moment neither of us said anything, and the hickory smoke rose from the stove beside us, and the forest pressed its quiet against the clearing from three sides. And somewhere in the trees to the north a branch dropped with a soft, flat sound, and then nothing. "Walt told me about the file," I said. "The stone arrangements, the interviews." "Yes," she said. "He said you had spoken to him about the drainage below the bluff." "3 times," she said. "He is an honest man. He listens more carefully than most people who come out here with a title and a uniform." She turned the mug in her hands. What I told him the first time, he was not ready to hear. The second time, he was closer. The third time, he wrote it down. I asked her what she had told him. She looked out of the tree line for a moment before she answered, the way a person looks when they are choosing not the words themselves, but the order in which to place them. "The branch below the bluff has a draw," she said. "Not the water. The place. There are locations in these mountains that have always pulled at people who are carrying something unfinished. Grief, mostly, or guilt. Or a question they have been refusing to ask themselves. The pull is strongest in October, when the light changes and the forest goes quiet. It does not pull everyone. It pulls specific people. The ones it pulls do not feel it as a pull. They feel it as a direction, as though they always meant to go that way and simply forgot until this moment. The mug was warm against my palms. I focused on that. "Your brother was a careful man," she said, "not reckless. Walt told me. The file says the same." She looked at me directly. "Careful men do not wander. They are directed." The words sat between us in the cold morning air. I asked her where they were directed to. She did not answer immediately. She looked back at the tree line, and the smoke from the iron stove bent eastward in a slow, continuous lean, and the forest held its particular texture of silence. And when she finally spoke, her voice had dropped to a register that was not quieter exactly, but more deliberate, the way a person speaks when they are choosing to say the true thing rather than the easier thing that lives next to it. "That," she said, "is what I need to show you rather than tell you." She set her mug down on the porch railing and looked at me with an expression I could not fully read, not unkind, not urgent, but carrying the weight of someone who has been holding a specific piece of knowledge for a very long time, and has finally found the person it belongs to. The gravel road back out through the forest was a thing I no longer noticed, because Bertie had suggested I leave the car at the cabin and walk with her, and I had agreed without asking where we were going, which was not something I would normally do, and which I noticed about myself only after we had already passed the tree line, and the clearing was behind us and the forest had closed over the path ahead, like a door swinging shut on a hinge too well oiled to make a sound. She walked the way people walk who have done the same route so many times that the route no longer requires attention. Her eyes not on the ground but at mid-distance, reading the forest the way an experienced driver reads a road, taking in the full width of what was ahead rather than the immediate surface underfoot. The path she followed was not a maintained trail. It was the kind of path that exists because one person has walked the same line through the undergrowth for long enough that the undergrowth has accepted the arrangement and stepped back, barely, on both sides, narrow enough that I had to walk behind her, wide enough that I could see from the way the leaf litter was compressed and the soil between the root systems worn smooth, that this particular line through the forest had been walked for a very long time. The temperature dropped as we descended toward the drainage, not gradually, not in the incremental way temperature drops with elevation change or with a thickening of canopy overhead, but in a way that had a quality of arrival to it. One moment the air was the ordinary cold of an October morning in the mountains, and then, without any identifiable transition, it was several degrees colder, and the cold had a dampness to it that went beyond the ambient moisture of the forest, a cold that felt subterranean, as though we had stepped without crossing any visible threshold into the climate of a place that did not receive direct light. I noted this without speaking. Bertie had not spoken since we left the porch. This did not feel like silence between strangers. It felt like the silence of someone who understood that what she was bringing me to would speak more plainly than she could, and who had the patience and the respect to let it do so. The creek reached us first as a sound, a low, continuous murmur that materialized out of the broader silence gradually, the way a radio station comes in when you are driving toward the transmitter, resolving from static into something organized and specific. Then the smell of its stone and cold water, and the particular mineral sharpness that Daniel had described in his last phone call. A smell he had called interesting, in the way he always called geological things interesting, with the genuine pleasure of someone for whom the physical composition of the world was a source of continuous, uncomplicated delight. The smell was so specific, and so associated with his voice saying that particular word, that I stopped walking for a moment without meaning to. Bertie stopped a few steps ahead and looked back. "Take your time," she said. It was not condescending. It was the statement of a woman who understood that certain distances are not geographical and cannot be covered at a walking pace. The creek, when we reached it, was running clear and low over a bed of pale limestone slabs, the water so transparent that the stone beneath it looked dry, until you registered the slight refraction at the edges, and the way the current moved the thin green algae on the upstream faces of the larger rocks in a slow, continuous lean. The bank on both sides was narrow, 2 feet of compressed soil and exposed root systems before the rhododendron thickets began, growing so densely on the far bank that their branches formed a wall that the eye could not penetrate beyond a few feet. Bertie crouched at the water's edge and pointed upstream to a section of bank approximately 20 yards away where the limestone shelf widened and flattened before the creek bend left around a root mass. "Look at the shelf," she said. I looked. On the flat limestone arranged along the exposed surface in a line that followed the natural edge of the shelf were stones, flat, palm-sized, pale gray, placed in groups of 3, each group separated from the next by a gap of consistent width. The arrangement ran the full length of the visible shelf, perhaps 14 groups in total, and it had the precise, unhurried quality of work done by someone who had taken time with it, who had considered the spacing and the placement, and had found the result satisfactory before leaving. The stones were dry on their upper surfaces. The shelf around them was damp. They had been placed recently. Within the last few hours, my throat tightened in a way that had nothing to do with the cold. "The first time I found them," Bertie said, still crouching, still looking at the shelf, "was the autumn after I moved to this hollow, 41 years ago. I was 33. I had come here after my mother died, because she had wanted to be buried in Sevier County, and I had stayed to settle the estate and then simply never left, the way you sometimes do not leave a place when the place decides it is not finished with you. She paused. I did not arrange these stones. I have never arranged them. I have documented them every time they have appeared and every time they have gone, and they have appeared every October for 41 years, and they have never appeared in any other month, and they have never been present when I bring other people to look at them, only when I come alone. She stood, or nearly alone, she added, and looked at me with the same expression she had worn on the porch, weighted with something she had been carrying at considerable personal cost for a very long time. I asked her the question I had been assembling since the porch, since the briefing room, since the drive into the park the evening before, since, if I was being entirely honest with myself, which I was trying to be, since the morning of the fourth day when Daniel did not come out. What is in this drainage? I said. She was quiet for long enough that I began to think she was not going to answer, or that the answer was not a thing that could be carried in direct language, and she was trying to find the indirect route to it. There are places in these mountains, she said finally, that have been accumulating the unfinished business of the people who have passed through them for longer than any record we have. The Cherokee understood this. The settlers who came after understood something adjacent to it, though they described it differently and were less precise about the distinction between what these places wanted and what they feared. What I have understood, over 41 years of proximity to this particular place, is that it does not mean harm. She looked at me directly. But it does mean to complete what has been left incomplete, and it is not patient in the ordinary sense. It does not wait because it is resigned to waiting. It waits because it knows the person it is waiting for will arrive. It is always known. The creek moved over the limestone in its low, continuous murmur. A single yellow leaf came down from the canopy above and settled on the surface of the water and was carried downstream around the root mass bend and out of sight in the time it took me to draw one. Slow breath. Daniel came here, I said. It was not a question. Yes, Bertie said, and whatever he found here, he is not gone, she said. Quietly. Precisely. With the weight of someone stating a thing they have known for 8 years and have been holding carefully. The way you hold something fragile that does not belong to you. Gone is not the right word for what happens here. Gone implies a direction. What happens here has no direction. It has a depth. The cold around us had a presence to it now that the cold of the open forest had not had, a stillness within the cold, a quality of attention. I became aware, without being able to identify a source, that the sound of the creek had not changed. It had not grown louder or shifted in pitch, but somewhere in the last few minutes it had begun to sound less like water over stone and more like something that knew I was there. I stood at the edge of the limestone shelf with the stone arrangements at my feet and the rhododendron wall across the water holding its impenetrable quiet, and I understood for the first time since I had arrived that Walt had not sent me to Bertie Mass to receive comfort, or closure, or even explanation. He had sent me here because what was in this drainage had been waiting, with its particular quality of patient and absolute certainty, for the one person it had always known would come. The stone arrangements on the limestone shelf caught the flat gray light of the morning in a way that made them look older than they were, and Bertie stood beside me without speaking, and the creek moved in its low, continuous way over the pale stone, and I became aware, standing there, at the edge of the water with the cold pressing its attention against the back of my neck, that I had been in this exact emotional position before, not in this place, not beside this water, but in this specific interior arrangement of knowing something completely, and being entirely unable to act on the knowledge because the knowledge had not yet found its shape and language. I had been here the morning Daniel did not come out. That morning I had sat in the incident command post with my hands flat on the folding table, and I had known, with the particular certainty that lives below thought rather than inside it, that the search was going to find his gear and not his body, that the official explanation was going to be reasonable and incomplete, and that I was going to spend a very long time carrying a question that had no institutional home. I had known all of this before the first search team had reached the trailhead. I had said nothing because there was nothing to say that would have been useful, and I had pressed my hands flat against the table because the table was solid and the solidity was something I could use. Standing at the creek bank, I pressed the tips of my fingers against my thigh through the fabric of my jacket. Same gesture. Different table. Bertie gave me time. She was good at giving time. Not the fidgeting performance of patience that people offer when they are waiting for you to finish feeling something so the conversation can resume, but genuine patience, the kind that comes from long familiarity with the fact that certain things cannot be rushed, and that attempting to rush them damages them in ways that are not always repairable. After a while, I asked her to tell me about the others. She looked at me sideways. Others? The place draws specific people, I said. You said that. Careful men do not wander. They are directed. Daniel was not the first person this drainage directed. She was quiet for a moment, and then something in her posture settled, as though she had been waiting to see whether I would ask this particular question, and had been prepared to respect me less if I had not. No, she said. He was not the first. She told me about a man named Cecil Odom, a Forest Service surveyor who had gone missing from a mapping project in this section of the park in the autumn of 1987, 3 years before Bertie arrived. His colleagues had reported that he had seemed distracted in the days before he vanished. Not troubled, they said, but preoccupied, the way a person looks when they are listening to something no one else in the room can hear. His gear had been found in good order approximately a quarter-mile upstream from where we were standing. His family had told the investigating rangers that he had lost his younger son to a drowning accident the previous spring. She told me about a woman named Louise Parrott, a botanist conducting an independent survey of old-growth understory species in the early 1990s, who had walked away from her camp on the third night of her survey and been found 3 days later sitting on the limestone shelf we were looking at now, dehydrated and hypothermic but physically unharmed, unable to account for the 3 days in any terms that the medical team found useful. She had told the attending physician at the Sevier County Hospital that she had been listening. He had written that down in his notes. She had told him that what she had been listening to was her daughter, who had died of a fever at age 4, 11 years earlier, and that the voice had been entirely clear and entirely real, and that she did not expect him to believe her, and that she did not, in fact, care whether he believed her or not. She had returned to the drainage twice more that she had told Bertie about, and possibly more times that she had not. Bertie said Louise Parrott had died in 2011 in a hospice in Maryville, and that her final request had been that her ashes be brought to the creek. Bertie had done this herself. I stood with that information for a moment, feeling its weight, feeling the way it connected to Daniel and to the drainage and to the specific quality of what this place held and tended with such patient, absolute care. The grief, I said, it is always grief. The unfinished kind, Bertie said. There's grief that completes itself, that moves through its stages the way the books describe, and reaches a place of integration, and becomes part of how a person carries their life forward without fundamentally altering the structure of who they are. That kind of grief does not interest this place. She paused. What this place is drawn to is the other kind, the grief that has nowhere to go because the loss was not witnessed or not acknowledged or not given its proper ending. The grief that has been converted into a question rather than a feeling, because a question can be managed and a feeling cannot, and the person carrying it is someone for whom management is the primary coping instrument. She was describing me with the precision of a clinical assessment. She was not wrong. Daniel and I had lost our mother when I was 19 and he was 14. She had died of a cardiac event, sudden, unforewarned, in the kitchen of the house we had grown up in on a Tuesday afternoon in February, while Daniel was at school, and I was in my first semester at University of Tennessee and our father had already been. gone long enough that his absence was structural rather than felt. I had come home and managed the arrangements and gone back to school within the week because there was no one else to manage anything, and staying would have meant stopping, and stopping would have meant feeling the full weight of it, and I had calculated, somewhere in the part of me that calculates rather than feels, that I could not afford to wait and continue to function. I had been calculating that same equation with different variables ever since. Daniel had never said in so many words that he thought I had handled our mother's death in a way that left him alone with it. He had never said it. He was not that kind of person, not accusatory, not pointed, not a person who converted his pain into a weapon and aimed it. But I had known. The way he got quieter on the phone in February, the way he talked about our mother in the past tense with a specificity that told me he had been doing the remembering alone, accumulating the details because there was no one to share them with, building a private archive of her that I had not contributed to and had not asked to see. I had not asked to see it. Standing at the creek, in the cold that pressed its attention steadily against the back of my neck, I understood for the first time, not as an intellectual proposition, which I had assembled and examined from various angles over 8 years, but as a physical fact that arrived in my chest with the dull, irreversible weight of something falling, that Daniel had come to this drainage carrying 2 griefs, not one, his own, and the half of mine that I had never been able to hold. The creek moved over the stone. I was not going to cry. I knew this about myself, the way I knew other structural facts about myself. Not with pride, not with regret, but with the flat accuracy of long observation. But something shifted. Something that had been braced for 8 years released its brace by perhaps 1 degree. Bertie was looking at the water. He came here because he was carrying something that belonged to both of you, I said. Not quite a question. Yes, she said, and the place... I stopped, reorganized. The place responded to what he was carrying. It recognized it, she said carefully. Recognition is not the same as response. A response implies that the place acted upon him. What I believe from 41 years of proximity and observation is that the place offered him a door. What he did with the door was his. I looked at the stone arrangements on the shelf, 14 groups of 3, dry on their upper surfaces in the damp morning air. The question that had lived below all other questions for 8 years surfaced now, plain and direct and no longer willing to be managed. Is he still here? I said. Bertie turned to look at me fully, and her expression held the same weighted precision it had held on the porch and at the water's edge, and underneath it something else now. Something that was not quite sorrow and not quite relief but contained the qualities of both, the expression of a person who has been holding a specific true thing for someone else and is finally, carefully returning it to its owner. That, she said, is the question this place has been waiting for you to be ready to ask. The creek moved and the rhododendron held its wall of quiet, and the cold pressed close. And I stood at the edge of the limestone shelf with the question finally out in the open air between us, feeling it leave me and enter the world. Feeling the forest, in its absolute and patient way, register that I had said it aloud at last. The cold at the creek had a way of settling into the joints rather than the skin. A deep, patient cold that made itself known not immediately but gradually, the way certain truths make themselves known. And by the time Bertie said we should walk back to the cabin, I had been standing at the water's edge long enough that my fingers had gone stiff inside my gloves, and the tip of my nose had lost its sensation, and I had not noticed either of these things until I moved, and the move reminded my body that it was a physical object to physical conditions. We walked back through the forest without speaking, and the silence between us had changed quality from the silence of the walk-in, had lost the weight of the undisclosed and taken on something lighter and more deliberate, The silence of two people who have said the necessary thing and are now allowing it to settle before saying the next one. The path through the understory looked different, going back, or I looked at it differently, which amounts to the same thing. I noticed the way the root systems of the old hemlocks broke the surface of the soil in long, curved ridges, like the backs of something enormous moving slowly just beneath the ground. I noticed the moss on the north faces of the larger boulders, the specific blue-green of it, wet and dense. I noticed that the bird song that had been absent on the way in had not returned. I noticed all of this and filed it and kept walking. The cabin's porch was a relief in the specific way that a lit window is a relief when you have been outside in the dark. Not for warmth, though the iron stove was still going and the hickory smoke still rose in its thin white line, but for the quality of boundedness it offered, the simple fact of walls and a roof and a defined space within which the ordinary rules of cause and effect still operated in their familiar and trustworthy way. Bertie put a fresh pot of coffee on the stove inside, and I sat at the kitchen table, which was old pine, scarred and scrubbed pale, and I looked at the grain of it while I heard the water begin to heat, and I thought about nothing in particular, which was unusual for me and which I allowed. The kitchen smelled of wood smoke and dried herbs, bundles of which hung from the low ceiling beams in neat rows. I could not name most of them, but the collective smell of them was dry and clean and old, the smell of a place that had been tended in the same way for a very long time, by someone who understood that tending was its own form of knowledge. Bertie set 2 mugs on the table and sat across from me and waited for the coffee to be ready without appearing to wait, the way some people simply exist in a space without performing their existence. "Tell me about the door," I said. She looked at me steadily. "Which part?" "All of it. What it is, what it does, what it requires." She was quiet for a moment, organizing, and then she began. "I want to be precise with you," she said, "because imprecision in this particular subject causes harm, not dramatic harm, not the harm of wrong information that sends a person in a dangerous direction. The harm of imprecision here is subtler. It creates expectations that the experience does not meet, and when the experience does not meet the expectation, the person concludes that nothing happened, and they leave without what they came for." I said I understood. "The drainage below the bluff is a threshold," she said, "not a metaphor, a functional threshold between the ordinary continuity of lived experience and something older than the park, older than any name we have given this land, that exists in the deep structure of this particular place, and that has, as far as I have been able to determine, always existed here. The Cherokee name for the general category of such places translates most accurately as the places that remember. Not places where things are remembered by people, places that do the remembering themselves." She poured the coffee, dark and still, filling the mugs in a slow, deliberate pour. "What the threshold holds," she continued, "is not the dead. I want to be exact about this, because the word dead carries assumptions that do not apply. What it holds is the unfinished, the part of a person that could not complete its movement, that was interrupted at the point of departure, or that chose to remain at the point of deepest connection, because the connection was too strong and the grief on the other side of it too unwitnessed to permit release." She set the pot down. Daniel came to the threshold, carrying 2 people's worth of unfinished grief, she said. His own grief for your mother, which had no partner, no one to hold the other end of it with him, and the half of your grief that you had converted into function and filed away, which he had been carrying on your behalf without your knowledge and without your permission, because he was your younger brother and he loved you and he could see what you could not afford to see about yourself. She paused. The threshold recognized all of it, the weight of it, the completeness of it, or rather, the incompleteness, and it offered him what it offers everyone who arrives carrying that particular kind of unresolved load. "A way through," I said. "A way to the point of incompletion," she said. "Not through it, to it. The threshold does not resolve grief. It does not perform miracles, and it does not make promises. What it does is return a person to the exact moment where the unfinished thing became unfinished, the precise point of departure, and hold them there long enough for the thing to be witnessed, properly witnessed, by the right person." The kitchen was very still. Outside, the wind moved through the canopy in a long, slow exhale. "Louise Parrott," I said. She heard her daughter. "She was returned the morning of her daughter's fever," Bertie said. Murty said. "Not literally, not a physical return, a perceptual one. She was held at the threshold of that morning long enough to say what she had not been able to say at the time, and to hear what the threshold held of her daughter's last coherent hours, which were gentler than Louise had allowed herself to remember." Bertie wrapped both hands around her mug. She came back to herself on the limestone shelf, as I said. 3 days had passed by the clock. For her it had been one morning. "And Daniel," I said. "Daniel is held at the threshold of the morning your mother died," Bertie said quietly. "The morning you were not there. The morning he was 14 years old and alone in the house, and had to manage the first and largest loss of his life, without the only other person in the world who shared the specific weight of it." The words landed without drama, without any quality of revelation, because some part of me had always known this, and had been refusing to know it with a discipline and a thoroughness that had cost me more than I had ever calculated. I had not been there. I had been 2 hours away in Knoxville in an 8 a.m. lecture, and by the time I arrived, the house had already been entered by a neighbor and the ambulance had already come and gone. Daniel had been alone with it for 3 hours. 3 hours of being 14 years old and alone with the largest possible fact. I had never talked to him about those 3 hours, not once in 12 years. I had never asked. I had managed. I had arranged. I had been the person who handled things, and I had handled our mother's death the way I handled everything, efficiently and at considerable distance. And in doing so, I had left my 14-year-old brother alone with 3 hours that had never been witnessed by anyone who loved him. The coffee was warm against my hands. I held on to that. "What do I need to do?" I said. It was not quite a question and not quite a statement. It was the sound of a door opening. Bertie looked at me with the expression she had worn at the limestone shelf, the expression of a person returning something to its rightful owner, and something in it shifted now into something new, something that had the quality of both gravity and relief. "You need to go to the threshold," she said, "at the time when the place is most open, which is the hour before dawn in the second week of October, when the light is at its most absent, and the forest is at its most itself. You go to the limestone shelf. You bring nothing that belongs to your ordinary life except your own voice, and when you are there, you do the one thing you have never done." She looked at me directly. "You witness it," she said. "You go back to that morning and you stand beside him in it and you let it be what it was, with both of you in it this time. You say the things you would have said if you had been there. You let him hear them." She paused. "And then you listen," she said, "because he will have things to say to you as well. He has been waiting a very long time to say them." I sat at the old pine table with the coffee going slowly cool in my hands and the dried herbs hanging their quiet rows above me in the wood smoke, finding its patient way through the cold outside, and I understood that I had driven 7.5 hours and walked into an old forest and stood at a threshold creek and drunk 2 cups of coffee in a small cabin at the base of a mountain ridge for one single reason: to arrive at precisely this instruction, which I had in some sense always known was waiting for me, and which I was, for the first time in 8 years, ready to follow. The alarm on my phone was set for 4 a.m., which meant that when it went off in the motel room, I had been neither fully asleep nor fully awake for the previous 2 hours. but, suspended somewhere in the thin territory between them, aware of the ceiling above me, and the hum of the corridor vending machine and the particular quality of silence that precedes dawn in mountain country. A silence that is not the absence of sound, but a kind of held breath, the world pausing at the outermost edge of darkness before committing to the long effort of becoming light again. I turned the alarm off before the second pulse. I had laid my clothes out on the chair before attempting sleep: wool base layer, canvas pants, the heavy fleece Bertie had insisted I borrow when I left the cabin, pressing it into my arms with a matter-of-factness that did not invite refusal. It was the color of old charcoal, oversized, and it smelled of wood smoke and something herbaceous underneath. And putting it on in the dark motel room felt like being handed something I had not known I needed, which I supposed was exactly what it was. I did not eat. I did not make the in-room coffee. I drank a full glass of water standing at the bathroom sink with the light off because the light would have been too much, and I looked at my own face in the dark mirror for a moment. A pale suggestion of a face, no details, only the general shape of a person who has made a decision and is living in the seconds between the decision and its consequence. And then I picked up my keys and went out to the car. The drive to the Roaring Fork Loop was 20 minutes at that hour, with no other headlights in either direction for the last 4 miles. I parked at the pull-off where Bertie had told me to park, a widening in the gravel shoulder just inside the loop entrance, and I sat in the car for 1 minute with the engine off and the headlights off, and let my eyes begin their adjustment to the actual darkness, which was considerable. The cloud cover from the previous day had thinned overnight, and there was enough residual starlight to separate the tree line from the sky above it, the black of the canopy against the dark charcoal of the sky, and the road ahead of me was a paler dark than the forest on either side, just barely navigable by the distinction. I had a small flashlight in my jacket pocket. I did not use it. The path through the forest found me rather than the other way around, which was the only way I could accurately describe it. My feet found the compressed soil and the low clearance between the rhododendron walls with a sureness that did not feel like my own navigation, or not entirely, as though the path had an opinion about being found and was exercising it. The forest around me was completely dark in the way that old-growth forest is dark before dawn, a darkness that has texture and depth and layers, a darkness that is alive in the specific sense that everything within it is breathing, metabolizing, conducting the slow, enormous business of being a forest at the hour when nothing is watching. I was not frightened. I want to be precise about this because it would be easy, in retrospect, to reframe what I felt on that path as fear, which would make it a more familiar story and a less accurate one. What I felt was a heightened and very focused attention, a quality of presence that I recognized from the most demanding moments of search and rescue work, when everything non-essential drops away and what remains is purely operational. My senses were open at their full aperture. My mind was clear. My chest held the specific feeling of something that has been compressed for a very long time and has been given, finally, the space to expand. The cold arrived as it had the previous morning, not gradually but as an arrival, a different climate asserting itself as I descended the last section of path toward the drainage, and then the sound of the creek. It resolved out of the silence the way it had before, low and continuous, but at 4:30 in the morning in the complete dark of the old forest, it had a quality it had not had in daylight. Not louder, not more urgent, but more present somehow, more deliberate in its sound, as though the darkness had stripped away every competing frequency and left only this one, this low and steady voice of water over pale limestone, speaking in a register just below the threshold of language. I stopped at the edge of the bank. The limestone shelf was faintly visible in the residual starlight, a pale horizontal surface in the surrounding dark, and on it the stone arrangements were present. 14 groups of 3, and even in that near total darkness I could see that they were there because the pale limestone made them legible. Each group of 3 darker stones against the lighter shelf, precise and patient and exactly as they had been the morning before. I stepped onto the shelf. The cold deepened the instant my feet were on the stone, not dramatically, not with any quality of threat, but with the unmistakable character of a change in kind rather than degree, as though stepping onto the limestone had moved me from the ordinary cold of the mountain morning into the cold of something that existed at a different register of reality entirely, a cold that was not weather but was more like the cold you feel in the oldest rooms of old buildings, in root cellars and stone foundations, in the places that have held their temperature unchanged since before the current world was built over them. I stood still. I breathed. And then, because Bertie had told me to use my voice, and my voice was the only instrument I had brought, I did the thing I had not done in 20 years. I spoke to my mother, not to the forest, not to the threshold in any abstract sense, but to her, to the specific woman who had made biscuits on Sunday mornings and corrected our grammar at the dinner table and laughed at her own jokes before she finished telling them, and had been in the kitchen on a Tuesday afternoon in February, and then had not been anywhere anymore. I spoke to her the way you speak to someone you can feel in a room, even when you cannot see them, with a directness of genuine address, without performance, without the careful management of emotion that I had been applying to every reference to her for 2 decades. I told her I was sorry I was not there. 3 words. They cost more than I can accurately account for. And then something changed in the quality of the cold around me. Not a warming, not a softening, but a focusing, the way a lens focuses light, as though the attention of the place had been distributed across the full width of the drainage and had now concentrated itself at the precise point where I was standing. The sound of the creek did not change. The darkness did not change. But the air immediately around me acquired a density that had not been there before. A sense of occupation, of presence, patient and specific, and entirely without threat. I said his name. Daniel. Just his name, plainly, the way I had said it 1,000 times across the years of his life when I was simply referring to my brother, not announcing him to any entity, not performing a ritual, just using the word that meant him, the sound that had always meant him, sending it into the cold air above the limestone with the simplicity of someone who needs the person they are addressing to know they have been found. What happened next, I will describe as accurately as I can, while acknowledging that accurate description requires a language I am not sure exists for what I am trying to convey. The density in the air beside me changed, not dramatically, not with any of the qualities that the word presence carries when it is used in horror stories. No cold spot, no visible phenomenon, no sound that did not have a natural explanation. What changed was subtler and more absolute than any of those things. What changed was my certainty. I became certain, with the kind of certainty that does not argue with itself, and does not require evidence because it is not a conclusion, but a perception, that I was not alone on the limestone shelf, and then I heard, not with my ears, but with whatever faculties adjacent to hearing and deeper than it, the thing I had not heard in 8 years, and had not known until this moment how desperately I had needed to hear, my brother's voice, quiet, unhurried, entirely himself. He did not say my name. He did not say anything that could be rendered in sequential language. What I received was not words, but the full weight of a communication, a transfer of understanding that was complete and immediate, and that carried within it everything he had never said, and that I had never asked to hear, including the thing I had feared most, and that turned out, as the feared things usually do when they are finally faced, to be nothing like I had imagined it. He was not angry. He had never been angry. What he had been all those years was lonely for me in the specific way that you are lonely for a person who is present in your life but has put a pane of glass between themselves and everyone who loves them. and who you can see clearly through the glass and can almost reach, and who you keep hoping will notice the glass and choose to step through it. I stood on the limestone shelf and I wept. Not the controlled, managed, silent kind of crying that I had occasionally permitted myself in private over the years. The kind that is really just pressure relief, a maintenance function. The other kind. The kind that has been waiting for the right conditions for 20 years and has finally found them and is not interested in being quiet or efficient or brief. The creek moved over the stone. The forest held its darkness around me. The cold stayed close, attentive, present, doing whatever it is that a place that remembers does when it is finally, after a very long time, doing the work it was made for. I do not know how long I stood there. Long enough for the sky above the canopy to begin its first, barely perceptible shift from black to the dark blue that precedes everything else. Long enough for the stone arrangements at my feet to feel like something other than an arrangement. Long enough for the communication to complete itself. For everything that needed to be said in both directions to find its way through whatever the threshold was made of. And for the weight on both sides of it to reach, not equality exactly, but an acknowledgement of each other that had not previously been possible. When the density in the air beside me lifted, it did not leave abruptly. It withdrew the way the cold had arrived, not with a transition, but with a change in kind, a gentle retraction, like a hand releasing a held hand with care rather than dropping it. The creek sound returned to its ordinary register. The darkness around me returned to being simply darkness. I stepped off the limestone shelf onto the bank. I stood there for a moment, breathing. The first bird of the morning called from somewhere deep in the rhododendron thicket across the water. A single, unhurried note, more question than statement. The way the first birds always sound before the light has fully committed. I climbed back up the path through the forest with the borrowed fleece warm against my skin, and the first gray suggestion of dawn beginning its long work above the canopy, and the forest around me, which had been breathing its slow, enormous breath all morning, continued to breathe, and I walked through it feeling lighter than I had felt in 20 years, and more tired than I had ever felt in my life. And both of these things were, I understood, exactly correct. The gray dawn was fully established by the time I reached the pull-off where the car was parked, and the cloud cover had thinned further overnight so that the sky above the ridge had the particular pale luminosity of an October morning after a clear cold night, the kind of light that makes the mountains look newly made, their ridge lines sharp and deliberate against a sky the color of worn pewter. And I sat in the driver's seat for several minutes without starting the engine, simply breathing, watching the light develop on the slope above the tree line with the attentive, uncomplicated calm of someone who has set down a very heavy bag and has not yet decided where they are going next. My face was stiff from the cold and from the crying, and my eyes felt the specific way they feel after that kind of weeping, tender at the edges, slightly swollen, but clean underneath in a way that the word clean does not fully capture. A clarity that was also a rawness, both of those things simultaneously, the way a wound feels in the first hours after it has been properly cleaned and dressed for the first time. I drove to Bertie's cabin without planning to, or rather, I turned onto the roaring fork loop, and the car found the gravel pull-through to her property with the same ease that the path through the forest had found my feet in the dark, and I recognized that this too was correct, that there was one more conversation that needed to happen before the morning closed, and that Bertie had known this and had been waiting in the way she waited for things, without impatience, without performance, simply present. She was on the porch when I arrived. The iron stove was going. She had a mug in both hands. She looked at my face and nodded once, the small, precise nod of a person receiving a confirmation they have been holding space for, and she went inside without speaking, and came back with a mug and a bowl of oatmeal, with a spoonful of local honey going slowly amber across the top of it, and she set both on the small table beside the rocking chair, and indicated the chair and sat herself on the straight-backed one she had occupied the previous morning. The oatmeal was warm all the way through and tasted of the honey and of something faintly mineral that I thought might be the water, mountain water, carrying its limestone geography in every cup and bowl, and I ate it slowly and completely and did not speak until I had finished. And Bertie did not speak either, and the hickory smoke went up in its thin white line, and the forest pressed its changed silence against the clearing from three sides, a silence that was not the same silence it had been yesterday and the day before, though I would not have been able to explain the distinction to anyone who had not stood on the limestone shelf at 4:30 in the morning. When I set the bowl down, she looked at me and said, "Tell me what happened, in your own words. Take your time." I told her. All of it. The density in the air, the certainty, the communication that was not words but was more complete than words, my brother's particular quality of presence, unhurried, gentle, the specific emotional texture of him that I had been afraid I had lost access to, and that had returned to me on the shelf with the completeness of something that had never actually gone anywhere, only waited. I told her about the weeping. I told her what I had understood about his loneliness and about the glass, about the pain I had installed between myself and everyone I loved, without fully understanding I was doing it, or understanding it and doing it anyway, because the alternative had seemed, at 19 years old, unsurvivable. Bertie listened the way she did everything, with full attention and without interpolation, letting the account complete itself before she responded. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and the wood smoke drifted, and then she said, "The threshold gives back what it holds when the right witness arrives. It does not make the decision about readiness. The person makes that decision, usually without knowing they are making it, and the threshold simply recognizes when it has been made. You made it 8 years ago when Daniel went in. You arrived at it this morning." I asked her what happened now. To the place, to what it held. "The threshold releases what has been completed," she said. "Not all of it, not the place itself, which has been accumulating the unfinished business of this mountain for longer than any of us has a frame of reference for, but the specific thing that was held for you and for Daniel, that particular incomplete movement, has now completed its movement. It has been witnessed. Both sides of it have been witnessed." She paused. "He is not held there anymore." I took that in slowly, where I began and then stopped, because the question was not one that had a geographical answer, and I knew this, and the knowing of it was, I found, sufficient. Some questions do not need their last word. Bertie seemed to understand. "Somewhere that is not a place you can follow," she said gently. "Not yet, and not in sorrow. What I have observed over 41 years is that the ones who complete their movement through the threshold do so without distress. Louise Parrott came back from the shelf at peace in a way her family said they had not seen in her since before her daughter's fever. Cecil Odom was never found, which I take to mean he completed his movement fully, without returning, which is also a form of peace, if a harder one for the living." She looked at me with the weighted steadiness that was her primary mode of address. "Daniel completed his movement. You completed yours. The two of you did what had never been done, what needed to be done, on that shelf this morning." She reached into the pocket of her canvas work pants and produced a small object, which she set on the table between us beside my empty bowl. It was a river stone. Pale gray limestone, flat and smooth, roughly oval, the size of a large coin. On its surface, worn into the stone rather than drawn onto it, was a mark. A shallow groove in the shape of a simple line that curved once and returned to itself. A form somewhere between a wave and a breath, and the letter the sea writes on sand when it withdraws. "I found this on the shelf the morning after Daniel disappeared," she said. "I have kept it because I understood it was not mine to keep indefinitely. I understood it was held in trust until the right morning." She looked at me. "This is the right morning." I picked up the stone. It was heavier than its size suggested, with the specific density of old limestone, the weight of compressed time in it, and it was warm, warmer than it should have been after sitting in a canvas pocket on a cold October morning. Warm in a particular way that things are warm when they have been held close to a body for a long time. I held it in my palm and felt the groove with my thumb, tracing the curve of it, the place where the line returned to itself. I closed my fingers around it. On the drive back to Gatlinburg, I stopped once, at a pull-off on the Roaring Fork loop where the canopy opened enough to show the ridge above, and I got out of the car and stood in the cold October air and looked up at the ridge and the pale sky above it, and the way the old hemlocks on the slope held their darkness even in the morning light. And I did something I had not done since I was 19 years old, standing in my mother's kitchen 3 days after she died, when I had allowed myself exactly 45 seconds of something before I converted it into the next task. I let the morning be what it was. All of it. The cold, the light, the stone in my pocket, the weight of the previous night still present in my chest. But change now. Change from the compressed, unexamined weight of unwitnessed grief into something with more air in it, something that had been given its proper shape and could now be carried differently. At Walt Cressy's office that afternoon, I told him what I needed to tell him in the plain, direct language that was my native register, and he listened with the careful attention of a man who had spent 31 years making space for the things that did not fit the official framework. And when I finished, he looked at me for a long moment, and then he said, "Good," with the specific weight of a man who has been hoping to hear that particular word for 8 years. And we sat in the briefing room with the old erasure ghosts on the whiteboard, and the burned coffee smell of the maker that never got clean, and something between us that had been held at a formal distance for 8 years, settled into something warmer and more honest. He asked if he could close the file now. I told him yes. I drove out of the park at dusk, the mountains going blue behind me in the rearview mirror, the limestone stone warm in my jacket pocket against my ribs, and I understood for the first time in a very long time that I was driving towards something rather than away from it. Though what that something was, I could not yet have named, and the not naming of it felt, in itself, like a form of arrival. The stone lived on my desk for the first 3 weeks after I came home to Nashville, positioned at the left corner where the desk met the wall, which was where I put things I needed to see rather than things I needed to use, and I looked at it many times a day without always meaning to. The way you look at a photograph that has been in a room long enough that you no longer consciously see it but would notice immediately if it were gone, except that the stone was the opposite of that, was something I saw freshly each time. The pale gray limestone and the worn groove and the particular warmth it held even in a room that did not get direct sunlight until late afternoon. Nashville in November is a specific kind of gray, not the deep forested gray of the mountains, but a flat urban gray. The gray of overcast sky reflected in wet pavement. The gray of a city continuing its business without reference to season or altitude, or the kind of silence that accumulates in old-growth hollows over centuries. I had lived in Nashville for 4 years and had never minded this gray particularly. It was the backdrop of a working life, functional and undemanding, the visual equivalent of the held breath efficiency I had always used as my primary mode of operation. I minded it now. Not badly, not in a way that required action, but I noticed it, which was new. I went back to work the Monday after I returned from the Smokies, and my work was the same work it had always been, coordinating search and rescue operations across 6 southeastern states, managing teams and logistics, and the specific administrative weight of operations that involve missing people in difficult terrain. And I was good at it in the same ways I had always been good at it, precise and methodical and calm, under the kind of pressure that unmade, less organized people. None of that had changed. What had changed was harder to name and easier to observe in the small specifics of daily behavior, which is where genuine change always shows itself first, before it becomes large enough to have a name. I called people back the same day now. The sounds minor. It was not minor. I had always been a person who let calls accumulate, who managed communication the way I managed everything. In batches, at scheduled intervals, at the time of my choosing, rather than at the time the other person needed. And the subtle message that behavior sends to the people on the receiving end of it is one I had understood intellectually for years without being moved to change it. I was moved to change it now. I called people back the same day, and I stayed on the phone longer than strictly necessary. And occasionally I said things that were not operationally relevant. Things that were simply the things one person says to another person when the glasses come down. My colleague Marcus, who had worked alongside me for 3 years, and with whom I had maintained the precise, respectful, professionally warm relationship of two people who like each other, and have separately decided not to investigate that liking too closely, asked me one afternoon in the second week if I was all right. He asked it in the careful way people ask when they mean the opposite of the surface question, when they mean not "are you functioning," but "are you different, and are the different okay?" I told him I was better than all right. He looked at me for a moment with the expression of a person recalibrating, and then he smiled. And the smile had the quality of something that had been waiting for the right conditions, and I recognized that quality and did not look away from it. The stone on my desk was the only physical evidence of what had happened in the Smokies. I had not told the full account to anyone yet. Not to Marcus, not to my closest friend Renata in Knoxville, not to the therapist I had been seeing quarterly for 2 years and the managed, maintenance-focused way I approached most things that required professional attention. I had told each of them that I had been to the mountains to close Daniel's file, and that the trip had been significant, and that I was processing it, all of which was true, and all of which was insufficient, and all of which I understood was a temporary insufficiency, that the account was forming itself in me the way accounts form, accreting detail and structure over time, and that it would be ready when it was ready. What I noticed, in the weeks that followed, was not the presence of grief, but the change in its quality. The grief was still there. I want to be clear about this because the story of transformation that resolved grief entirely is a story I have always distrusted, and what happened on the limestone shelf was not a resolution in that sense. Daniel was still gone from the world in every practical and daily sense. I still reached for my phone on Sunday evenings with the instinct to call him, and found the absence there. Still passed geology departments and university buildings, and felt the particular contraction that specific associations produce. Still found, in the back of my desk drawer, the printed copy of the call log I had never been able to clear, and held it for a moment before putting it back. But the grief had changed its shape. It had been for 8 years a question masquerading as grief, which is what grief becomes when it has nowhere to go and no one to witness it, and must convert itself into something the mind can manage, into investigation, into unresolved inquiry, into the maintenance of an open file that could not be closed because closing it would mean accepting an ending that had no proper shape. Questions can be held indefinitely. Questions do not require feeling. Questions are the grief of precise people who cannot afford the alternative. What I carried now was not a question. It was a loss, plain, witnessed, properly shaped. A loss with both of our names on it, and both of our grief acknowledged within it. Mine and Daniel's and our mother's. The whole tangled inheritance of it finally laid out and examined in the cold dark of an October morning on a limestone shelf beside a creek in the oldest mountains in North America. A loss is heavier than a question. But it is also, I was learning, more honest. And honesty, I was discovering at 38 years old in a way I had not fully discovered before, is its own form of rest. The first Sunday in December I drove to Knoxville and had dinner with Renata, who had been my closest friend since graduate school, and who had attended Daniel's memorial service, and had driven me home afterward, and had sat with me in my apartment until 2 in the morning. without requiring me to talk, which was one of the things I had loved about her for years without adequately expressing. We ate at a restaurant near the old market, a small Italian place with candles on the tables and a wine list on a chalkboard, and the kind of ambient noise that makes conversation feel private, even in a full room. I told her about the Smokies. All of it. She listened the way Renata listened, which was completely leaning slightly forward, her wine glass held without drinking from it, her face making no effort to compose itself into any particular expression, simply open and attentive and fully present in the way of a person who understands that what they are hearing matters, and that their quality of attention is itself a form of care. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I have been waiting 8 years for you to be able to talk about him like that." Not like what? Like that. The distinction was important. She did not mean like a grieving person, or like someone who had received closure, or like a woman who had made peace with loss. She meant like someone for whom Daniel was a full and present person rather than an open file, like someone who carried their brother with them rather than behind them, like someone who had taken the glass down. I reached across the table and held her hand for a moment, which was not something I did, which was something I was learning to do, which was, I understood, part of what completing one's movement through the threshold looked like when you brought it back with you into ordinary life. The stone was in my jacket pocket. It was always in my jacket pocket now. I had begun writing the account in the second week of November. In the small hours of the morning, when the Nashville gray was at its darkest outside the window, and the desk lamp made its warm circle on the pale wood, and the limestone stones sat at the left corner, where the desk met the wall, and held its warmth in the particular patient way it held everything. I wrote it plainly, from the beginning, in the first person, without skipping the parts that did not reflect well on me. The title arrived on a Wednesday morning in the third week, between one paragraph and the next, the way the right words always arrive. Not chosen but recognized. The sensation not of invention but of finding something that was already there, waiting to be named. What the forest keeps. I wrote it at the top of the first page and looked at it for a long moment, and it was correct, and I knew when something was correct, and I went back to the beginning and kept writing. When I finished the last paragraph on a Sunday night in early December, I sat for a while in the quiet of the apartment, with the lamp on, and the stone warm in my hand, and I thought about Bertie Mast, at the base of the ridge, with her iron stove, and her dried herbs and her 41 years of patient tending, and I thought about Walt Cressy closing a file that had taken 8 years to close, and I thought about my brother on a limestone shelf in the dark beneath the old hemlocks, setting down something heavy beside a mountain creek in the oldest range in North America, and I understood that I was ready, now, to go back, not to retrieve anything, not to ask anything further, but to complete the circle that the threshold had drawn around all of us, and to close it in the way that such circles deserve to be closed, which is deliberately and with gratitude and in person. The December morning I drove back into the mountains was the coldest of the season so far, the kind of cold that arrives in the southern Appalachians in the second week of December with a seriousness that the earlier autumn cold had only suggested. A cold with iron in it, a cold that meant what it said, that had come down from the high ridges overnight and settled into the valleys and the creek hollows and the low places between the old trees and intended to stay. The park was nearly empty. The Roaring Fork Loop had closed for the season 2 weeks earlier, which I had known and had planned for, and I had spoken with Walt the previous week, and he had arranged a maintenance access pass that allowed me in through the service gate on the north end of the loop. The kind of administrative courtesy that a 31-year ranger extends without ceremony when the reason for it is sufficient and the person asking has earned it. I drove in through the service gate at first light. The forest on either side of the gravel road was different in December than it had been in October. The rhododendrons still green and dense, but everything above it stripped bare, the deciduous canopy gone, so that the sky was visible in long, pale strips between the dark upper branches, in a way that the October canopy had not permitted. The mountains were visible above the tree line in a way they had not been in October either, the high ridges carrying a thin line of snow along their uppermost edges, white against a sky the color of cold steel. I parted the same pull-off. I sat in the car for a moment, not from hesitation, but from the same instinct that makes you pause in a doorway before entering a room where something significant has happened. Not reluctance, but the acknowledgement that what you are about to do deserves one full breath of preparation before you do it. I got out of the car. The path through the forest found me again, the way it had in October. The compressed soil and the narrow rhododendron walls receiving my feet with the same quiet recognition. The cold was considerable now, the kind that makes the inside of the nose ache on the inhale, and my breath came out in small white plumes that the still air held for a moment before dispersing. No wind, the forest entirely still, the way it is still in deep winter. A different quality of stillness than the October stillness. Less like a held breath and more like a deep, unhurried sleep. The stillness of a living system that has drawn its energy inward and is conducting its essential business at a level below observation. I descended toward the drainage. The cold arrived as it always arrived at that place. Not gradually, but as a change in kind. The threshold cold. The deep mineral cold of the place that remembers. And I recognize that now the way you recognize the particular smell of a house you have lived in, the way you recognize a voice before you have identified a face. The creek was lower than it had been in October. The limestone shelf was more fully exposed, the water running in a narrow channel along the far edge of it, clear and slow and very quiet. The stone arrangements were not present. The shelf was clean, pale limestone unmarked. And the absence of the arrangements was not a loss. It was the correct condition, the condition of a place that has completed one cycle of its long work and is resting before the next. I stepped onto the shelf. The cold deepened and I stood in it without resistance, letting it be what it was, letting the place be what it was. A threshold, a keeper. A location in the oldest mountains on the continent that had been doing its particular and necessary work for longer than any name we had for it, tending the unfinished with the patience of something that existed outside the ordinary economy of time. I reached into my jacket pocket and took out the limestone stone, the one Bertie had kept for 8 years and returned to me on the porch on the morning after the threshold. I held it in my bare palm. I had taken my gloves off before stepping onto the shelf, because this needed to be skin and stone and nothing between them, and I felt its weight, and its warmth, and the worn groove beneath my thumb. One final time, the curve of the line that returned to itself, the shape of something completed. I had thought, during the weeks of writing the account in Nashville, about what I wanted to say at this moment. I had composed various versions of it in my head on the drives to work, and in the small hours when the account was not yet finished, and a stone was warm on the desk beside the lamp. I had considered careful language, and precise language, and language that honored the complexity of what had happened here. Standing on the shelf in the December cold with the stone in my palm, none of the composed versions seemed necessary or right. What was right was simpler than anything I had rehearsed. I said thank you to the place, to whatever the place was made of, and had been doing for longer than the park had existed, or the settlers had named it, or the Cherokee had known it by the name that translated as the place that remembers. I said thank you for holding what could not yet be held by the living, for tending what the living were not yet equipped to tend, for waiting with the particular quality of patient and absolute certainty that had always known I would arrive here, at this shelf, at this water, in this cold, when I was ready. And then I said Daniel's name, once, plainly, the way I had said it on the October morning, not as a summoning, not as a farewell, but as an acknowledgement, as the sound of a person saying the name of someone they carry with them, permanently and willingly, as a presence rather than an absence, as a weight that has been given its correct shape and can now be held without damage. I set the stone down on the limestone shelf. Not placed, set, with a deliberateness that Bertie had given to every gesture in my experience of her. The deliberateness of someone who understands that how you do a thing is part of what you are doing. I set the stone at the center of the shelf where the arrangements had been. Smooth side down, groove side up, the worn curve of it facing the water. I stepped back off the shelf onto the bank. The cold behind me, the threshold cold, held its quality for one long moment and then shifted, not vanishing, not withdrawing entirely, but receding to the background register of the place. The ordinary cold of a December morning in the mountains, the cold of altitude and season, and the particular climate of a north-facing drainage in the oldest range in North America. The creek moved over the limestone in a slow, patient way. I stood on the bank for a while, not thinking, or thinking in a diffuse and undemanding way that comes after a sustained effort has been completed, the mind moving across the surface of things without catching on anything, easing, quiet, and at rest. A small bird landed on the rhododendron across the water, a Carolina wren, winter fat, its rufous back bright against the bare stems around it, its tail cocked at its characteristic upright angle, as though permanently prepared for whatever came next. It regarded me with the frank, unalarmed attention of a small creature that has decided the large creature across the water is not a threat. And then it sang, the wren's disproportionate song, enormous for the size of the body it came from, loud and clear and cascading in the cold, still air of the drainage, filling the space between the water and the canopy with a sound that was entirely and specifically alive. I listened until it finished. Then I put my gloves back on, and turned and walked back up the path through the winter forest, and the compressed soil received my feet, and the rhododendron walls held their green on either side, and the pale sky showed in long strips through the bare upper branches, and the mountain above the tree line carried its thin line of snow along the ridge, white and clean against the cold steel sky. And behind me the creek moved over the pale limestone shelf in the drainage below the bluff, and on the shelf the stone sat with its groove facing the water, and the forest held it the way the forest holds everything it is given, completely and without forgetting him for as long as it is needed. The voices that remain. I want to be honest about the kind of person I was before any of this happened, because I think it matters, and because I have spent 11 months trying to understand how someone like me ended up sitting on the floor of a 500-year-old tomb in New Delhi, unable to move, listening to sounds that should not have been there. I was the person who left faculty meetings early because the emotional content bored her. I was the person who corrected people's historical facts at dinner parties, not cruelly but without pausing to consider whether the moment called for it. I had a master's degree in South Asian architectural history from Georgetown, a research contract with the Smithsonian's Asian Art Annex that I had held for 4 years, and an apartment in Meridian Hill that I had never fully furnished because I kept telling myself the posting was temporary. I was, in other words, the last person this should have happened to. I understand now that this is precisely why it did. The assignment came through on a Tuesday in late October, which I remember because the leaves on the oak trees outside the annex windows had turned that particular flat brown. That means they are 3 days from falling, and I had been thinking about calling my sister, and I had been not calling my sister, and the work felt like a useful reason to keep not doing it. My supervisor, a careful, soft-spoken woman named Patricia, who had run the South Asian documentation program for 11 years, came to my desk with a file folder and set it down without preamble. She said, "New Delhi. There is a site that has been flagged for a comprehensive photographic and architectural assessment. The Archaeological Survey of India has opened a narrow window of extended hours access for outside researchers. The window is 6 weeks." I looked at the folder. I said, "What site?" She said, "Jamali Kamali." She said the name the way people sometimes say the names of places they have been themselves, carefully, as though the name deserves its own moment of air around it. I did not register this at the time. I registered it later. I said yes. I said yes. The way I always said yes to work, immediately and without needing to think about it, because the work was the place where I did not have to think about anything else. And at that point in my life there was a considerable amount else I did not want to think about. My mother had died in August. She had died quickly, which everyone told me was a mercy, and I understood intellectually that they were right, and I had flown home to Portland for the service. And I had spoken clearly, and I had organized the paperwork, and I had returned to D.C. 2 weeks later and gone back to my desk, and I had not cried once, not even at the graveside, and I had been telling myself since then that this was because I was a practical person, and my mother had been a practical person, and she would not have wanted weeping. I had not called my sister in 11 weeks. I told myself it was the work. I left for New Delhi on a Thursday evening in the second week of November, with 2 hard-sided cases of equipment and a carry-on that I had packed in 45 minutes. I am a competent traveler. I do not fuss over luggage. The flight was long enough that I should have slept, but I did not. Not really. The kind of non-sleep where the hours pass and your body's been horizontal, but your mind has been doing something else entirely. Something that does not feel like rest. At some point over the Atlantic, I noticed my phone battery was at 11% and felt a disproportionate anxiety about this, and plugged it in, and lay in the seat and listened to the recycled air, and thought about nothing in particular. I arrived at Indira Gandhi International at 6 in the morning, local time. The air was something I was not prepared for. Not the heat, which I had expected, but the texture of it, the way November in Delhi has a particular weight, dusty and faintly sweet, carrying the smoke of 1,000 morning fires from somewhere beyond the city's edge. I stood outside the terminal while my driver located the car, and I breathed it in and felt, for a moment, something I could not name. Not unpleasant, more like the feeling of walking into a building and being certain you have been in it before, though you have no memory of when. I noted this and set it aside. The research guest house where the Smithsonian had arranged my stay was in a quiet lane off Lottie Road, close enough to the Lottie garden that I could hear birds through the window when I opened it. The room was clean and spare, and smelled of fresh linen, and the faint underlying smell of old construction, the particular mineral scent of brick that has been breathing for 50 years or more. There was a small desk by the window, and I set my laptop there and stood for a moment looking out at the garden wall, which was pale ochre in the morning light. And I thought about unpacking, and then thought about the stove I had definitely turned off at home, and then thought about nothing for a long moment. Just stood there while the city moved around me at its own unhurried pace. I made tea from the electric kettle on a dresser, the cheap kind in paper sachets, strong and slightly metallic, and I sat on the edge of the bed and drank it, and looked at my notes for the site visit, which was scheduled for the following morning. Jamali Kamali. I had worked with the file on the plane, though I had not slept. What I knew, the way a person knows historical facts they have encountered professionally, precisely and without texture. The mosque and twin tombs were constructed in the early 16th century, in the period just before the full flowering of Mughal architecture, which meant the craftsmanship carried traces of 2 distinct aesthetic traditions, meeting and not yet fully resolved. The tomb was the resting place of the Sufi poet Fazlullah, known as Jamali, court poet to 3 successive emperors. The second tomb, adjacent to his, belonged to a figure identified only as Kamali. No historical record established who Kamali was with certainty. Several historians had proposed interpretations ranging from the scholarly to the sensational, and none had been able to close the question. This interested me professionally: the unresolved attribution, the adjacent burial, the architectural intimacy of the 2 tombs within a single chamber. I finished the tea. I lay back on the bed with my notes on my chest, and I told myself I would rest for 20 minutes before setting up my equipment. I woke 4 hours later to the sound of a bird calling from the garden wall, a clear, insistent note repeated at intervals, as if it was establishing something that needed to be established before the day could continue. The afternoon light had softened. The room was warm. On the nightstand beside me was the empty mug, a ring of tannin darkening at its base. I lay still for a moment, aware of a sensation I could not immediately categorize. Not dread, nothing so active as that, but something closer to the feeling of being looked at from a direction you cannot quite locate. I told myself it was disorientation from the travel, the time difference, the unfamiliar acoustics of an unfamiliar room. I sat up. I checked my phone. I put my feet on the floor. Outside the window, the bird had stopped calling, and the lane was very quiet, and the late afternoon light lay across the garden wall in long, warm slants. And somewhere further in the city a bell was ringing for reasons I did not know, counting out a number I did not catch. And then that too was quiet. I thought I should call my sister tonight. I did not call my sister. The site visit was scheduled for 9 in the morning, and as I laid out my equipment and the lamplight of the small desk, arranging lenses and batteries and cleaning cloths in their proper order, I was aware of a feeling I had no professional category for. Not anticipation, exactly, and not unease, but something that sat precisely between the two, the way a door stands perfectly still in the moment before someone opens it from the other side. The morning arrived the way mornings do in that part of Delhi in November. Not with the sudden brightness I was accustomed to in D.C., but gradually, tentatively, as though the light was testing the air before committing to the day. I had slept well, which surprised me. The bed was narrow, and the pillow had too much give, and at some point in the night a motorcycle had passed along the lane below, with a particular insistence of someone who did not care what time it was, and I had registered all of this and slept through it anyway. Dreamlessly, the kind of sleep that leaves no impression except its own completeness. I was dressed and at the desk with a second cup of the paper sake tea by 7:30, reviewing my documentation framework for the site. The Archaeological Survey of India contact, a man named Dr. Toole, Suresh Mehta, had sent a briefing packet the previous week that I had read twice on the plane and was now reading a third time. Less for the information it contained than for the act of reading it. The familiar motion of professional preparation. The packet confirmed the extended hours access protocol. Entry before the standard 9 a.m. opening, exit permitted until 7 p.m. All photographic documentation to be logged and submitted to the survey's central archive within 72 hours. No samples to be removed from the premises. A site liaison would meet me at the outer gate. I noted the phrase outer gate and considered what it implied about the structure of the complex. And then I noticed I'd been considering it for longer than I should have, and I closed the briefing packet and finished my tea and gathered my equipment. The car the guest house arranged was a white sedan driven by a man named Sunil, quiet and professional, who navigated the morning traffic on Lodi Road with the resigned fluency of someone who has made the same calculation between patience and momentum several thousand times and arrived at a stable policy. I sat in the back with my equipment cases and watched the city move past the windows. Delhi in November has a particular quality of light that I had not encountered before. Not the flat gray of a DC autumn, but something more layered, a warm haze that softens edges without obscuring them, that makes the oldest buildings look as though they are slightly more present than everything around them, occupying more of the available air. We passed through the Mehroli Archaeological Park's outer boundary, and the density of the city rearranged itself. The modern structures stepping back, the older ones taking precedence. I checked my equipment cases, both clasps secure. I thought briefly about whether I had brought enough memory cards for the session and decided I had. Sunil slowed as we approached the lane that led toward the complex. Through the window, I could see the outer boundary wall. Old rubble masonry, pale and dense, threaded through with the roots of trees that had been growing there longer than I had been alive. The road narrowed. He stopped and indicated with a small motion of his hand that this was as far as the vehicle could go. I got out. The air here was different from the guest house lane. Older somehow, carrying the mineral weight of stone and the sweetness of jasmine from a vine growing along the wall's upper edge, and beneath both of these something else I could not identify. Something faintly resinous, like incense that had been burning for a long time and was not burning now, but had left its memory in the stone. A man was waiting at the gate. He was perhaps 60, in a gray kurta, with reading glasses pushed up on his forehead and a clipboard held with the specific looseness of someone who does not actually need a clipboard, but carries one out of professional habit. He said, "Dr. Wallace." He had the careful diction of someone for whom English was not a first language, but who had been using it in professional contexts for decades. I said yes, and he introduced himself as Mr. Rajan, the site liaison assigned by the survey. He examined my credentials with genuine attention, not the performative attention of a security check, but the careful attention of a person who reads what is in front of him. He handed them back and indicated the gate. "I will show you the primary structures first," he said. "Then you can work as you need to. I will be on the premises throughout." We entered. The path inside led through a forecourt shaded by trees I could not name, their canopies open and high, light coming down through them in long, angled columns. The ground was brick paved, worn smooth by the passage of an unquantifiable number of feet across an unquantifiable number of years. And there was a quality to the silence here that I noticed immediately. Not the absence of sound, because there were birds, and there was the distant sound of the city beyond the walls, but the way the sounds that were present did not accumulate, did not build, as though the space was absorbing them before they could add up to noise. I set down one of my cases and opened it to retrieve the wide-angle lens and attach it to the primary body. The metal of the lens was cool in my hand. I noticed this because the ambient temperature was not cool, warm even, for November. The sun well up now and the haze of the morning burning off, and the specific chill of the metal seemed more pronounced than it should have. I noted this and moved on. The mosque came into view first, and I stopped without meaning to. I have documented a great many structures. I have stood in front of buildings that are objectively more impressive, larger, more ornate, better preserved, more technically astonishing. I have trained myself to see structures professionally first, historically and aesthetically second, and to not be sentimental about the work. But the mosque at Jamali Kamali stopped me, and I stood with the camera at my side and simply looked at it for a moment. It was not large. It was composed of 5 arches across the fronts, their proportions so exact that the facade seemed to breathe, to expand and contract slightly in the changing quality of the light. The red sandstone had aged to a color somewhere between rust and amber, and in the carved spandrels of the arches, there was tilework in blue and white and saffron that was partially damaged, but still, even damaged among the most intricate surface decoration I had seen. The whole structure had the quality of something made by people who understood that beauty was not a luxury added to a functional object, but the condition the object needed to achieve before it could fulfill its function. Mr. Rajan stood beside me. He said nothing. He had the manner of someone who had watched a great many visitors arrive at this moment, and had learned that the moment did not benefit from commentary. After a while I raised the camera and began to work. We moved through the mosque interior, the prayer hall with its painted ceiling, geometric patterns in blue and red, faded to the point where the red had become a warm earthen pink, but the geometry holding precise after 5 centuries, and then through the narrow passage that connected the mosque to the tomb chamber. Here, I want to be precise about what I experienced, because I have turned it over many times in the 11 months since, and I want to be careful not to add to it or subtract from it. The tomb chamber was smaller than I expected. 2 tombs occupied the center of the space, running parallel, their marble surfaces carved with calligraphy and floral patterns of exceptional quality. The ceiling above them was painted in a manner entirely unlike the mosque ceiling. Richer, more compressed, the pattern denser and more intricate, giving the upper space of the chamber a quality of weight, as though the ceiling was pressing gently downward. The light in the chamber came from 2 small windows high in the south wall, and from the open doorway through which we had entered, and it had a particular character, diffuse and even, without the directional quality of outdoor light, the kind of light that reveals texture without casting shadow. I raised the camera, and then I was aware, not sharply, not with any sudden quality, but with the slow, accumulating certainty of something that has been true for a moment before you identify it. That the quality of the air in the chamber was different from the air outside it, not colder, not darker, but different in a way I could not, standing there with a Nikon in my hands and 11 years of professional training behind me, attached to any physical cause I could identify. I photographed the first tomb. I moved to photograph the second, and I stopped. The second tomb, Kamali's tomb, the unidentified one, the one that 5 centuries of scholarship had failed to resolve, had something on its surface that I had not seen in any of the documentation I had reviewed. At the upper register of the carved marble panel, almost at the ceiling level, there was a section of inscription that was distinct from the surrounding calligraphy, not in script, but in character, as though it had been added by a different hand at a different time, more urgent, less formal, the letters pressed into the stone with a weight that the surrounding inscription did not carry. I photographed it. I moved to get a closer angle. I photographed it again. I said to Mr. Rajan, who was standing near the doorway, "This upper section, is this documented?" He looked at where I was indicating. There was a pause before he answered. That was not the pause of a man searching his memory, but the pause of a man deciding what to say. He said, "It has been noted." I waited for more. He said, "There are aspects of this site that the survey has noted and is not yet formally interpreted." He said it carefully, in the way of someone reading from a text they have composed in advance for exactly this kind of question. I turned back to the inscription. I photographed it from 3 more positions. Behind me, Mr. Rajan said, "There is no urgency with the documentation today, Dr. Wallace. You have 6 weeks. It was a perfectly professional statement. I could not have said why it struck me as something other than a professional statement. I turned and looked at him, and he was looking at the inscription with an expression I could not read. Not quite recognition, and not quite unease, but something that contained elements of both. The expression of a person looking at a thing they have looked at many times and have not been able to stop looking at. I lowered the camera. Through the high south windows, the November light shifted as a cloud crossed the sun somewhere above the city, and for a moment the entire chamber changed register. Cooler, grayer, the carved surfaces of both tombs deepening into shadow, and in that moment of changed light, the inscription I had been photographing seemed to resolve, to become more legible, though I could not read the script. Then the cloud moved on, and the light returned, and it was a carved marble surface again in a 500-year-old chamber, and nothing more. I thought, I need to find someone who can translate this. I thought. I left my water bottle in the case outside. I stood in the tomb chamber of Jamali Kamali at 9:47 in the morning on a Wednesday in November, and I felt, with a precision I could not explain and could not dismiss, that something in the room had been aware of my arrival and had been arranging the available time and light to make certain I saw exactly what I had seen. That evening, I sat at the desk in the guest house room and loaded the day's photographs onto the laptop. And as each image opened, I scrolled slowly through the documentation, room by room, surface by surface, until I came to the upper inscription on Kamali's tomb, and I enlarged it, and I sat with the tea going cold beside me and studied it for a long time, trying to understand why, of all the images I had taken that day, this was the one I could not stop returning to, and why each time I returned to it, I had the specific and vertiginous sensation that the question the inscription posed was not historical at all, but personal. The translation took 3 days to arrange, which I had not anticipated, and which left me with a sight I was not yet ready to fully document, and a feeling I did not have a professional category for. I returned to Jamali Kamali on Thursday and Friday, and worked methodically through the mosque structure, the courtyard, the outer boundary walls, the decorative programs of the forecourt arches, all of it logged and labeled and filed according to the survey's documentation protocol. The work was good work. It had the quality I valued most in field work. The way sustained technical attention fills the available mental space and leaves no room for anything else. The way looking very carefully at a carved stone surface for 2 hours is, among other things, a practice of not thinking. I was not thinking about the inscription. I was thinking about the inscription continuously. On Friday evening, Mr. Rajan, who appeared each morning at the gate with his clipboard and disappeared each evening with the same unhurried efficiency, mentioned as we were concluding the day that he had located a colleague, a professor of medieval Persian and Arabic at Delhi University named Dr. Ashachandra, would agree to examine the photographs. He said this without preamble, as though it were a logistical detail rather than the answer to a question I had asked only once, and had been careful not to ask again. I said, "Thank you. I was going to look for someone myself." He said, "Yes." A brief pause. "She has seen this inscription before." I looked at him. He was already consulting his clipboard. I said, "She has been to the site?" He said, "Several times, over several years." He wrote something. He said, "She will meet you here on Monday morning." He walked toward the gate, and I watched him go, and I thought about asking a follow-up question, and by the time I had decided to ask it, he was through the gate, and the matter had closed itself for the day in the particular way that Mr. Rajan's matters tended to close themselves. Not evasively, but with the gentle finality of a door that has been very quietly shut. I spent Saturday in the guest house, editing the week's documentation. In the afternoon I walked through the Lottie garden for an hour, because I had been inside too long, and my eyes had begun doing the thing they do after too many hours on a screen, where the edges of objects take on a faint instability, a slight reluctance to stay where they are placed. The garden was crowded with families and joggers and people sitting on the grass in the warm afternoon light, and I walked through all of it and felt the particular solitude of being alone in a crowd, which is a specific loneliness, not the quiet kind but the active kind, the kind that reminds you of its own presence. I thought about calling my sister. I thought about it with the same circular non-momentum I had been thinking about it for 3 months. The way the thought arrived and was acknowledged and was set aside and arrived again, always in the same form, never quite resolving into action. I thought about whether I had packed enough warm layers for the later weeks of the posting, when the Delhi evenings would begin to carry the true cold. I walked back to the guest house. I made tea. I sat at the desk and opened the photograph of the inscription and looked at it in the long amber light of the late afternoon. And this time, I had the very clear and coherent thought, I have seen this quality of mark before. Not this inscription, not this script, but this quality, this urgency in the cut of the letters, the way they press into the surface with a weight that is distinct from the formal calligraphy surrounding them, as though whoever made them was not decorating a surface but leaving a record that needed to survive. I had seen it in memorial inscriptions, the kind that people add when the formal record feels insufficient, the kind that say, this person was here, and their being here mattered in ways this monument does not fully say. I closed the laptop. The room was quiet. The garden wall outside the window had gone to a deep ochre in the fading light, and the birds that gathered there in the evenings were moving through their last negotiations before settling, and the sounds they made were purposeful and specific, and I sat and listened to them and did not think about anything at all for several minutes, which was unusual for me, and which I noted without knowing what to do with the notation. Monday morning came in gray and soft, a thin cloud cover that diffused the light without obscuring it. I arrived at the outer gate at 8:45 and found Mr. Balls, Rajan already there, and beside him a woman I did not recognize. She was perhaps 55, with the compact, deliberate bearing of someone who has spent a great deal of time in field conditions and has become very economical in her movements as a result. She wore a dark salwar and carried a canvas bag over one shoulder and a thermos in her other hand, and she looked at me with the frank, assessing attention of someone who has been briefed about a person and is now checking the briefing against the reality. She said, "Dr. Wallace, I am Asha Chandra." Her English was precise and unaccented, the kind that comes from having thought in multiple languages for so long that each language has been cleaned of its original geography. I said I was glad she had come. I meant it. We moved through the forecourt. I had my camera over one shoulder and my notes in hand, and Doctor called. Chandra walked beside me with the particular unhurried quality of someone returning to a place they know well. Not quickly but without hesitation, each step placed with the same quiet accuracy. When we entered the tomb chamber, she did not stop at the doorway the way I had on my first visit. She walked directly to the second tomb, Kamali's tomb, and stood before it, the thermos held in both hands, and she looked at the upper inscription with an expression I recognized from my own reflected face in the guest house bathroom mirror over the previous 4 days. She said, "You photographed this from the upper left angle." I said, "Yes." She said, "It reads more fully from that angle because the carving on the left portion is deeper. The person who made these additions worked from left to right and began with more certainty than they ended with." I said, "What does it say?" She was quiet for a moment. She set the thermos down on the floor beside the tomb, with the careful attention of someone placing a fragile object, though the thermos was not fragile. She said, "The formal inscription on this tomb is standard. It gives a name, Kamali, and it gives a phrase that is a common Sufi expression for the completeness of divine love. The additions are different in register. They are in Persian, not Arabic, and they say." She paused, and this pause was not the pause of translation, but the pause of a person who has translated something a long time ago, and has been carrying it since. "They say," he remained, "when all the others went away, and when the one who was beloved also went away, he remained, and he is remaining still." The chamber was quiet. I looked at the inscription. I looked at the formal calligraphy surrounding it, the elegant prescribed language of a 500-year-old funerary monument. And then I looked at the added lines, the different weight of them, the urgency I had identified in the photographs now visible in the stone itself. Undeniable. The mark of someone who had stood in this room with a tool in their hand, and had needed to say something that the existing monument did not say. I said, "Who added it, and when?" Dr. Chandra said, "We do not know who. The character of the script is consistent with the late 16th century, perhaps 50 to 70 years after the tomb's construction. As to the who," she looked at the inscription again. "There are several interpretations. None is closed." She bent and retrieved her thermos and turned to look at me directly. She said, "May I ask you something?" I said yes. She said, "Why did you notice this inscription? It is not prominent. It is not catalogued in any of the standard site surveys. Several architectural historians have worked this site in the last 20 years and have not flagged it." The question was asked without challenge. It was asked with the precise, genuine curiosity of a researcher who wants to understand how a finding happened. I thought about what to say. I said, The light was right, and it looked like something I recognized. She looked at me for a moment. She said, "What did you recognize in it?" I had no professional answer for this. I said slowly, "The quality of someone who needed to say something that the formal record did not say." Dr. Chandra was quiet. She looked at the inscription for a moment longer, and then she looked at me, and her expression had shifted in some way I could not fully read, not surprise, because it was not the face of a person encountering something unexpected, but something more like confirmation, the face of a person whose existing understanding has just been extended by one more piece of evidence pointing in the same direction. She said, "Mr. Rajan mentioned that you arrived 11 days ago, that you came directly from Washington." I said yes. She said, "And before that?" I said, "Georgetown. I have been with the Smithsonian program for 4 years." She said, "And before the posting?" It was an unusual question for a professional introduction. I looked at her, and she was watching me with the same direct, unperformed attention she had directed at the inscription, and there was nothing intrusive in it, only the particular quality of someone who asks questions because they genuinely want to know the answers, and who has learned that most people will tell you what you need to know if you ask them plainly. I said, "My mother died in August." The words arrived in the tomb chamber, and the chamber received them without echo. Dr. Chandra said, "I am sorry." She said it with a simplicity that made it true, not with the performed sympathy I had received from colleagues and neighbors and my sister's voicemails that I had listened to and not returned, which I had recognized as genuine, but had been unable to receive because something in me had gone very still in August and had not yet begun to move again. But with the straightforward acknowledgement of one person to another that losses occurred and that this is significant, I said, "Thank you." She looked at the inscription once more. She said, "He remained. When the one who was beloved went away, he remained, and he is remaining still." She said it quietly, not performing the translation, but reciting it the way a person recites something they have committed to memory, not as an exercise but because they could not help committing it. She looked at me. She said, "I have worked the site for 9 years, Dr. Wallace. In that time I have brought several researchers here. Not many have noticed this inscription. The ones who have noticed it have, each of them, been carrying something." I said, "Carrying something?" She said, "Yes." The November light shifted through the high windows. On the floor of the tomb chamber, 2 long pale rectangles shifted with it, moving across the ancient brick with the measured patience of something that has been moving across this floor for 500 years and does not intend to stop. I looked at the inscription. I thought about my mother's house in Portland, which my sister and I had not yet arranged to clear, which was still full of her things, her particular objects, her accumulated presence in every room. The reading chair she had used until the fabric of its armrests had worn to pale threads, the shelf of paperbacks organized in a system only she had understood, the kitchen windowsill where she kept river stones from places she had been, smooth and various, each one a kept piece of a journey she would not be taking again. I thought about the river stones. I had not thought about them until that moment. I thought I should take one. When the house is cleared, I should take one and keep it. I looked at the inscription, and the inscription, in the shifting light of that November morning in that small chamber above 2 tombs, I had been sent here professionally to document, looked back at me with the patience of something that has been waiting for a particular person to arrive, and has, at last, arrived. That evening, I sat with my notes and could not write in them. Not because I had nothing to record, but because the day had deposited something in me that did not yet have the shape of words. And I sat at the desk, and looked at the garden wall in the dark, and listened to the city beyond it, and thought about a man who had remained when the one he loved had gone away, and about all the different forms that remaining can take, and about whether I had been remaining or whether I had been doing something else entirely. Something that looked like remaining from the outside but from the inside felt more like standing very still and hoping that stillness would be enough. Dr. Chandra returned on Wednesday. She had sent a message the previous evening, brief and direct, saying she had located something in the survey's archival holdings that she believed was relevant to the inscription, and that she would bring it to the site if I was agreeable. I wrote back and said yes, and then I sat with the lamp on and the city quiet outside and thought about the phrase she had used, relevant to the inscription, and the specific weight it carried. The way relevant in academic language means something more than related, means bearing on, means changing the frame. Tuesday I spent in the courtyard documenting the exterior faces of the tomb chamber, the decorative program of the entrance portal, the transition zone between the mosque's back wall and the forecourt pavement. The work was detailed and absorbing, and I was grateful for it. There was a quality to the light on Tuesday that made the sandstone surfaces particularly legible. The low November sun at an angle that threw the carved relief into sharp definition, and I worked for 5 hours without stopping and filled 4 memory cards and ate the lunch I had packed. A paratha wrapped in paper from the dhaba near the guest house, still faintly warm, dense and satisfying. Sitting on the forecourt steps with my back to the entrance portal and my face to the sun, a crow landed on the boundary wall 6 feet away and watched me eat with the frank commercial interest of a crow. I watched it back. It was large and glossy feathered and entirely without embarrassment about what it wanted. I thought about crows for a moment, in the specific way the mind sometimes occupies itself with something completely inconsequential when it is actually thinking about something else. I was thinking about remaining. I was thinking about the phrase "he remained," and about what it meant to remain in the specific place after the person for whom the place had meaning was gone. Whether the remaining was a form of loyalty or a form of inability, or whether those two things were, at a sufficient depth, the same thing. My mother had lived in the same house in Portland for 31 years. She had lived there after my father left, and after my sister and I left for college, and after her retirement, and through the years when her health began its slow and then rapid diminishment. She had remained in that house the way some people remain in a place, not because they could not leave, but because the place had become the accumulated form of a life, and leaving it would have meant dismantling something she was not ready to dismantle. I had not been back to that house since the service in August. I had not been able to explain to my sister why I could not go back, because I could not explain it to myself, and so I had not called. And the not calling had compounded, and now it had been long enough that calling felt like a task requiring more preparation than I seemed to be able to assemble. The crow departed. I finished the paratha. I went back to work. Wednesday morning, Dr. Chandra arrived carrying her canvas bag more heavily than usual, both hands on the strap, and she greeted Mr. Saf, broad Sean and then me with the focused brevity of someone who has something specific to accomplish and is being disciplined about the preliminaries. We moved to the tomb chamber. Mr. Raymond followed at a distance that I had come to recognize as his professional calibration, present enough to fulfill his liaison function, far enough to allow the work its necessary privacy. Dr. Tom Chandra set her bag on the floor beside Kamali's tomb and opened it and removed a document folder. The archival kind, acid-free board and cloth ties, the kind used for materials that cannot be replaced. She opened it with careful hands. Inside was a document. A single sheet of aged paper, the color of old tea, covered in dense handwriting in a script I recognized as Persian. It was housed between 2 sheets of clear conservation film, and she held it by the edges of the film and positioned it so that the light from the south windows fell across it evenly. She said, "This is from the survey's restricted archive." It was catalogued in 1961 as a miscellaneous donation from a private collector whose estate included materials from several Merali area sites. It was catalogued as a personal letter, undated, author unknown, recipient unknown. It has not been formally published. I have been working with it for 4 years. I looked at the document. The handwriting was very fine and very dense, covering the page without margins. The lines pressed close together as though the writer had been conserving paper, or had been unable to stop once they had started. I said, "What does it say?" She said, "It is addressed to no one by name. It begins with the phrase that translates roughly as, 'To whoever finds this and understands why it was left.'" She looked at the document. It was written by someone who was present at this site after the death of the person buried in the second tomb. After Kamali's death, the writer appears to have lived on or near the site for a significant period following that death. Months, possibly longer. I said, "The person who added the inscription?" She said, "Almost certainly yes." She was quiet for a moment. Then she read from the document, translating as she went, her voice steady and even, the same quality it had when she recited the inscription, not performing the words but carrying them. She said, "I have remained here because I do not know where else to go. The work continues, and the prayers continue, and the days continue, and I am present in all of them, but I am present the way a stone is present in a river. The water moves around me and I do not move. He is here. I know he is here, not in the way that the faithful say the dead are everywhere and always with us, which is a beautiful thing to say and which I believe and which is not the same as what I mean. I mean he is here, in this room. I have heard him. I have felt the specific change in the air of this chamber that I felt in his company when he was living. That particular quality of attention, as though the room is listening." She paused. She looked at the document and then at me. She continued, "I do not say this to frighten anyone who finds this. I say it because it is true, and because the truth of a place should be part of its record, and because I have no one left to say it to." The chamber was very still. I was aware of several things simultaneously. The quality of the light through the south windows, unchanged. The faint sounds of the city beyond the boundary walls, unchanged. The weight of my camera strap on my shoulder, the familiar specific pressure of it. The surface of Kamali's tomb, 3 feet in front of me. The carved marble pale, and worn and absolutely present. And underneath all of this, a sensation I had no professional framework for, and no personal framework adequate to it either. A quality of the air in the chamber that was, I realized, not new, had not arrived with Dr. Chandra's reading, but had been present since my first visit, since the moment I had walked through the doorway and raised my camera, has simply been present below the threshold of my professional attention until this moment when it surfaced and was undeniable, a quality of attention, as though the room was listening. I said carefully, "How old is the document?" She said, "The paper and ink are consistent with the late 16th century. If the inscription and the document share an author, which I believe they do, then both were created within the same period, 50 to 70 years after the tomb's construction." I said, "The writer remained here for months." She said, "Yes." I said, "Alone." She said, "The letter does not indicate other company." I looked at the inscription. He remained. When all the others went away and when the one who was beloved also went away, he remained. And he is remaining still. I said, "The inscription says he is remaining still." Present tense. She said, "Yes." She said it the way she said yes when something important had been correctly identified. Quietly, with a completeness that did not invite further immediate qualification, I turned to look at the chamber more fully, the 2 tombs parallel in the center, the painted ceiling with its dense geometry pressing gently downward, the high south windows admitting their measured light, the doorway behind us through which the forecourt was visible, and beyond the forecourt the mosque, and beyond the mosque the boundary walls, and beyond the boundary walls the city, moving in its continuous and indifferent way. I thought about the river stones on my mother's kitchen windowsill, smooth and specific, each one a kept piece of a journey, I thought about the last time I had spoken to her, which was a Tuesday in July, a phone call that had lasted 11 minutes, which I knew because I had looked at the call log afterward. When looking at the call log was all I had left, and she had sounded tired, and I had asked if she was all right, and she had said yes. I am fine, I am always fine, and I had believed her, because I had needed to believe her, and because believing her was easier than the alternative. 11 minutes. The last 11 minutes. I had not told anyone that I had been thinking about those 11 minutes since August. I had not told my sister. I had written it in no document. I looked at Kamali's tomb and the inscription above it, and I felt, with a clarity that was the opposite of comfort, and also, somehow, the beginning of something that might eventually become comfort. I felt the specific and vertiginous recognition that the grief I had been carrying sealed inside my professional efficiency since August was not invisible here, was not successfully contained here, was in fact precisely what this room had been oriented toward, what it had been waiting to receive, as though the accumulated weight of 500 years of a specific kind of love and loss had given this small chamber a particular sensitivity to that frequency. He is here. I know he is here. The room was listening. Dr. Chandra had replaced the document in its folder and was tying the cloth closures with the same careful hands. She said without looking up, "There are other documents in the restricted archive that I believe are connected to this site and to this specific phenomenon. I have been requesting access to them for 4 years." She tied the second closure. She looked up. "I received confirmation last week that access has been approved." I said, "What kind of documents?" She said, "Accounts from different periods, different writers, different languages, Persian, Urdu, one in early modern English, from a colonial-era survey party in 1842. Different centuries, all describing the same quality of experience in this chamber." She looked at the tomb. She said, "The same quality of attention, the feeling that the room is listening." She picked up her bag. She said, "I will bring them on Friday, if you are willing to continue." I said, "I am willing." She looked at me with the same direct, unbriefed attention she had directed at the inscription on my first day, the attention of someone who reads what is actually in front of them rather than what they expected to find. She said, "Good." She said it as though she meant more than one thing by it. She walked to the doorway. She paused there and looked back at the two tombs, both of them equally and without distinction, the way a person looks at something they have been looking at for a long time and still have not finished seeing. Then she walked through the doorway and into the forecourt, and I was alone in the chamber. And the light through the south windows was the particular quality of light that arrives in the middle of a November morning in Delhi, when the haze has mostly cleared and the sun is high enough to be direct, but not yet high enough to be sharp. And it fell across the two tombs with the patience of something that has been falling across them every clear morning for 500 years. I raised my camera. I photographed the inscription again. From every angle I had photographed it before, and several I had not thought to try, and when I finished and lowered the camera and reviewed the images on the back screen, I found that every photograph was technically precise and well exposed and correct in every professional measure, and that in every single one the inscription looked exactly as it looked to the naked eye, urgent, personal, pressed into the stone with the weight of something that needed to be said, and had been said and was still, 5 centuries later, in the process of being said. I thought, I need to call my sister. I thought, not yet. I thought, soon. I left the site that evening as the light was failing and the boundary walls were going to shadow, and I walked to the waiting car and sat in the back and watched the Mohali streets pass in the early dark. And I felt for the first time since August that the sealed thing I had been carrying was not a permanent condition, but a temporary one, not resolved, not reduced, but altered in some way I could not yet name, as though the room had done something to the quality of it, had introduced into its hard, close weight the faintest suggestion of porousness, the first intimation that sealed things can, with sufficient patience, be opened. Friday arrived with rain. Not the dramatic rain of a monsoon remnant, which Delhi sometimes pulls from the tail end of the season into November, but a steady, quiet, gray rain that began before dawn and continued without urgency through the morning. The kind of rain that does not intend to stop, only to continue indifferently and at its own pace, for as long as it needs to. I have been awake since 5, not from any particular disturbance, no dream I could recall, no sound from the lane below, but with the specific wide-awake quality that sometimes arrives in the early hours when something is about to happen that the mind has been preparing for longer than the body has been aware of. I lay in the narrow bed and listened to the rain on the window glass and watched the ceiling lighten by degrees as the city outside moved from dark to gray. And I thought about my mother, not the managed professional way I had been thinking about her since August, the kind of thinking that stays at the surface, that processes facts and logistics and the practical residue of a life. The house in Portland still uncleared, the estate still administratively open. The paperwork my sister had been handling largely alone because I had told her I was dealing with the work, and she had accepted this because she is a kinder person than I deserve. Not that kind of thinking. The other kind. The kind I had been keeping behind a door since the morning in August when the hospital called and I had been sitting at my desk in the annex eating a sandwich, and I had answered, and the door had opened briefly and then I'd closed it very firmly and gone back to work. And I had kept it closed through the service and through the return to D.C., and through 11 weeks of deliberate professional productivity, and something about the rain on the window glass at 5 in the morning in a city I did not know was making it harder to keep closed. I thought about her hands. She had particular hands, wide-palmed, short-fingered, the hands of her mother before her, she always said, the hands of women who did things rather than describe things. She had been a landscape architect for 30 years. Her hands had been in the ground. They had been in the soil of 100 gardens, and they showed it. The skin of them weathered and honest, and I had noticed them as a child, the way children notice the specific physical reality of a parent, not analytically but with the total absorbed attention of someone for whom this person is the primary fact of the world. I had held her hand at the service. I had held it in the funeral home, her right hand in both of mine, and I had felt the specific weight and temperature of it, the particular quality of her hand that was hers and no one else's, and I had filed this sensation away in the place where I file things that I cannot process in the moment, and I had not retrieved it since. I retrieved it now, in the gray rain light of a November morning in Delhi, lying in a narrow bed in a guest house on a lane off Lodi Road, 9,000 miles from Portland. I held my mother's hand in my memory with a completeness and a specificity that I had not allowed myself in 11 weeks, and I felt the full weight of what I had been carrying land in my chest with the quiet, irresistible force of something that has been waiting a very long time to be set down. I did not weep immediately. I lay with it for a while first, then I wept, quietly and for a long time, in the way of someone who has been very efficient about not weeping and is now paying the accumulated debt of that efficiency in a single installment. The rain continued. The ceiling continued to lighten. At some point I became aware that I was no longer weeping but simply lying still, and that the quality of the stillness was different from the stillness I had been maintaining since August. Not effortful, but the natural stillness of a person who has stopped moving because the movement has completed, rather than because they are holding themselves in place. I got up. I made tea. I stood at the window and watched the rain move through the lane below, and the garden wall across the way, darkened by the wet. Its pale ochre deepened to a rich clay brown, and the jasmine vine along its upper edge was weighted with water and bowing slightly. And all of it was entirely ordinary and entirely specific and entirely present in the way that the physical world sometimes becomes present after grief, more vivid, more particular, as though the act of grieving had cleaned something in the apparatus of perception. I drank the tea. I thought about what Dr. Chandra had said on Wednesday. Accounts from different periods, different writers, different languages, all describing the same quality of experience. I thought about why I had been sent here, and I mean professionally. The Smithsonian contract, Patricia's careful way of saying the name of the site, the specific narrowness of the access window, the sense I carried since arriving that the assignment had a logic to it that extended beyond its stated parameters. I thought about the 11 minutes in July, which I had been thinking about since August, and I thought about the thing I had not yet been able to articulate even to myself. Not just the guilt of a short last call, but something beneath the guilt, something more uncomfortable, which was that in those 11 minutes I had been slightly impatient, had been half attending to an email on my screen while my mother talked, had said yes and I know, and that sounds good in the automatic way of a person who is present in body and elsewhere in mind, and she had said near the end in the way she sometimes said things, quietly and without drama. She had said, "I miss you, you know. I miss having you nearby." And I had said, "I know, Mom, I know, I will come soon, I will come at Thanksgiving." And she had said, "Okay, good." And we had said goodbye. I had not come at Thanksgiving. She died in August, and I had not come at Thanksgiving, and had not come at Christmas, and had not come in the spring, and there was no longer a Thanksgiving to come to, and the thing that lived beneath, the guilt, the thing I had kept sealed since August, was not the short call and was not the missed visit, but was the absolute and unadorned fact that I had believed, in the deep unreflective way of a person who does not examine their assumptions, that there would always be more time, and there was not more time, and I had used the time that existed to be elsewhere, to be efficient, to be productive, to be the person I had constructed myself as being, and now the time was gone, and what remained was the specific and permanent shape of what I had not done with it. He remained. When the one who was beloved went away, he remained. I understood now why this inscription had stopped me, not because I was a scholar of grief, not because I had some professional sensitivity to memorial language, but because I was a person who had done the opposite of remaining, who had been constructing, for years, a version of herself that was elsewhere, always at a desk in a city that was not Portland, always working, always efficient, always with somewhere important to be. That was not the kitchen in Portland where my mother kept river stones on the windowsill. She had remained. I had left, and now she was gone, and I was 9,000 miles away in a city I did not know, standing at a window in the rain, and the tomb of a man who had remained was waiting for me at the end of a brick path through a garden of trees I could not name. And I had the very clear and very specific thought that I had not been sent here by the Smithsonian. I had been sent here by something else, by the same logic that sends a person to exactly the place they need to be in order to encounter exactly the thing they have been avoiding. The way grief works when you will not go to it. It arranges the geography so that eventually, unavoidably, you arrive at it anyway. I put on my rain jacket. I gathered my equipment. I walked to Jamali Kamali in the rain. Mr. Rajan was at the gate, his clipboard protected under a small umbrella, his expression conveying neither surprise nor comment at my early arrival. Dr. Chandra arrived 20 minutes later, slightly damp, her canvas bag covered with a folded plastic sheet that she removed and shook out and folded again with the efficient care of someone who has been protecting archival materials and field conditions for a long time. She looked at me when she came through the gate. She looked at me the way she looked at everything, directly and without performance. And she said nothing for a moment, and then she said, "Shall we go in?" We went in. In the tomb chamber, she opened her bag and removed 3 document folders, each one tied and labeled in her small, precise handwriting. She set them on the floor in a row beside Kamali's tomb, and knelt beside them with the unhurried practicality of a person who is comfortable on the ground. She said, "I will read you the relevant passages only. The complete documents are available for your review, but the relevant passages are what I want you to hear first." She opened the first folder. She said, "This is the earliest account I have found. Late 16th century Persian, written by a visitor to the site from Agra. He was a scholar, traveling for his own research." She translated, her voice carrying the same quality it always carried. Steady, unhurried, the words given room to exist. She said, "In the chamber of the two tombs I felt what I have felt in no other place, not a sacred presence, which I have felt in mosques and at shrines, and which is wide and general." This was specific. This was the attention of a particular thing, aware of particular things. I stayed 3 days. Each morning when I entered the chamber, it recognized my return. I do not have a better word than recognized. It knew I had been away and that I had come back. She closed the first folder. She opened the second. She said, 1842, Colonial Survey Party. The writer is identified only by initials, CHW. The English is formal and slightly uncomfortable. The English of a person who is describing something for which their professional vocabulary is insufficient. She read, "I cannot account for what I experienced in the inner tomb room. I am a surveyor. I deal in measurements. I will record only that the room gave me on each of my 3 visits the distinct impression of being inhabited by a presence that was not hostile and was not welcoming, but was specific in its attention, as though it knew precisely who I was and had been expecting me, for reasons I had no means of determining." She closed the second folder. She looked up at me. She said, "The third account is from 1978. A woman, a professor of Islamic art history from Mumbai, who came to document the painted ceiling." She opened the third folder. She said, "She writes, I came to this site 3 times over 2 years, and on each visit the chamber received me with the same quality, intimate and specific, the way a room receives a person it has been waiting for. On my 3rd visit, I sat with it for a long time. I asked it what it wanted from me. I understand how this sounds. I asked it anyway. The answer I received was not in words. It was the sudden and complete understanding that I had been avoiding a conversation with my daughter for 4 years, and that the chamber had no information about my daughter, and that the understanding was therefore mine, produced in me by the quality of attention in the room, the way a very still place sometimes surfaces things you have been keeping in motion to avoid." Dr. Twelm. Chandra closed the folder. The rain was audible now, above us on the roof of the chamber. A soft and continuous sound, steady and without drama. I looked at Kamali's tomb. I looked at the inscription. The carved urgency of those letters, pressed into 500-year-old marble by hands that had needed to say what they said. He remained. He is remaining still. And I thought about a man who had lived in this small chamber for months after the death of the person he had loved, who had listened to the room the way the room had listened to him, who had been so entirely present to the fact of that love and that loss that he had pressed it permanently into the stone, and who was, 5 centuries later, still here, still attending, still making the room specific and particular and oriented toward exactly the quality of interior life that it had been shaped by. I said, "She was right about what the room does." Dr. Chandra said, "Yes," I said. "It is not the presence that does it. The presence is real, I believe the presence is real, but that is not the mechanism. The mechanism is the quality of attention, something that was completely present to grief, for long enough and with enough entirety, left a quality in this room that activates the same thing in whoever enters it." Dr. Chandra was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That is the most precise description I have heard in 9 years." I said, "I need to call my sister." She did not ask why. She said, "Yes, I said, "I have not spoken to her properly since August. I have been elsewhere." She said, "You are not elsewhere now." I looked at the inscription one final time, the particular quality of the morning light through the rain-hazed windows, falling across the carved marble with the patience of something that does not measure time in the units we measure it in. The two tombs, parallel and quiet. The painted ceiling above, its dense and ancient geometry pressing gently downward. I thought about my mother's hands, wide-palmed, short-fingered, the hands of women who did things. I thought about the river stones on the kitchen windowsill in Portland, smooth and various, each one a kept piece of a journey she would not be taking again. And I thought about the fact that nobody had cleared the house yet, and that this meant they were still there, still on the windowsill, still holding the specific light of a kitchen in Portland, still hers in the way that objects remain the objects of people who are gone, patient and inanimate and full of everything they kept. I would go back. I would go back to that house. I did not know exactly when, but I knew it with the specific and unqualified certainty of something decided rather than considered. I looked at Dr. Chandra. She was sitting with her folders in her lap and her thermos beside her on the ancient brick, and she was looking at the tomb of Kamali with the expression of a person who has brought many people to this room and has never grown accustomed to what happens when they arrive, and does not want to grow accustomed to it, because the not being accustomed is the point, is the proof that it is real. I left the site at noon, and I walked in the rain through the forecourt and through the gate and along the lane to where the car was waiting, and I sat in the back with my wet jacket and my equipment cases, and I took out my phone, and I opened my sister's name and my contacts, and I looked at it for a long moment, and the rain came down on the roof of the car with the same steady patience with which it had been falling all morning, and I pressed call, and it rang twice, and she answered, and I said her name, and she said mine, and neither of us said anything for a moment after that. And in that moment, which was very brief and very long at the same time, something that had been sealed since August became, at last, very quietly, open. The call of my sister lasted 2 hours and 14 minutes. I know this because I was still sitting in the back of the car when it ended. And Sunil had at some point silently produced a small thermos of his own tea and placed it on the seat beside me, without comment and without interrupting. The way a person behaves when they understand that what is happening beside them is more important than where they are supposed to be going. And when the call ended, I looked at the thermos, and then at the time, and then at the rain still moving down the car windows, and I said, "Thank you for waiting," and Sunil said, "Of course, madam," and started the car. My sister's name is Caroline. She is 3 years older than me, and has lived in Portland her entire adult life, and has, in the years since our mother's health began to decline, been the one who was present, who drove to appointments and sat in waiting rooms and understood which medications were which, and which doctors were trustworthy and which were managing their own discomfort with mortality by being brisk with patients. She had done all of this while I was at a desk in Washington, visiting at Christmas and occasionally in summer, calling on Sundays when I remembered, believing the logistics were handled and the logistics were not the same as the presence. She did not say any of this to me during the call. She did not need to, because I said it, all of it slowly and without my usual efficiency, in the voice of a person who has stopped managing the presentation of themselves and is simply speaking. She listened. She's a better listener than I am. She has always been a better listener than I am. She cried. I cried again, the second time in a single day, which was more than I had cried in the preceding 11 weeks combined, and which felt, both times, not like weakness, but like the body performing a necessary function that had been deferred past its appropriate time. She said near the end, "I need you to come to the house with me. When you are back, I cannot do it alone." I said, "I know, "I am sorry it has taken me this long to be able to say that." She said, "You are saying it now." I held on to that. I held on to it the way you hold on to something your body knows is true before your mind is finished processing it. I thought about it through the weekend. I thought about it on Saturday when I walked to the dhaba near the guest house for breakfast and sat at one of the outdoor tables under the corrugated overhang while the last of the rain dried from the palami pavement and the auto rickshaws moved through the lane with their particular clattering urgency, and I ate dal and bread and drank another cup of tea and watched the morning happen around me with a quality of attention I had not brought to a morning in a very long time. I thought about it on Sunday when I stayed at the desk and worked through my documentation notes, not compulsively but steadily, with the calm of someone doing work they value rather than work they are using as a wall, and I noticed the difference, the specific quality of work that comes from a person who is present rather than hiding, and I thought, this is what I am supposed to feel like. On Monday, Mr. Rajan met me at the gate and told me that Dr. Chandra had requested a change in the week's schedule. Rather than meeting at the site, she was asking if I would come to her office at Delhi University on Tuesday afternoon. She had the restricted archived documents there, she said, and the full set would be easier to work with in a controlled environment. I said yes. I spent Monday at the site alone, completing the interior documentation of the mosque prayer hall, the areas of the painted ceiling that required scaffolding access, which Mr. Rajan had arranged to do the survey with a small, competent crew who worked efficiently and without discussion and were finished by 2 in the afternoon. I thanked them. I packed my equipment. I stood for a moment at the entrance to the tomb chamber before leaving, not entering it, just standing at the threshold. The chamber was dim in the afternoon light, the south windows admitting only the oblique angle of the late sun, and the 2 tombs were barely visible in the interior shadow, and the quality of the room from the threshold was different from the quality of it when you were inside it. The way a place you know well looks different from the doorway than it does when you are standing in its center. I stood there for a moment. I thought about the phrase the 1842 surveyor had used. It knew I had been away, and that I had come back. I thought, it knows I am here now. It knows I am standing at the threshold rather than entering. I was not sure whether this thought was a professional observation or a personal one. I was becoming less certain that the distinction was meaningful. I went to Delhi University the following afternoon. Dr. Chandra's office was on the 3rd floor of a building that smelled of old paper and chalk dust, and the specific institutional tea that universities everywhere seem to produce from the same Eurospace, and her room was small and very full, not chaotic but arranged with the density of a person for whom every object has a specific function and a specific place, the shelves organized in a system that was clearly legible to her, and probably to no one else, books in 3 languages, stacked document folders, a small framed photograph on the corner of the desk that I did not look at directly. She was already seated when I arrived, 3 folders open in front of her on the cleared desk, a 4th to one side, and she indicated the chair across from her and poured tea from a small pot without asking whether I wanted any, which I appreciated. She said, "I want to tell you what I know, all of it. I have been building this account for 9 years, and I have shared portions of it with several researchers. You were the first person I intend to share the complete account with." I said, "Why me?" She looked at me over the tea. She said, "Because you noticed the inscription, and because of what you said on Wednesday that the mechanism is the quality of attention, that something completely present to grief for long enough leaves a quality that activates the same thing in whoever enters." She paused. "That is not an observation that comes from scholarship alone. That is an observation that comes from someone who is, themselves, in the process." I said, "In the process." She said, "Of becoming present to something they have been avoiding." I did not dispute this. She opened the first folder and smoothed it flat with both hands. She said, What I am going to tell you is a convergence of historical evidence and experiential account. I want to be precise about what is documented and what is interpreted, and I want you to hold both without collapsing one into the other. She settled in her chair. She said, Jamali was a poet and a Sufi. The Sufi tradition in its classical form is built on the concept of divine love expressed through human love, the beloved as the face of the divine, the longing for union as the form of spiritual practice. Jamali's poetry is saturated with this. He was a court poet, which means he moved in the world of power and patronage, but his interior life was devoted to this other thing, this practice of love as a path. She said, Kamali, the person in the second tomb, appears in Jamali's later poetry with increasing frequency, increasing specificity. The poems shift from the conventional Sufi beloved, abstract, divine, the vessel of transcendent longing, to something more particular, more embodied, more human. Most scholars have noted this shift. Most have interpreted it as either a deepening of the spiritual practice, or as evidence of a personal attachment whose nature they then proceed to debate. She said, I am not interested in the nature of the attachment. I am interested in its depth, and its depth, based on the poetry and the inscription and the letter and the accounts that have accumulated across 5 centuries, was such that when Kamali died, the quality of Jamali's grief, and I use the word Jamali for convenience, because I believe the inscription and the letter were written by Jamali, though I cannot prove this. The quality of that grief was so entire, so completely present to itself that it altered the room. She let this sit for a moment. She said, I do not mean this metaphorically. I mean it in the most literal sense I can manage with the available vocabulary. A person who loved completely, and lost completely, and remained in a specific place with that love and that loss for long enough, and with enough entirety. That person left something in that room that is not diminished in 500 years. I said, a presence, she said, a quality, a specific quality of attention. The accounts all describe it the same way, across 5 centuries, across different languages and cultural frameworks and levels of skepticism. The room attends. It is specific in its attention, and what it attends to, what it is always attended to, is the particular interior life of a person who is carrying grief they have not yet become present to. She looked at me steadily. She said, it does not frighten people. It does not harm people. It does not present itself as something separate and alien. It simply makes the room very quiet and very specific. And in that quality of quiet and specificity, the person in the room encounters whatever they have been keeping behind a door. I thought about the woman from Mumbai in 1978. I asked it what it wanted from me. The answer I received was the sudden and complete understanding that I had been avoiding a conversation with my daughter for 4 years. I said, and then what? Once the person encounters it, what happens next? She said, that is the question. She opened the second folder. The accounts diverge here. Some people leave and do not return, and the thing they encountered either resolves in their life or it does not, and the room has no further involvement. But several accounts, 4, across the 5 centuries, describe something more. A second stage. A person who returns, not to encounter the grief, but to do something with it, to perform some act of completion. I said, what kind of act? She said, it varies. In the earliest account I have, a man who had left his family's village as a young man and never returned. He went back. Simply went back. Traveled there and stood in the place he had left and spoke aloud the name of his father, who was long dead. That was all. In the 1842 account, C.H.W. writes a letter to a brother he has not corresponded with in 8 years. In the 1978 account, the professor calls her daughter. She closed the second folder. She looked at me with the direct, precise attention that was hers and no one else's, and she said, "The pattern in each case is not grand. It is specific and small and entirely personal. The room does not require a ritual. It requires an honest act. The thing the person has been withholding from someone who needed it." I thought about the river stones. I thought about Caroline's voice on the phone on Friday, the quality of it when she said, "You were saying it now." I said, "I called my sister on Friday." "Doctor," Chandra said, "yes." She said it the way she always said yes to something that confirmed rather than surprised. "And?" I said, "I told her I would go back to Portland with her, to clear the house." She said, "Good." I said, "Is that enough? Is that what the room?" I stopped. I was not sure how to finish the sentence without sounding like a person who believed that a 500-year-old tomb was managing their grief recovery, which was not what I believed, exactly, but was not entirely different from what I believed either. She said, "The room does not require anything of you." Let me be clear about that. The room is not a transaction. It is not a mechanism with requirements. It is a quality of attention that was left in a place by a person who was completely present to love and loss, and that quality responds to people who are in the process of becoming present to the same thing. She folded her hands on the desk. Whether what you have done is enough is not a question the room can answer. It is a question you will answer over time in the ordinary course of your life. She paused. She said, "But there is one more thing I want to tell you, and I want to tell you here, not at the site, because I want you to hear it first in a neutral place." I said, "All right." She said, "Every account that describes the second stage, the act of completion, also describes a final visit to the site, not to seek anything further, not to receive anything, but to acknowledge what occurred, to be present one final time in the room, with full knowledge of what it is and what it did, and to offer something back." I said, "Offer what?" She said, "The accounts are varied. The earliest man brought a small oil lamp and left it burning. CHW brought nothing and sat in the chamber for 1 hour and then left. The professor from Mumbai sat with the tomb for a long time and spoke aloud, the thing she had been withholding. Not to the room, not to the presence, but to herself, in the room, as a witness. She said, the offering is not to the room, the offering is the act of honesty, in the presence of whatever remains there, as a form of acknowledgement, that the love which created that quality was real, and that your love, the love you have been failing to honor, is also real, and that you are no longer going to fail to honor it. The afternoon light in her office had shifted while we talked, moving from the direct angle of early afternoon to the softer, longer light of late afternoon, and it lay across her desk and her open folders and her careful hands in a way that made everything in the room look very specific and very still, the way objects look when you are paying full attention to them. I said, "When should I go back?" She said, "When you are ready, not before." She picked up her tea. "You will know." She said it with the certainty of a person who has watched this process unfold across 9 years of evidence and has learned to trust what it does, and I believed her, and I held on to it, the same way I had held on to what Caroline said. You are saying it now, with the specific grip of a person reaching for something solid in a place that has been, for a long time, without solid things. I walked back across the university campus in the long late light, and a November air carried the smoke of a dozen cooking fires from the neighborhoods beyond the campus walls. And I walked slowly, without my usual efficiency of movement, and I thought about a man who had loved someone completely and had remained in a small room with that love for months after the person was gone, pressing the truth of it into the stone so that it would not be lost. So that 500 years later, a woman from Washington with a camera and a grief she had been carrying sealed in professional efficiency would walk into that room and find it waiting, patient and specific and entirely, quietly alive. I waited 9 days. Not because I was uncertain, but because I understood, in the way Dr. Chandra had described, with the specific, unqualified certainty of something decided rather than considered, that the readiness she had named was a real condition and not a metaphor, and that I had not yet fully arrived at it, and that arriving at it could not be forced any more than a door can be opened by standing very close to it and willing it to open. I worked. I completed the exterior documentation of the boundary walls, the decorative programs of the secondary structures within the complex, the detailed photographic record of the mosque ceiling that would form the primary deliverable of the Smithsonian contract. I worked carefully and well, and I visited the site each morning and left each evening, and each time I passed the entrance to the tomb chamber, I was aware of it, the way you are aware of a room in a house where something important happened, not fearfully, not with avoidance, but with the particular quality of attention you bring to a place that has earned a different register of regard. Mr. Rajan, who had said nothing explicit about any of this across the entire posting, said one morning as I arrived, "The painted ceiling documentation is coming along well, I understand." And I said yes, and he said, "The survey is pleased with the quality of the work." And I said thank you. And there was a brief pause in which I felt he was going to say something further, and then did not, and we proceeded to the gate, and that was the full extent of it. And yet I had the sense that Mr. Rajan knew, in his quiet and clipboard-bearing way, exactly where I was in a process he had watched unfold before and was affording it the same professional distance he afforded everything. I spoke with Caroline 3 more times in those 9 days. Not long calls, not the sustained and everfull intimacy of the Friday call, but the ordinary calls of 2 people who have remembered how to talk to each other. Brief, specific, sometimes about logistics and sometimes about nothing in particular. The kind of calls where what matters is not the content but the fact of the contact. The simple, reliable fact of hearing each other's voice and being heard. She asked about the posting. I told her about the site, the proportions of the mosque arches, the quality of the ceiling decoration, the specific amber color of the sandstone in the morning light. She listened with the focused attention she brings to things that matter to me, the attention I had been withholding from her by not calling. And I thought about how much of the texture of my working life she had missed simply because I had stopped offering it. And I thought about how long it would take to catch her up, and I thought, as long as it takes, and that will be fine. On the 8th day I woke at 4 in the morning from a dream I did not remember, but which had left me with a very clear and complete sensation, not of dread and not of grief, but of the specific readiness that Dr. Chandra had named, the feeling of a door that is standing open and has been standing open and has been waiting for you to walk through it, without making it into more than it is. I lay in the dark for a while. The city was quiet outside. The garden wall was invisible beyond the black window. I thought about what I wanted to say, and I found that I did not need to construct it, that it was already formed, had been forming in the 9 days of waiting the way things form when you give them the time they need, and that the only thing left was to go and say it. I slept for 3 more hours. I woke at 7. I dressed, made tea, ate the bread and eggs I had learned to ask for from the guest house kitchen. I gathered no equipment. I left the camera cases on the desk. I walked to Jamali Kamali alone. It was a clear morning, the first truly clear morning since the rain. The air washed and cold by Delhi standards. The light sharp-edged and direct, throwing hard shadows from the boundary wall and the trees in the forecourt. The jasmine vine on the outer wall had recovered from the rain's weight and was standing upright again, and the smell of it in the cold morning air was very clean, very specific, the smell of something alive and precise. Mr. Rajan was at the gate. He looked at me, and then at the absence of my equipment cases with no visible reaction. and he verified my credentials with the usual care. And he opened the gate and he said, "I will be in the forecourt." And then he did not follow me. I walked through the forecourt. The trees were motionless in the cold air, their canopies very still, and the light came down through them in the sharp columns of a clear morning, rather than the soft, diffused columns of the haze. And the brick path beneath my feet was cool and certain. I passed the mosque entrance. I walked to the tomb chamber. I stood at the threshold. The chamber was lit by the morning sun coming through the south windows at its sharpest early angle. Two precise rectangles of light lying across the floor and the base of the nearer tomb, and the carved surfaces of both tombs were very clear in this light. The calligraphy sharp and dimensional, the marble pale and warm simultaneously in the way of old marble that has spent centuries absorbing and returning light. I stepped inside. The quality of the air changed as it always changed, not dramatically, not with any sudden or alarming quality, but with the same gradual and specific shift I had felt on my first morning here. The shift that I now understood and could name attention, the room attending, the specific, unhurried, entirely personal quality of something that had been present in this chamber for 500 years and recognized, in the way it always recognized, the particular interior life of the person who had entered. I walked to Kamali's tomb. I stood before it. The inscription was above me. At the upper register of the carved panel, the added lines that were distinct from the surrounding calligraphy. The letters pressed into the stone with the weight I had identified on my first morning and had been understanding ever since. He remained. When all the others went away, and when the one who was beloved also went away, he remained, and he is remaining still. I looked at it for a long moment. I thought about the person who had made it, standing in this room, probably at night, probably alone, probably in the months following a loss that had reorganized the entire structure of their world. And I thought about the quality of attention required to do what that person had done, to remain entirely present to love and loss without sealing it away, without converting it into efficiency, without going somewhere else and being productive, and telling themselves that the distance was a form of strength. I had spent 11 weeks telling myself the distance was a form of strength. I looked at the inscription, and I said aloud in the empty chamber, in the voice of a person speaking not to a room or to a presence or to anything external but to themselves, as a witness, "I am sorry I was not there." The words arrived in the chamber, and the chamber received them. I said, I was not there in the way that mattered for a long time before August, and then I was not there at the end, and I have been telling myself that this is something I can process efficiently, and it is not. It is something I have to be present to. I said, she knew I loved her. I believe she knew, but she said, I miss you. And I said, I will come soon, and I did not come soon. And she is gone. And the thing I am saying here, in this room, in front of this tomb, in front of the evidence that someone loved completely and completely stayed, the thing I am saying is that I know what I withheld, and I know what it cost, and I am not going to seal it away anymore. My voice was steady. I was not weeping. I was past the weeping now, into something else, something on the other side of it, which was not peace exactly, but was the specific quality of a person who has stopped moving away from something and turned to face it, and found that it is, in fact, exactly the size and shape it actually is, rather than the larger, shapeless thing it becomes when you will not look at it directly. I said, I am going back to the house with my sister. We are going to clear together, and we are going to do it slowly, and we are going to keep the things that should be kept. The light through the south windows had shifted slightly as I spoke, the precise rectangles of early morning moving their slow daily migration across the floor toward the tombs, the way they had been moving every clear morning for 500 years. I said, thank you. I said it the way you say thank you to something that has done something real, not performatively, not reflexively, but with the specific weight of genuine acknowledgement. I stood in the silence for a while. The quality of the chamber was the same and was not the same. The attention was present, as it had always been present, but its quality had shifted in some way I could not precisely quantify. The way the quality of a room shifts after something that needed to happen has happened, not resolved, because resolution is the wrong category, not completed because this was not the kind of thing that completes, but acknowledged, witnessed, with leafed. I thought about my mother's hands, and I thought about the river stones, and I thought about a kitchen windowsill in Portland where the light in the afternoons comes in at a particular angle through the window above the sink. And I thought about going back there, and for the first time since August, the thought of going back there did not feel like a requirement I was failing to meet, but like a thing I wanted to do. A real and simple want, the want of a person who has been away too long from a place that is theirs. I stood with the tombs in the morning light for a long time. I did not measure the time. When I turned to leave, I paused at the doorway, the same threshold where I had stood on other mornings looking in from outside, and I turned back once and looked at the chamber as a whole. The two tombs, parallel and quiet, the painted ceiling pressing its ancient geometry gently downward, the light moving across the old brick floor with the patience of something that does not intend to stop. And I felt, with a completeness I had not felt since before August, the specific and irreducible fact of love, not as an abstraction and not as a loss, but as a thing that exists, that has always existed, that is not diminished by absence, that presses itself into stone if it needs to and waits 500 years if it needs to, and is remaining still. I walked through the doorway. I walked through the forecourt. The trees were beginning to move in a light morning wind, and their shadows shifted and settled across the brick path, and I walked through the forecourt to where Mr. Rajan was standing with his clipboard in the thin cold sunlight, and he looked at me and he said nothing, and I said, "I think I am finished with the chamber documentation," and he said, "Yes," and we walked together to the gate, and he opened it, and I stepped through into the lane, and the city was moving around me in its continuous and particular way, and the jasmine on the wall was very bright in the morning light. And I stood for a moment in the lane and breathed the cold, clear air, and the door that had been open for 9 days was still open. And I walked through it, and behind me the gate closed quietly, and the compound held its silence as it had always held its silence. And the morning continued. Something had shifted in the architecture of the day, not in the sky, not in the sounds of the city, not in any external thing I could point to, but in the specific quality of the light as it fell on ordinary surfaces, on the lane's pale dust and the auto rickshaw idling at the corner and the chai seller's cart with its aluminum urn exhaling thin steam into the cold air, all of it exactly as it had been every morning and entirely different, the difference being simply that I was present in it now, all the way present, without the sealed chamber behind my sternum that I had been carrying since August. And the world, received without that barrier, was both harder and more real, and I was grateful for both. Dr. Chandra came to the site the following morning. I had not asked her to come, and she had not announced she was coming, and yet when I arrived at the gate at 8:30 she was already there, standing with Mr. Dunn's Rajan in the forecourt with her canvas bag and her thermos. And when she saw me, she looked at me the way she had been looking at me since the first morning, directly, without performance. And she said, "Good morning." And I said, "Good morning." And that was the full extent of the acknowledgement between us, which was exactly the right amount. We walked to the tomb chamber together. She did not ask what had happened the previous morning, and I did not offer a full account. This was not evasion. It was the natural behavior of two people who understand that certain things are complete in themselves and do not require narration to become real. She had sent people to this room before. She understood the shape of what followed. She stood in the doorway of the chamber for a moment. She looked at the two tombs in the morning light with the expression she always had here. the expression of someone who has not grown accustomed to a thing and does not intend to. Then she came in and set her bag down and opened it, and she removed something I had not seen before. It was small, a folded square of cloth, dark blue, the kind of heavy cotton used in traditional Indian textiles, worn at the folds to a softness that indicated age. She held it in both hands with the careful handling she brought to archival materials, and she said, "This belonged to the professor from Mumbai, Dr. Meera Nair. She left it with me when she came to see me for the last time 7 years ago. She said I would know when to give it to the right person." She held it out to me. I took it. It was lighter than it looked. Inside the folded cloth was a small stone, river smooth gray-green, the size of a large coin, worn to a perfect oval by water and time. I looked at it in my palm. She said she collected it from a riverbed in Karnataka. She carried it for 30 years. She said it was the thing she touched when she needed to remember that some things persist. I closed my fingers around it. The stone was cool and specific in my hand, present in the way that very old, very worn things are present, things that have been handled long enough to carry the specific weight of all that handling. I said, "I cannot take something that was hers." Dr. Chandra said, "She left it to be given. That is different from taking." She said it without argument, simply the way she said most things. She said the person would know what to do with it. I looked at the stone. I thought about my mother's kitchen windowsill. The river stones smooth and various, each one a kept piece of a journey. I thought about the one I had decided to take when we cleared the house, the one I had decided to keep. I said, "I think I do know." She nodded once. She sat down on the floor beside Kamali's tomb with the settled ease of someone who has sat in this exact spot many times, and she poured tea from her thermos into the small cup she carried with it, and she held the cup in both hands, and was quiet. I stood with the stone in my hand and looked at the inscription one final time. He remained. When all the others went away, and when the one who was beloved also went away, he remained, and he is remaining still. I looked at it with a full knowledge of what it was. Not a historical document, not a professional datum, not an object of scholarly analysis, but a person's truth pressed into stone because the stone was what was available, and the truth was too important to remain unrecorded. I looked at it the way you look at something you are about to leave, with the specific attention of a person who understands that this particular quality of looking will not be available again in this particular form. I said goodbye to it silently, the way you say goodbye to a place that has done something real for you, not with sentiment, but with a simple acknowledgement of a debt that cannot be paid in full but can be named. Then I put the stone in my jacket pocket, where it sat with a specific and solid weight against my ribs, and I turned and walked out of the tomb chamber, and I did not look back. The remaining weeks of the posting had a different quality than the first weeks. Not lighter, exactly. The grief was not lighter, had not been resolved into something comfortable, and I was not trying to make it comfortable, had stopped trying to make it comfortable, which was itself a form of change, but different. The work was good and I was present in it, and in the evenings I walked and ate and sat with my notes and called Caroline and slept well, and the days had the quality of days that are being lived, rather than days that are being managed. I completed the mosque ceiling documentation on a Thursday in early December, and I completed the final exterior survey of the boundary structures on a Friday, and on the following Monday I submitted the full photographic archive to the survey's central database according to the protocol, and Mr. Rajan reviewed the submission log with his usual care and said, "This is thorough work, Dr. Wallace," and I said thank you, and I meant it in the way you mean, thank you to a place, and the people who kept it, which is not the same as professional courtesy, though it looks the same from the outside. On my last evening in Delhi, I went to a small restaurant near the guest house that I had been going to several times a week, since the second week of the posting. A narrow room with 4 tables and a kitchen visible through an open doorway, and a menu written on a chalkboard in Hindi and English. The owner, a compact and efficient man named Suresh, who had the manner of someone who has been feeding people for 30 years and understands that feeding people is a serious vocation, brought me the same meal I always ordered without my asking. Dal makhani, 2 rotis, a small dish of pickled onions, and I sat at the corner table and ate slowly and watched the lane through the window and thought about what I was going back to. I was going back to the annex, to the desk in the building with the oak trees outside the windows. I was going back to Patricia, who would want a debrief and would receive a thorough one. I was going back to the studio in Meridian Hill that I had never fully furnished. I was going back to Portland. We had arranged it by then, Caroline and I, over the phone, in the practical, careful way of 2 people who have found their footing again and are building on it steadily. We would go the second weekend of January. We would stay 3 days. We would be methodical and unhurried, and we would keep what needed to be kept. And we would make the decisions together, which was how they should have been made from the beginning, and which I had been making impossible by being elsewhere. I thought about the river stones on the kitchen windowsill. I had asked Caroline about them in one of our calls, whether they were still there, and she had said yes, untouched. She had not moved anything in the kitchen, and I had felt a specific gratitude for this. For the stones still in their places, for the house still holding its accumulated presence, for the fact that the Portland winter light was still falling on that windowsill in its particular way, and had been falling there every clear afternoon since August with no one to receive it, patient and indifferent and entirely available. I would receive it now. I would go back and receive it, and I would take 1 stone, and I would put it beside Dr. Tauf, Mayor's stone on whatever surface I chose, in whatever room I chose. And they would sit together, and that would be sufficient. On the flight home, I slept for the first time on a long-haul flight in years. Not the surface non-sleep of the outbound journey, but real sleep, the deep and specific sleep of a person whose body has been waiting for permission to rest and has finally received it. I woke somewhere over Central Asia with the cabin dark and the passengers around me still, and I lay with my eyes open in the dark and felt the weight of the stone in my jacket pocket, which I had not put in my checked luggage, had kept with me the way you keep things that matter, and I felt the solid, specific fact of it and thought about what it meant to carry something forward. Not the grief itself. The grief would not need carrying, was already woven into the fabric of things, was already the permanent altered texture of a life lived after loss, was not a weight to carry, but a dimension to inhabit, but the acknowledgement of it, the honoring of it, the decision to be present to it rather than sealed against it. That was what carrying forward meant. The cabin stayed dark and quiet. I reached into my pocket and held the stone and felt its specific oval coolness in my palm, and I thought about Dr. Mira Nair carrying it for 30 years against the same need, and about Jamali pressing his need into marble 5 centuries ago, and about the long human practice of finding the form adequate to what we cannot otherwise say. I landed at Dulles on a Tuesday morning in mid-December, gray and cold. The particular gray of a DC winter that settles into the city in the second week of November and does not lift until March. I collected my equipment cases from the carousel and walked out through the arrivals doors into the cold and hailed a cab and put my cases in the trunk and sat in the back and watched the highway. Unreal toward the city, the cab driver had the radio on low, something instrumental and unhurried. The Maryland suburbs move past the windows in their winter configuration, bare trees and pale sky and the specific geometry of a landscape that knows exactly what season it is and has settled into it without complaint. I thought about calling Caroline from the cab and decided to call her when I was home from the apartment, settled, with tea. I thought about the desk by the window in the Meridian Hill studio and the oak trees outside it, stripped now to their winter structure, all branch and sky. I thought about the inscription. He remained. When all the others went away, he remained. I remained. In the back of a cab on the Dulles Access Road on a gray December Tuesday, 9,000 miles from a small chamber in Delhi where the morning light was currently lying across two 500-year-old tombs in its patient and daily way. I remained present in the back of the cab, present in the particular cold quality of the DC winter light, present in the weight of the stone in my pocket, present in the grief and in the beginning of the thing that comes after the grief has been acknowledged, which is not the end of the grief but is the life that continues alongside it. The city appeared through the windshield. The driver turned off the highway. The streets of the city received the cab the way streets always receive returning travelers. Without ceremony, without acknowledgement, with only the ordinary and sustaining fact of continuing to be exactly what they are. I went home, and I put the stone on the windowsill in the kitchen, and I made tea, and I called Caroline. And outside the kitchen window the bare oak on the street held its winter shape against the pale December sky. And I stood with the phone warm against my ear and her voice in it, and I was entirely where I was for the first time in a very long time. And it was enough, and it was more than enough. And it was a beginning. January came in cold and deliberate. The kind of cold that does not surprise anyone but settles into the city with a permanence that makes the previous month's cold feel like a rehearsal. I went back to the annex on the second Wednesday after my return. Patricia met me at the door of her office with the careful warmth of a person who has been watching someone from a professional distance and has been waiting for the right moment to say something. And what she said was simply, "Welcome back. The oak trees lost 3 branches in the November wind. Facilities has not addressed it." She said it the way she said most things. Dryly, specifically, with the compressed affection of someone who expresses care through the precision of their attention to small details. I looked at the trees to the office window. The 3 missing branches were visible in the winter structure. 3 absences in a shape I knew well. And I thought, I would not have noticed that before Delhi. I would have looked and not seen. I notice things differently now. This was the first and most consistent change, the one I observed with the detachment of a researcher cataloging a phenomenon, the specific way the quality of attention I had been carrying since the tomb chamber had altered the basic apparatus of my perception, not dramatically, not in a way that was visible from the outside, it did not think, but in the way that the world presented itself to me in the weeks after my return. There was a different texture to ordinary things, a greater specificity in the surfaces of daily life, as though the sealed quality I had been maintaining since August had been functioning not only as a barrier against grief, but as a general reduction in the resolution of experience, and its removal had restored something I had not known I was missing. The annex work in January was administrative, the written report accompanying the photographic archive, the curatorial notes, the comparative analysis of the Jamali Mosque sealing program against documented examples from the same period. I wrote well. The writing had the quality that good work has when the person producing it is genuinely present to it, and I noticed this too. The specific aliveness of a working mind that is not also managing a sealed interior, and I thought about how much of the previous 4 years of my professional output had been produced by a person working at less than full presence. And I thought it was still good work. It was careful and rigorous and correct. But it was missing something, the way a technically perfect photograph of a place is missing the quality that distinguishes documentation from encounter. The debrief of Patricia lasted 2 hours. I gave her a thorough professional account of the site, the documentation methodology, the condition of the structures, the specific findings regarding the mosque ceiling that represented the primary new contribution of the survey. I did not give her a full account of the other things. I gave her a version that was accurate without being complete. I mentioned Dr. Chandra, I mentioned the restricted archive documents. I mentioned that the site had a complex historiographical record that extended beyond its standard survey documentation. Patricia listened with the focused intelligence she brought to everything and said, "It sounds like it was more than a documentation trip." And I said, "Yes." And she said, "Good." And that was the full extent of it, which was exactly right. I called Dr. Chandra the third week of January. We had exchanged brief messages since my departure. She had confirmed the safe receipt of the documentation files I had sent her as supplementary material for her own research, and I had thanked her for the stone, and she had said it went where it needed to go, which was all either of us needed to say about it. The call was longer, an hour, and it had the quality of a conversation between two people who have arrived at mutual regard through the specific crucible of shared work, rather than through the ordinary accretion of acquaintance. We talked about the documents in the restricted archive. We talked about her plans to write the account formally, a scholarly paper that would require careful framing, how to present 5 centuries of consistent experiential accounts in a discipline that had, at best, a complicated relationship with the category of evidence such accounts represented. I told her I would read drafts. She said she had been hoping I would say that. Before we ended the call, she said, "How are you?" I said, "Different." She said, "In what way?" I thought about how to answer this accurately. I said, "I notice more. I am slower. I am less efficient in the way I used to think efficiency meant something." She said, "And the grief?" I said, "Present, not sealed. Present the way weather is present. You do not fight it or fix it. You dress appropriately and go out into it." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That is exactly right." She said it with the specific warmth she reserved for things that were exactly right, which was not a common warmth, which was why it meant something when it arrived. The Portland weekend came on the 14th of January. I flew into PDX on a Friday evening, and Caroline met me at arrivals in her old green jacket, and we stood in the arrivals hall for a moment, looking at each other in the specific way of people who have been through something together, even at a distance, and I put my arms around her, and she put her arms around me. And we stayed like that for longer than we usually did, which was not usually very long, because we are not, as a family, people who hold on, and we were becoming, slowly and imperfectly, people who were willing to learn to hold on. She drove us to the house. Portland in January has a particular quality of winter that is not the cold hard winter of the East, but something grayer and wetter and more patient. A winter that does not announce itself dramatically but persists. The sky a specific matte white, and the Douglas firs holding their green through all of it, dark and steady against the pale sky. We drove through the neighborhood I had grown up in, and the familiar streets received us with the indifference and comfort of places that have not changed while you were away, and I watched them through the car window, and felt the specific doubled sensation of homecoming. The warmth of the known, and the ache of the known. The way a place you love is also a place that holds the outline of everything you have lost in it. We did not go in that night. Caroline had arranged for us to stay at her house nearby, and we ate dinner there and talked and went to bed at a reasonable hour. I lay in the guest room in the dark and listened to the rain on the roof. The specific sound of Pacific Northwest rain, different from the Delhi rain. Different from the Delhi rain. Rain. The sound of rain I had grown up with. The sound of home. And I thought about what the morning would ask of me. And I thought about what I was willing to give it. And I found that I was willing to give it everything. And I slept. We went to the house on Saturday morning. Caroline had a key. She unlocked the front door and we stood in the doorway for a moment. Both of us, together. The way you stand at the threshold of something that matters and give it the moment of acknowledgement it deserves. Then we went in. The house had the quality of a place that has been empty for months without being cleared. All its objects still in their places. Every surface still holding its accumulated presence. The reading chair with its worn armrests. The shelf of paperbacks in her particular system. The specific smell of the house that was hers and no one else's. A smell compounded of decades of living. The layers of a life built up in a place the way geological layers build up in stone. And I walked through the room slowly, not cataloging, not assessing, but simply receiving it. The way I had not received anything for a long time, with full presence and without management. We worked through the weekend with care and without hurry. We made decisions together at every point. The decisions that had to be made. What to donate, what to give to the cousins, what to let go. And we made them with the specific tenderness of two people who understand that every object in a house like this is also a piece of a person's life, and that the handling of it deserves respect. We did not rush. We took breaks and made tea in her kitchen, and sat at her table and talked. And the talking was sometimes about the objects, and sometimes about her, and sometimes about things that had nothing to do with either. And both kinds of talking were necessary, and both were good. On Sunday afternoon, I went into the kitchen alone. Caroline was in the living room with the bookshelves, moving through the paperbacks with the thoughtful attention of someone who loved books and understood that each one here had been chosen deliberately. I went to the kitchen window and I stood there in the afternoon light, which came in at exactly the angle I had been carrying in my memory since November. The specific low winter angle that lay across the windowsill in long warm slants. The river stones were there, 8 of them, smooth and various, arranged along the sill in no particular order that I could determine, though I understood that the order had been hers and it made sense to her. I stood and looked at them for a long time. I picked up each one in turn and held it, felt its specific weight and temperature and worn smooth surface. And I thought about the places they had come from, the rivers and the beaches and the mountain streams, the various geographies of her traveling life, each stone a kept piece of a journey carried home and placed on the sill where the afternoon light could find it. The one I chose was small and dark, almost black, with a single vein of pale gray running through it, smooth as something that had been in moving water for centuries. I did not know where it had come from. It did not matter where it had come from. It mattered that she had chosen it and kept it, and placed it where the light would reach it every afternoon. I put it in my pocket. I stood at the kitchen window in the afternoon light of a January Sunday in Portland, in the house where my mother had lived for 31 years, and I said, quietly, to no one in the room, and to the specific quality of everything in the room, I am here. I came back. The afternoon light lay across the empty windowsill without comment. The house held its silence the way houses hold silence, not emptily, but with the accumulated presence of everything that had happened in it. Every ordinary morning and every difficult evening and every quiet afternoon, the whole layered weight of a life lived fully and specifically in one place, remaining. That evening I placed her stone on the windowsill in my kitchen in Meridian Hill, beside Dr. Nair's stone, the 2 stones side by side, the gray-green oval worn smooth by an Indian river, the small dark one with its vein of pale gray from wherever my mother had been when she found it. They sat together in the particular way of objects placed with intention, not decorative, not arranged for effect, but positioned as anchors, as the physical form of things that needed a physical form. I looked at them for a long time. I thought about what they carried and what they meant, and what it meant to place them together, and I thought about the inscription, and I thought about Dr. Nair carrying her stone for 30 years, and I thought about a man in a small chamber in Delhi who had pressed the truth of his love into marble, because the marble was what was available, and the truth was too important to remain unrecorded. I thought some things persist. I turned off the kitchen light. I went to bed. The city moved outside the window in its continuous and indifferent way, and somewhere in the dark the oak trees on the street held their winter shapes against the sky, and the 2 stones sat on the kitchen windowsill in the dark, and the dark received them, and the night continued. I wrote this account on a Sunday in late February, at the desk by the window, and the particular pale light of a winter morning that was thinking about becoming spring. The oak trees outside just beginning to consider the possibility of new growth, not yet committed, not yet showing it. But something changed in the quality of the light on their branches that told you, if you were paying the kind of attention that notices such things, that the decision had been made somewhere below the surface and the visible change was only a matter of time. Spring came to Washington the way it always comes. Not with the sudden warmth of a decision made, but with the slow, accumulating insistence of something that has been working beneath the surface for a long time and is now simply becoming visible. The oak trees outside the annex windows put out their first leaves in the second week of March. The specific pale yellow-green of new oak growth that lasts only a few days before deepening, and I noticed them on a Tuesday morning when I arrived at work and stood for a moment on the steps before going in, which was not something I had ever done before, standing on the steps, and which I did now with the naturalness of a person who has learned that the brief pause of genuine attention is not an inefficiency, but a form of sustenance. I had been writing the account since February. It had come in pieces, not all at once. The way things come when they are ready rather than when you decide they should be. A paragraph one evening, 2 pages on a Sunday. A single sentence at the desk at midnight that contained something I had been trying to say for weeks and had not been able to say until that specific moment when the city was quiet enough, and I was, still enough for the sentence to arrive. I wrote it in plain language, without scholarship, without the distancing apparatus of professional analysis, in the voice of a person reporting what actually happened to them, rather than the voice of a person managing how what happened to them will be received. I sent it to Dr. Chandra in early March. She read it and wrote back the following day. She said, "This is the account I have been waiting for someone to write for 9 years." She said, "May I include excerpts in the paper with your permission and under whatever attribution you prefer?" I wrote back and said yes, full attribution, and she wrote back and said good, and then she wrote one more line, which was, "Mira would have been glad." I read this line several times. I thought about Dr. Mira Nair, who I had never met, who had carried a river stone for 30 years and left it to be given to the right person, who had sat in the tomb chamber in 1978, and asked it what it wanted and received an answer she had not expected. I thought about the long thread of people who had passed through that small chamber across the centuries, each of them carrying something, each of them encountered by the specific and patient quality of attention that had been left there by a person who loved completely and stayed. I was glad to be part of that, Fred. I had not expected to be glad about it, but I was. The account had a title by then. It had arrived the way the sentences arrived, suddenly and completely, at a moment when I was not looking for it, when I was doing something else entirely, standing at the kitchen sink washing the 2 stones from the windowsill because they had gathered the thin gray dust of a DC winter and I wanted them clean. I washed them both and held them in my palm under the running water and felt the specific weight of them, and the title came, "The Voices That Remain." I dried the stones and set them back on the windowsill and wrote the title down before it could change. I did not go back to Delhi in March. I want to be honest about this, not as an omission or a failure, but as a fact that has its own meaning. The posting was complete. The Smithsonian contract was fulfilled. There was no professional reason to return, and I had learned in the months since November to be honest with myself about the difference between genuine necessity and the kind of compulsive returning that would be not a completion, but a dependency. The difference between honoring a place and needing it. I did not need it. This was the evidence that something had changed. What I needed, and what I had, was the account, and the stones on the windowsill, and the calls with Caroline, and the Saturday mornings we had begun spending together when she visited D.C. for work, which happened twice in the first 3 months of the year. Long mornings over breakfast at a place near DuPont's Circle, talking the way we had talked when we were younger and had not yet decided to be adult and efficient and elsewhere. The talking was easy now. It had the specific ease of something restored rather than built from scratch, and it had also the specific weight of people who've been through a loss together and know that the loss is always present in the room, but have learned to be in the room with it anyway. She brought a photograph on her second visit, a photograph I had not seen. My mother at perhaps 45, standing in the garden of the Portland house in what looked like late summer, her hands in the pockets of a canvas jacket, her face turned slightly away from the camera towards something in the garden that had caught her attention. Her expression one of uncomplicated absorption, the expression of a person entirely present to the thing they are looking at. I held the photograph for a long time. Caroline said, "I found it in the box from her study. I thought you should have it." I said, "Yes." I framed it that evening. I placed it on the desk by the window, beside the lamp, where the morning light would reach it. In April, I drove to Shenandoah for a weekend, alone. Not for any specific reason I could name at the time, though I understood later that the reason was simply the need to be in a landscape that was not a city, in the specific way that a person sometimes needs the scale of a mountain to reset the scale of their interior life. I drove out on a Friday evening and stayed in a small inn near the park entrance, a room with a porch facing the ridge, and I sat on the porch in the spring evening air and listened to the specific sounds of that landscape, the wind through the new growth, the distant calling of a bird I could not identify, the absolute depth of the dark above the ridgeline once the last of the light was gone. I thought about Mr. Rajan and his clipboard, and his quiet professional efficiency, and the way he had looked at me on that last morning without comment. I thought about Sunil and his thermos of tea placed silently on the seat beside me. I thought about Suresh at the restaurant near the guest house, who had fed me the same meal without asking, understanding that what a person returning to the same table wants is not variety but continuity. The specific comfort of being known in a small way by a place that had briefly held them. I thought about all the small forms of care that had been present in those 6 weeks, offered quietly and without ceremony, and I thought about how much of that care I had received without fully receiving it, and how differently I would receive it now. The difference being simply that I was paying attention. The ridge held its dark shape against the stars. The spring air was cool and carried the particular sweetness of a forest coming back into leaf, and I sat with it, and I thought about what it meant to be a person who notices things now, who stands in the steps before going in, who washes river stones and pays attention to the quality of light on a kitchen windowsill, not as a practice, not as an intention, but as the natural behavior of a person who is present in their own life. I drove back to Washington on Sunday afternoon, through the Shenandoah Valley in the spring light, the Blue Ridge holding its distance on either side of the highway, and I thought about the drive the way I had not thought about drives for a long time. Not as the time between here and there, but as the thing itself, the specific, unrepeatable quality of this valley in this light on this Sunday in April, worth the full attention of a person who had been given back their full attention and intended to use it. There's a version of this ending where I return to Delhi, where I walk back through the forecourt and into the tomb chamber and stand before the inscription one final time and perform some deliberate act of closure, and the chamber receives it, and the circle closes with the clean satisfaction of a narrative that has found its form. That is not what happened. What happened is this. On a Sunday morning in late April, I made tea and stood at the kitchen window in the early light, and I looked at the 2 stones on the windowsill. Dr. Nair's gray-green oval, my mother's small dark one with its vein of pale gray, and I felt the quality of the morning, the specific still quality of a Sunday in late April in Washington when the oak trees are fully leafed and the city is not yet heated into summer, and I thought about the tomb chamber in Delhi, and I thought about the inscription, and I thought about the person who had made it, pressing urgency into marble in a small room in the 16th century, with the knowledge that the marble would outlast them, and with the faith, whether conscious or not, that someone would eventually stand before it and understand. I understood. Not everything. I want to be precise about this, because imprecision here would be a betrayal of everything the room had been honest enough to show me. I did not understand the full mystery of what that chamber held. I did not understand the mechanism by which a person's complete presence to love and loss could alter a physical space across 5 centuries. I did not understand what Kamali was to Jamali with the certainty that scholarship requires. I did not understand death, or where the people we love go when they go, or whether the thing in the chamber was a presence in the way the word presence implies, a something rather than a nothing. But I understood what I'd been carrying, and what it had cost me, and what it meant to set it down in the right place. I understood what it meant to remain, not in a room, not in a building, not in a professional posting, but in a life, in the actual texture of a life, present to the people in it and the loss in it, and the love that persists in it after the people are gone. I understood that the river stone on the windowsill was my mother, and the only sense in which she could still be somewhere, which was in the specific thing she had chosen and kept and touched, and in the specific person she had helped to make, who was standing at a kitchen window in Washington in the early morning light, paying attention. Caroline called while I was standing there. The phone rang and I answered it without looking, knowing her particular ring, and she said, "Are you up?" And I said, "Yes, I am at the window." And she said, "Me too. It is a good morning here." And I said, "Yes." And we stayed on the phone for a while without saying much, just present to each other in the way we were learning to be present, which was simply and without performance, the way people are present when they have stopped pretending that presence is a thing you can defer. Outside the kitchen window, the oak on the street held its full spring shape against the pale morning sky, and the light moved across the windowsill in its slow and daily migration, and the 2 stones sat in the light, and the light received them, and somewhere 9,000 miles away in a small chamber in Delhi, the morning light was doing what it had always done, lying across 2 marble tombs with the patience of something that does not measure its own continuance, and a man who had loved completely and lost completely and remained was still remaining, and the room was still attending, and the account was written, and the title had arrived, and my mother's stone was on the windowsill where the light could find it every morning, and I was standing at the window, and I was there,